Chapter 1191, Meeting the Soul Returning Root Again. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Hey old senior, I have already refined the Jade Flame Immortal Orchid, so do I need to finish refining the Jade Spirit Pill? Despite knowing that she had smacked Gui Wanjin in the face, she continued to show no mercy. She deliberately ridiculed Gui Wanjin by emphasizing the words old senior. Gui Wanjin's expression turned pale. He froze in his spot like a sculpture, having no way to pose a rebuttal. It was like a scholar having prepared an embroidered piece of literature, hoping to compete with a rival in the field. Yet he suddenly realized his rival was an eminent scholar who had tomes of classic literature in his cabinets. All of a sudden, his embroidered literature was nothing but scrap paper in the eyes of his rival. Gui Wanjin felt the sting of instant defeat. The recipe he was proud of was as ordinary as any other in the eyes of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. What bullies! This isn't a display of alchemical skill. It was all about the flame being better than ours. What sort of heritage is that? How dare she label us as nouveau riche? They are the ones that are nouveau riche. Zhang Xiaotian was infuriated. It was supposed to be a discussion of technique, but it ended up being the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect showcasing the foundations the sect enjoyed. It made Gui Wanjin, and all the doctors and alchemists present, feel their faces tingle with pain. It felt like they had been literally slapped in the face. Although the red-dressed girl had asked Gui Wanjin the question, her arrogant gaze swept over everyone's faces. She obviously knew that Gui Wanjin had only taken center stage to represent the doctors and alchemists of Myriad City. Many of them were not convinced of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Oh? You say that this isn't an alchemical skill? The red-dressed girl suddenly looked at Zhang Xiaotian. His angry grumbles had been caught by the red-dressed girl amid the noisy crowd. Then, what alchemical skills do you have? Feel free to demonstrate them. I can compete with you without using the extreme frost ice flame. If you can do something that I can't, I am willing to admit defeat. The red-dressed girl said as she looked at Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian momentarily fell silent. Seeing the many gazes trained on him, his face gradually flushed red. Although he had spoken in a fit of anger, he didn't have the confidence to compete with the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect's genius in a competition of pure skill, barring any foundational advantages. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian shrink back, the red-dressed girl gave a contemptuous smile. The smile seemed to stab at Zhang Xiaotian. People without true ability are only sitting here to make up the numbers. To think they, in their mediocrity, have the nerve to be envious of geniuses. The red-dressed girl said as she looked up into the sky. Enough, you err. Sit down. Skyfire's sacred hands spoke. They came from the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect after all. They naturally needed to conduct themselves like a large and respectable sect. It was enough to let these people know how formidable they were. Skyfire's sacred hands had no interest in figuratively slapping the faces of these ordinary doctors and alchemists. Humph. The red-dressed girl gave an insufferably arrogant glance at Zhang Xiaotian and Gui Wanjin before withdrawing her cauldron and returning to her seat. The color of Zhang Xiaotian's face oscillated between red and white. His entire body trembled with rage. After a while, he shook his head wryly. Whatever. I'm inferior. In fact, there were many people who shared in Zhang Xiaotian's humiliation. The last words the red-dressed girl said were not only directed at Zhang Xiaotian. But in the end, they had no superior alchemical skills they could use to prove themselves. That was what humiliated them the most. At that moment, Pavilion Lord C broke the ice. Since everyone is already so eager to try, why don't I bring out the infected disciples of my Myriad Immortal Pavilion now, and let all the doctors diagnose them? Since it was a medical diagnosis, there was naturally no need for a particular order. Everyone could diagnose the symptoms, and from there see who could come up with a cure. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion had prepared rewards for the grand alchemical cum medical meet. The doctors and alchemists present all knew about them, but Pavilion Lord C repeated them again. Whosoever finds the cure to this plague will be allowed to choose any one of the many treasures my Myriad Immortal Pavilion has prepared. Boxes were taken out carefully by more than 10 beautiful female attendants. They carried them over and stood behind Pavilion Lord C in a line. As Pavilion Lord C mentioned the various treasures, a female attendant would open the corresponding box, revealing the spiritual treasures that effused rich spiritual energies. And when Pavilion Lord C mentioned Soul Returning Root, Eon's pupils constricted. Soul Returning Root. The Soul Returning Root was added by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion into the mix as bait. And Yun had come here precisely for the Soul Returning Root. Upon seeing the Soul Returning Root in the box, Yun felt his heart burn. The Soul Returning Root was even better than the one Ruer's father had obtained. It was of even better quality. After mentioning the Soul Returning Root, Pavilion Lord C momentarily paused. He naturally knew the uses of the Soul Returning Root. In fact, before the plague became full-blown, they had already begun searching for it. However, it was unrealistic to use the Soul Returning Root to attract Yun to such a busy event. In the grand scheme of things, it was purely a reward. As Pavilion Lord C's voice faded, more than 10 Myriad Immortal Pavilion geniuses stood on the stage. One of them was Si Xiaoyu. The moment Si Xiaoyu reached the stage, he cast a fervent look at Skyfire's sacred hands and his disciples. Back when the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect first arrived, he expressed his hopes for Skyfire's sacred hands to diagnose him. Yet, he had been rejected. He had anxiously waited for the day the grand alchemical cum medical meet began. Upon seeing the Myriad Immortal Pavilion geniuses appear, a few disciples from the large sects could not help but break out into a discussion. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion was truly eager. However, since they were the ones hosting the meet, it was only normal that their geniuses were the first to be treated. As for the geniuses from the other sects, they had to pay the price when their time came. They would need to convince the doctor that had found the cure to treat them. After the recent display, many people from these factions turned their attention to the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. They placed their hopes on Skyfire's sacred hands. "Everyone, please begin," said Pavilion Lord C. Zhang Xiaotian widened his eyes as he stared at the infected youths on the stage. In fact, he had long been attempting to find a cure, but to no avail. However, after feeling stifled from the turn of events, he refused to give up hope and went on stage to take a look. After using his Yuan Qi to probe a body, he returned dejectedly. He shook his head and said, "Sigh, I can only tell that they have been enervated of their Yuan Qi and that they have weak bodies. I can't even guess the cause of the illness." The other doctors and alchemists had also made prior attempts. They had completely given up. They came only to witness the grand meet. In the end, it was the alchemists and doctors from other territories that went up to take a look. Some of them shook their heads helplessly while others pondered with furrowed brows. The cause of the plague could only be detected by the patriarchs of these factions. It was difficult for these doctors and alchemists to even find the cause. Upon seeing this play out, many factions were somewhat disappointed. Although they held little hopes for these doctors and alchemists, they had wished for a sliver of luck. Now, from the looks of it, the plague was too odd. If the cause of the illness could not be found, how were they to treat it? Chapter 1192, Two Methods. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. As the various alchemists began diagnosing the plague, the red-dressed girl from the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect came forward as well. She circled an infected genius as her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Previously, she had presented the alchemical formability of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Now, she wanted to give the local doctors and alchemists another reminder of the difference in capability between them and the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. However, no matter how much she studied the infected geniuses, she realized that she could not discern the cause of the illness. She could only tell that their yuan qi was being absorbed away by a particular thing. Junior sister, can't you find the cause? At that moment, the red-dressed girl's six-fingered senior brother walked forward. He pressed down on an infected genius's body with one hand as a special yuan qi immediately transmitted through his palm into the infected genius's body. The yuan qi began swimming through the genius's body. The six-fingered man closed his eyes as though he was carefully investigating something. Many people watched the geniuses from the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Zhang Xiaotian whispered, "Let's see if they can successfully find the cause." Although they were skilled in alchemy, it did not necessarily mean that their medical skills were also superior. The Nine Cauldron alchemical sect was known for its expertise in alchemy and medicine, but alchemy was its mainstay. The red-dressed girl had failed to make a diagnosis. As time passed, many people began to realize that Six Fingers probably couldn't make one either. They believed that he did not want to embarrass the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect, so all he did was stand there with his eyes closed as an act. If he could not tell at once, what difference would more time make? But suddenly, Six Fingers opened his eyes and, with a serious tone, said, "I sensed it." He figured it out. Zhang Xiaotian was depressed. Did he really figure it out? Many doctors present had similar reactions to Zhang Xiaotian's. After all, they had made attempts themselves. My yuan qi flows through unimpeded through the patient's body, but once it enters the dantian, it feels like it sinks into the ocean, never to reappear. The moment Six Fingers said that, someone could not help but say, "There's no need for you to tell us that. Everyone knows that." If that's all you managed to sense, didn't you take a little too long? People still held a grudge with Six Fingers for delegating a young junior like the red-dressed girl to smack all the faces of the alchemists and doctors present. Upon hearing that he had only figured out one simple thing after such a long period of time, someone was immediately ready to deride him. Six Fingers remained composed, as though he had not heard the remark. He continued saying slowly, I believe you have sensed that too. You should have also sensed that something is sucking the yuan qi away." "That's right." The red-dressed girl nodded. "I also sensed a very sinister energy. There is likely an evil entity inside this person. However, the specifics of the problem will have to be left to master." Six Fingers said as he bowed at Skyfire's sacred hands. Upon hearing this, Yun stroked his chin. The Nine Cauldron alchemical sect was still rather skilled. For a junior to tell that it was an evil entity, that was something only mighty figures in Myriad City could do. However, despite being able to diagnose the problem, Six Fingers did not know how to cure it. Six Fingers' words stunned everyone present. And, at that moment, Pavilion Lord C said, as expected of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. For a young genius to be able to tell that it is possession by an evil spirit. That's correct. I have done a diagnosis myself, and it is indeed the possession of an evil spirit. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian's expression changed completely. They had failed to beat the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect at alchemy, and now they were also inferior to them in medical skills. This feeling of being completely surpassed was terrible. At that moment, the red-dressed girl clapped and said with a smile, "Senior brother, you are truly awesome. I have only studied the art for 80 years, and it's truly not enough time to hone my skills. I'm nothing compared senior brother who has studied the art for nearly 2 centuries." Although her words seemed to be aimed at herself, she had deliberately glared at the people present with a smug look. It was only normal that she could not make a proper diagnosis, having only studied for 8 decades. However, there were many people present that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, yet they were inferior to her senior brother. Skyfire's sacred hands, since your disciples have managed to diagnose the problem, I believe you have long figured it out. Please begin the treatment. Pavilion Lord C said to Skyfire's sacred hands. Skyfire's sacred hands nodded, and he floated to the high stage. Upon seeing Skyfire's sacred hands about to personally take action, Si Xiaoyu felt excited. He hurriedly said, Sacred Hands truly has accomplished disciples that no doubt owe their accomplishments to their great teacher. The Nine Cauldron Alchemical Sect lives up to its name. For me to welcome Sacred Hands that day was my honor. I welcomed a savior to Myriad City. Si Xiaoyu yearned to be the first one treated. After Si Yuxing was maimed, he was the one with the highest talent in Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Therefore, his illness was the worst thing for the sect, and he was also the one that fell into the greatest despair. Looking at Skyfire Sacred Hands, he felt he had finally seen the life-saving straw. He could not wait any longer. Skyfire Sacred Hands glanced at him. This genius from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had previously described the symptoms in detail, so he naturally remembered him. In that case, let's begin with you. Skyfire Sacred Hands said. Si Xiaoyu watched with delight as Skyfire Sacred Hands walked in front of him. However, the latter did not even touch him. All he did was stand there as Yuan Qi automatically suffused, enveloping Si Xiaoyu. As the Yuan Qi fluctuated, Skyfire Sacred Hands nodded and said, Indeed, it's as my disciples said. The reason why you are unable to cultivate and feel extremely weak is that there is an evil spirit within your body. Then, does Sacred Hands have any treatment he can administer? Si Xiaoyu quickly asked. The people present pricked their ears. For Skyfire Sacred Hands' disciples to successfully diagnose the cause, it was almost natural that Skyfire Sacred Hands had a cure. Skyfire Sacred Hands pondered for a moment and said, The evil spirit has already fused with your Dantian. To remove it, there are two methods. First, we could temporarily suppress it, but that would require poisonous medicine. It would cause quite a bit damage to your Dantian. Furthermore, this method might only suppress it for a few decades to a century or so. It doesn't cure the problem at its root. The other method is to do it in one go, but it is indeed a little troublesome. There was indeed a cure. Furthermore, he had proposed two in one go. People were excited. The plague had troubled Myriad City for about half a year. Nearly all the factions suffered from it. Now that there was finally a solution, how could they remain calm? Even Yi Yun was interested. Skyfire Sacred Hands' ability to suppress the evil spirit was within Yi Yun's expectations. However, he was surprised that Skyfire Sacred Hands was able to remove the evil spirit in one go. Yi Yun was able to destroy the demonic servants because the Azurewood Divine Tree was their bane. As for Skyfire Sacred Hands, where was he to get an Azurewood Divine Tree? Of course, it has to be done one go. Si Xiaoyu repressed his feelings and said. Chapter 1193, Principal Herb. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Si Yuxing said exactly what everyone was thinking. If there was a solution available that would fix the problem all at once, who would only want to suppress the evil spirit? It's impressive that Skyfire Sacred Hands has already devised a way to cure the problem at its source. It seems these treasures already have an owner. Skyfire Sacred Hands, please tell us about your method. Pavilion Lord C said as he gave a faint smile. The Nine Cauldron Alchemical Sect was specially invited by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, and it had not disappointed Pavilion Lord C. After the matter was resolved, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would enjoy a great rise in reputation in Myriad City. Everything was heading in a direction that Pavilion Lord C looked forward to. He nonchalantly glanced at City Lord Qin, the Guiyuan family, the Paradise Chapter, and the Bai family. After today, he could become the sole voice of authority in the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. In time, he would annex these other factions and they would cease to exist. At that moment, Skyfire Sacred Hands slowly spoke to the excited crowd. There's no hurry. Let me give it a try first, said Skyfire Sacred Hands. He flipped his palm, revealing a red pill. It seemed to be suffusing blood. Yi Yun took a glance and noticed that it contained rich Yuan Qi, but it had a very inflammatory nature. It was not necessarily easy to absorb. He recalled the information in the Divine Alchemist's notes and confirmed that it was a blood yuan pill. The pill could stimulate one's life potential upon consumption, but it had substantial side effects. It would make a warrior extremely weak. If two were taken consecutively, they might even suffer a drop in cultivation realms. As for warriors who lacked sufficient strength, they would not even be able to withstand the inflammatory yuan qi. Their fate would be death by explosion. Take this pill first. Skyfire's sacred hands handed the pill to Si Xiaoyu. Si Xiaoyu looked at the pill and could sense the strong inflammatory medicinal essence within. However, the moment he recalled Skyfire's sacred hands mentioning that it could cure the problem at its root, he moved past hesitation and immediately took it, steeling his heart to swallow it down. Once Si Xiaoyu consumed the pill, his skin rapidly reddened. Even his eyes got red, as they began filling with blood. His body trembled involuntarily. Skyfire's sacred hands wore a calm expression as he flipped his palm again, producing long needles that were formed from the skyfire that beamed from his eyes. Skyfire's sacred hands stabbed the needles into Si Xiaoyu's body, giving him a fright. Yet he did not feel any pain. Instead, the needles dazzled with a bright luster as the skyfire contained within rapidly traversed all the meridians in his body. The violet yuan qi of the pill was immediately attenuated by the skyfire. In a few seconds, Skyfire's sacred hands had stabbed more than a dozen needles into Si Xiaoyu's body. These needles were connected to the skyfire and were controlled by Skyfire's sacred hands. He moved his fingers rapidly as they effused a faint luster. As for the violent yuan qi, it was directed to the Dantian along with the skyfire. This skyfire of mine is the nemesis of evil entities. It is a viable option for this particular problem, said Skyfire's sacred hands. Large amounts of skyfire and yuan qi cascaded into Si Xiaoyu's Dantian, instantly making the internals of his Dantian burn. Si Xiaoyu felt a burning in his abdomen, as though he was being constantly pricked by needles. Large beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Furthermore, the furnace within his abdomen only burned more intensely. Like a ball, it deflated and bulged. Sacred hands, is this normal? Si Xiaoyu asked with great difficulty. He was suffering from excruciating pain, and he could hardly withstand the pain from his Dantian. This evil spirit is too stubborn. I have already provided you with great amounts of yuan qi through the pill so as to protect your Dantian. There's no need to worry, remarked Skyfire's sacred hands. However, there was a sinister darkness coming from deep in his eyes. The evil spirit had not died despite being burned by his skyfire. If he increased the power of his skyfire, he might be able to burn the evil spirit to death, but it would also result in irreparable damage to Si Xiaoyu's Dantian. However, he couldn't just give up there and then. Otherwise, all of his efforts until then would have been wasted. Skyfire's sacred hands snorted coldly as he resolutely strengthened the skyfire. He refused to believe that he wasn't able to burn the evil spirit to death. At the same time, Si Xiaoyu's body turned completely red. His eyes protruded and blood began seeping out of his pores. He was clearly in great pain. Ah! 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 Si Xiaoyu let out a tragic scream as his body convulsed violently. I can't take it any longer. My Dantian is about to crack. So noisy. Skyfire's sacred hands was already irrevocably committed, and now, with Si Xiaoyu wailing, he became flustered. He was certain that if he strengthened the skyfire and maintained it for about half a minute, the evil spirit would definitely be consumed by it. But similarly, Si Xiaoyu's Dantian would likely be reduced to ash. Humph. What a good-for-nothing. Skyfire's sacred hands withdrew the skyfire, as well as the flame needles, from Si Xiaoyu's body. However, the moment the needles were withdrawn, Skyfire's sacred hands' expression changed. The instant he withdrew his flame, the evil spirit that had been repressed by the skyfire and was on the brink of death suddenly had a resurgence. In a few seconds, it consumed all the remnant skyfire in Si Xiaoyu's Dantian. After consuming the Skyfire, the evil spirit clearly recovered some of its vibrancy. It also recovered more than half of the burn wounds from the Skyfire. What? Skyfire's sacred hand's expression stiffened. When he withdrew the Skyfire and needles, their effects were immediately halved. Skyfire's sacred hands was starting to believe that, through multiple sessions, he would be able to restrain the evil spirit for decades or even more than a century. But from the looks of it, the evil spirit would completely recover from a treatment after a few months. Even if he did conduct multiple treatments, there was no way to curb its growth. It might even be that, before the evil spirit was killed, the human vessel would first be crippled. The problem was this tough? Skyfire's sacred hand's expression turned ugly. In a moment, with the Skyfire suddenly vanishing, Si Xiaoyu's dantian went from turmoil to tranquility. The change was so drastic that he could not adapt to it. With a tragic cry, he fell to the ground. Sweat mixed with blood as both seeped out incessantly from his pores. The thousands of people present had been paying full attention to this scene. Many members of the upper echelons of large factions had the ability to detect the existence of the evil spirit. They could clearly sense that, although the evil spirit had weakened slightly, it was still far from being exterminated. As for Si Xiaoyu, he felt nearly half of his life burn away in an instant. During the treatment, he had experienced unfathomable pain. Sacred hands, how effective was the treatment? Pavilion Lord C asked with a heavy heart. He had a guess, but he asked anyway, hoping that he would be given a pleasant surprise. This evil spirit is extremely stubborn. Although I attacked at its weakest point, your esteemed sex disciple has too low a tolerance. He is unable to withstand the power of my Skyfire, Skyfire's sacred hands said coldly, pushing all responsibility on Si Xiaoyu. Although Si Xiaoyu had slumped to the ground, he was still conscious. Upon hearing Skyfire's sacred hands' words, he could not help but feel a bitter pain. He had a low tolerance? He first consumed an inflammatory pill that stimulated his life's potential, then had Skyfire directly burn his dantian. Even supremacies would probably peel off a layer of skin from the pain, much less him. Was he really to blame? Pavilion Lord C frowned slightly. He believed that Skyfire's sacred hands would be able to resolve the matter easily. But now, from the looks of it, no solution had been found. If Skyfire's sacred hands could not resolve it immediately, was there any hope for these infected geniuses? Skyfire's sacred hands, about this. Skyfire's sacred hands fell silent for a moment before saying, "It doesn't matter. For there is another reason why the evil spirit isn't burned to death by Skyfire." "Oh? What is that reason?" asked Pavilion Lord C. Skyfire's sacred hands said, "The reason why the evil spirit cannot be killed is that the source of the problem isn't the evil spirit itself. To put things right once and for all, one has to treat the problem at its source. Young Master Si Xiaoyu, I heard you mention before that the plague of Myriad City started from one person, named Dong Xiaowan. Dong Xiaowan had entered a ruin and brought out the evil spirit, spreading it to the geniuses of Myriad City. Isn't that so?" asked Skyfire's sacred hands. Ian was still curious as to how Skyfire's sacred hands would be able to find a solution, but upon hearing what he had to say, Ian immediately frowned. His cold eyes landed straight on Si Xiaoyu. "That's right. It's her. If not for her, why would there be a plague?" Si Xiaoyu was in such great pain that he could not speak. Another infected genius of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion shouted in anger. Below the stage, many factions began engaging in a flurry of discussion, especially the infected geniuses. Upon hearing such talk, Yi-Yun's gaze turned colder. Skyfire's sacred hands raised his hand to stop the discussion. He said calmly, "Dong Xiaowan is the origin, since she brought the evil spirit out. The evil spirit must be just like the extreme frost ice flame of my Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. It can give birth to many other evil spirits, and those ended up possessing other Myriad City geniuses. The most viable plan at present is to seek out Dong Xiaowan and then extract the evil spirit from her body. By using that evil spirit as the principal medicine, we can refine a cauldron of pills for the infected. Then, the illness will be cured. Skyfire's Sacred Hands' voice resounded throughout the tiny world. The moment his voice faded, the crowd broke into a tumultuous uproar. As they happily discussed, Yun's face flashed with killing intent. Finding Dong Xiaowan and using the evil spirit within her as principal medicine? This method most certainly did not end with Dong Xiaowan's life being preserved. Skyfire's Sacred Hands had failed to eliminate the evil spirit, so he likely did not have any means to extract the evil spirit without harming the human vessel. Skyfire's Sacred Hands, you're right. However, that slut, Dong Xiaowan, has been brought away by a man. Capturing her won't be easy. Someone from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion spoke out. Pavilion Lord C sighed slightly. He said coldly, "A monk may run away but not his temple. My Myriad Immortal Pavilion will send troops to capture Dong Xiaoqing and force him to tell us his daughter's whereabouts." Although Jadewave's sect had moved, how could a sizable sect move without being seen by others? The new location of the Jadewave sect could be found with a simple investigation. Third Elder, Fifth Elder, Seventh Elder, take some people and storm the Jadewave sect. Captured Dong Xiaoqing. It doesn't matter if he's crippled, but he has to be alive. Pavilion Lord C gave the order. At that moment, a few elders immediately stood up to carry out the order. They acted without delay, for they wanted to take action to prevent Dong Xiaoqing from hiding after hearing the news. Seeing as the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was about to besiege the Jadewave sect, Yun could no longer watch idly by the side. He stood right up and walked straight to where the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and 9 Cauldron Alchemical sect were. Chapter 1194, Soul Returning Route in Hand. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Oh. Brother Lin Yun, what? Zhang Xiaotian suddenly saw Yun stand up and was momentarily baffled. But soon, he saw Yun walk towards Pavilion Lord C and Skyfire's Sacred Hands. Pavilion Lord C was still delivering his orders at that moment, so when he saw Yun come forward, he was somewhat surprised. He recalled Yun's status and said, "You are the doctor invited here by the City Lord Administration?" Pavilion Lord C and Qin Zhengyang did not have a harmonious relationship, so he naturally had a bad impression of a doctor invited by the City Lord. In his mind, the entire meet was held for the 9 Cauldron Alchemical sect. The rest were just there to make up the numbers. Why did you come forward? Time had been allotted for all of you to make a diagnosis. Now that Skyfire's Sacred Hands has found a solution to cure the plague at its roots, there's no longer any need for you, Pavilion Lord C said patiently. However, he really wanted to slap such an improper person to death. Yun completely ignored Pavilion Lord C. He looked directly at Skyfire's Sacred Hands and asked, "I'm very curious, how did you make the judgment that the Myriad City plague stemmed from Dong Xiaowan?" Skyfire's Sacred Hands frowned. He had no interest in conversing with this stranger. If any pedestrian person could just come forward and question his conclusions, what was the point of his prestige? Pavilion Lord C, please chase away anyone that is here to cause trouble. Men! Pavilion Lord C shouted coldly. A few guardians of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion rushed to the square, ready to take down Yun. Suddenly, a cold bellow resounded through the crowd. Mr. Lin is a guest of mine. I dare anyone to touch him. Qin Zhengyang stepped forward as he spoke. He came in front of Yun and instantly, there was a surge of contained, immense nomological ori. It stifled everyone's breathing slightly. Qin Zhengyang's strength was not to be doubted. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion's guardians were stunned in their places. They did not dare take action. Pavilion Lord C's expression sunk. Qin Zhengyang, what are you doing? Today, I have used riches that my Myriad Immortal Pavilion has been amassing to gather renowned doctors from around the world, all in order to cure the young elites of Myriad City. Why then, do you want to cause trouble, preventing the elites of Myriad City from being treated? With a single statement, Pavilion Lord C forced Qin Zhenyang into a position of opposing the interests of Myriad City. In response, Qin Zhenyang laughed out loudly. "Si Shanha, don't speak in such a pompous manner. We all know what your plans are. I'm just stating that if someone dares touch Mr. Lin, I, Qin Zhenyang, will immediately lose all decorum with that party. No amount of past relations will help." Qin Zhenyang's words, and their bold undertones, spread throughout the area. Even the Myriad Immortal Pavilion that had the absolute advantage did not dare act freely. Once Qin Zhenyang attacked without restraint, the enchanted artifact that powered the pocket world would be destroyed. It would be difficult to handle the mess that would ensue, and the Grand Alchemical cum Medical meet would be completely wrecked. At that moment, Skyfire's Sacred Hands said, "Pavilion Lord C, it seems I am not welcomed in Myriad City. In that case, fine. I'll be leaving." Skyfire's Sacred Hands believed that he had gone through enough of the niceties during his time in Myriad City. He had already tried his best to respect the Myriad City alchemists through his words and actions. He had even restrained his disciples, but the Myriad City alchemists continued with their arrogance. In that case, he decided to leave. After all, the plague was extremely tricky. Skyfire's Sacred Hands was not absolutely confident that he could treat it. However, Skyfire's Sacred Hands was aware that Myriad City would definitely not let him go easily. Indeed, Pavilion Lord C became nervous the moment he heard Skyfire's Sacred Hands' words. He had placed all his hopes on Skyfire's Sacred Hands. "Please wait, I'll resolve this matter immediately." Pavilion Lord C's heart sank. He was ready to use force, but at that moment, Yi Yun laughed. "You can leave immediately if you want. Are you just threatening to leave to get them to keep you? Your acting is truly fake and laughable. From my point of view, you are nothing but a quack. After failing to find a cure, you came up with a ridiculous conclusion, saying that the source of the plague is Dong Xiaoan. As long as the principal herb is refined, the plague would be cured. What nonsense! What did you say?" Skyfire's Sacred Hands was completely infuriated. He never expected to encounter someone in Myriad City who was so arrogant as to rebuke him straight to his face. Wasn't he a lofty figure? How could he be rebuked by a mere alchemist from Myriad City? This was not only limited to Skyfire's Sacred Hands. Even the local alchemists from Myriad City were astounded. It was already astonishing enough that Qin Zhenyang had come forward to meddle in the situation. They never expected the far-from handsome, middle-aged alchemist would act even more incredulously. He had shot down Skyfire's Sacred Hands with his words. Although everyone had felt repressed and aggravated by the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect mere moments ago, they never expected the man to be so harsh with his words. Zhang Xiaotian was even more astonished. He had grumbled incessantly, but the middle-aged man beside him remained silent. He thought him to be an honest and sincere man. One truly could not judge a book by its cover. Skyfire's Sacred Hands squinted at Yi Yun. There was a glint in his eyes. However, his red-dressed female disciple was not having any of this. She suddenly came forward and shouted, "You hillbilly, how dare you insult my martial uncle? What a laughable toad stuck in the bottom of the well. How would you know how vast the world is?" Upon hearing the red-dressed girl's words, Yi Yun slanted his eyes at her. "A witless lass that can't even tell the cause of the illness has the right to speak to me? You!" The red-dressed girl's face flushed red. She had always been placed on a pedestal by her fellow disciples in Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Even outside the sect, she could hold her head high. When had she ever been mocked so publicly? "You old fool, aren't you ashamed to compare yourself with me? I have cultivated for less than 100 years and am a genius disciple of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. I have a limitless future ahead of me. Yet, you compare the meager talent you gained from an unknown number of cultivation years with mine? Are you so proud of so little?" The red-dressed girl was also eloquent and witty. After a short period of anger, she immediately retorted. After she said that, Fairy Yuqin and Princess White Fox, who were beneath the stage, could not help but suffuse a faint smile. She could have said that to anyone else, but to Yi Yun it became a joke. Enough! You are. Skyfire's sacred hands cut the red-dressed girl off. He looked at Yi Yun and remarked, "Since you called me a quack, surely you must have some solution to this plague. Fine, let me see how you intend to cure this plague. But let me make one thing clear. Since you so boldly question me, I will make you pay the price if you cannot provide a reasonable solution." Skyfire's sacred hand's voice had an overbearing tone, but Yi Yun did not mind. He turned to look at Pavilion Lord C and said, "Pavilion Lord C, I heard that all the treasures prepared for the grand alchemical medical meet are to be rewarded to the person that cures the plague. Is that so?" Pavilion Lord C pricked up his brow when he heard Yi Yun's question. This punk must be mad, he thought. Does he really think he has found a solution to the plague? Since you already know that, why the act? You can always try. If you can cure the illness, all these treasures will be yours. But if you can't cure it, don't blame me if I become ruthless. Yi Yun casually scanned the treasures on the long table, pausing momentarily at the soul returning root. Following that, he looked at all the infected geniuses and said, "Does anyone want to volunteer?" Many of the myriad Immortal Pavilion's disciples were among the infected. Si Xiaoyu's Dantian had experienced the flames of Skyfire moments ago and was heavily damaged. He was extremely weak and was now slumped in a chair. When he heard Yi Yun's question, he sneered. Without restraint, he said, "Give him a chance. However, it's just a way to justify punishing him. Does he really think he's some big shot? The way he's shouting like a madman, who would let him treat them? That's right, a quack can cause death. Even Skyfire's sacred hands' treatment caused Brother Xiaoyu to suffer such heavy injuries. If this fool were to administer treatment, who knows what the outcome would be?" Myriad Immortal Pavilion's infected geniuses looked at Yi Yun, but no one was willing to come forward. Who would gamble with their own Dantians? Seeing as there was a unanimous decision to not volunteer, Si Xiaoyu sneered. The impetuous man was faced with awkward silence. However, what Si Xiaoyu did not know was that Yi Yun was thankful for such a situation to play out. If a myriad Immortal Pavilion genius were to come forward, he wouldn't even want to treat them. How could he treat his enemy? Yi Yun looked at the Guiyuan family and Paradise chapter. These two sects were his allies. Of course, their alliance was still a secret. Only the upper echelons of the two sects knew of it. At that moment, a young disciple of the Guiyuan family turned to look at Fairy Purple Rain's carriage. He nodded and stood up. "I'll do it." The disciple went to the stage. He stood together with the myriad Immortal Pavilion infected. He wasn't tall and his face was pale. He looked extremely thin and frail. Skyfire's sacred hands. Yi Yun looked at Skyfire's sacred hands and said, "Please examine him first." Skyfire's sacred hands grunted coldly. There was no need for him to make any detailed examinations. He could tell at a glance that an evil spirit possessed the disciple. You just focus on the treatment. This person is indeed infected by the plague. There is no need for you to engage in such pretense. Yi Yun ignored Skyfire's sacred hand's derision. He came in front of the Guiyan disciple and, with a gentle wave of his hand, the disciple floated up and was laid horizontally. Following that, Yi Yun pressed one hand on the Guiyuan family disciple's abdomen. The Azurewood Divine Tree's energy began circulating through Yi Yun's body. Before he even began exerting his powers, the evil spirit within the young disciple's Dantian sensed it and was awakened. Ha! Before Yi Yun even took action, Skyfire's sacred hands had sensed the sudden movement of the evil spirit. What was going on? The evil spirit was clearly fused with the infected disciple. As long as his Dantian was not destroyed, it would remain extremely safe. Why did it suddenly become anxious?
Skyfire's sacred hands did not have the luxury of time to analyze the strange behavior at that moment, for the evil spirit suddenly let out a scream of terror.
It rushed out of the Dantian and desperately attempted to escape. What? Skyfire's sacred hands was alarmed.
The evil spirit's energy had been split into countless strands that filled the young man's Dantian. With it leaving so suddenly, the evil energy contained within the strands could not even be retracted. They directly broke. What sort of horror did the evil spirit encounter for it to be this afraid? Skyfire's sacred hands was astounded. And at that moment, Yi Yun had extended his hand. The Azurewood Divine Tree's energy blasted out from his palm as two thin veins flew out. The lush green veins had leaves of different shapes.
Some were cauldrons, swords, or trigrams.
There was a divine charm contained in every leaf, infused with immense Yuan Qi essence. The phantom image of the divine tree was seen by many, but they did not know what it was. The Azurewood Divine Tree had existed a long time ago, and even if someone had seen it before, it was impossible that they would connect the Divine Tree Phantom to the matured version of a seed produced by the Azurewood Divine Tree. They only believed that it was a product of Yi Yun's nomological powers.
Phew! Phew!
Two veins flew out and, like two orderly chains, they instantly imprisoned the evil spirit.
Pang!
With an explosion, the evil spirit was pulverized. All its energy was absorbed by the Azurewood Divine Tree's veins. Yi Yun rubbed his palms and retracted his veins.
He looked at the Guoyuan family disciple and said, "It's over. You can get up."
What did you say?
The Guoyuan family disciple was not even given time to react, and yet, it was over?
He attempted circulating energy from his Dantian and indeed, he sensed his strength returning. His withered Dantian suddenly felt enriched by the heaven-earth Yuan Qi, making his abdomen feel a little pain.
However, this pain made him euphoric. "I'm really fine. Really!"
The thin man shouted in joy.
At that moment, the thousands of people present fell silent. This scene was too bizarre.
There were even many who suspected that it wasn't real.
"Who are you fooling? How can it be that simple? Did the both of you conspire to put on an act?" The red-dressed girl said mockingly. She refused to believe that the plague that confounded her martial uncle would be so easily resolved by someone else. Martial uncle, such clumsy acting is truly. Just as the red-dressed girl was smiling and speaking to Skyfire's sacred hands, her words came to a sudden halt. She saw Skyfire's sacred hands' face as gloomy as raven-black clouds. In her memory that spanned decades, she had never seen her martial uncle with such a terrible expression. Martial uncle? Shut up! Skyfire's sacred hands shouted coldly.
His voice resounded, causing the red-dressed girl's eardrums to buzz.
What was happening? Was the treatment real?
It wasn't only Skyfire's sacred hands. Si Shanhai had also clearly seen the evil spirit's actions.
How could something he saw with his own eyes be faked? What had this unknown middle-aged man done? Pavilion Lord C, Skyfire Sacred Hands, I have just taken action. Is my proof sufficient? Yi Yun returned with a question.
Skyfire's Sacred Hands and Pavilion Lord C were at a complete loss for words. A ridiculous situation had unfolded just like that.
In that case, I will gladly take these treasures.
Without another word, he swept up all the treasures on the long table, sending them flying into his interspatial ring. These treasures had protections guarding them, but Yi Yun easily destroyed the protective arrays, obtaining the treasures.
Yi Yun knew that there would be conflict today.
He was planning on losing all decorum with the myriad immortal pavilion, so once the conflict began, he might not be able to obtain the treasures. Before things got chaotic, it was best to collect the items first.
Chapter 1195, Pushing the Blame. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. You.
Upon seeing Yun take all the treasures, Pavilion Lord Si glared at him in shock. Although the protections were cast upon the treasures in passing, they should not have been so easily destroyed. One would need deep nomological insight to remove them.
The middle-aged man was a doctor, but did he really understand the laws so deeply? How did he manage to just sweep up all the treasures in such a simple manner? Hold on.
The patient's condition has not been ascertained.
Isn't it too early for you to claim all the rewards?
Pavilion Lord Si shouted with a deep voice. Each and every treasure had been painstakingly acquired by the myriad immortal pavilion, but now they had been swept away by Yun.
Not a single myriad immortal pavilion genius had been treated, so how could this be allowed? You are free to ascertain the results. I'm not stopping you. Yun did not mind.
Even if Si Shanhai was unwilling to give him the treasures, he had truly found a cure for the plague. There was no reason for anyone to have a bone to pick with him. Pavilion Lord Si could not say another word. He did promise in front of everyone that Yun could take the treasures if he could cure the illness. Given the development, Pavilion Lord Si could only attempt to beat Yun at his own game.
He exhaled and calmed down.
He said to Yun, "I never expected Mr. Lin to have such impressive skill.
However, a single cured person isn't convincing enough. It cannot fully prove Mr. Lin's medical skills. Perhaps, for the sake of furthering my understanding, you prove it again?"
After Pavilion Lord Si said that, he turned his head to the infected geniuses of the myriad immortal pavilion without waiting for Yun's response. He signaled to them with his eyes.
I'll do it.
Si Xiaoyu endured the excruciating pain from his dantian and shouted through clenched teeth. He knew that Pavilion Lord Si had deliberately said those words to get the myriad immortal pavilion geniuses treated. If there was a chance to free himself from the evil hold of the illness, how could he not grasp the opportunity? Although he had mocked Yun moments before, it was not the time to bother with such matters. With Si Xiaoyu announcing his desire to be treated, the other myriad immortal pavilion geniuses could only fall silent. After all, Si Xiaoyu enjoyed a status higher than theirs. Letting him go first was only right.
No hurry. That Lin fellow isn't going anywhere. It's not like he can run away. We will be treated in time. That's right.
Let's let Si Xiaoyu go first. The myriad immortal pavilions infected were in no rush.
Si Xiaoyu came in front of Yun and took a deep breath.
He wiped away the sweat that had oozed out his forehead due to the pain.
He said, "Heal me. If you successfully heal me, I'll believe that you have the ability to treat the plague."
As he looked at Si Xiaoyu, the corners of Yun's mouth suffused a curve.
"Heal you?" "Sure." Yun nonchalantly agreed and extended his finger.
Si Xiaoyu's body floated up and was laid horizontally in midair. At this moment, everyone was staring at Yun intently. Previously, the crowd did not believe that Yun was capable of healing the plague, so they had not paid him much attention. Now that they knew he was capable, they were all eyes.
Yun pressed one hand on Si Xiaoyu's abdomen.
The Azurewood Divine Tree's energy began circulating through, and instantly, the evil spirit sleeping within Si Xiaoyu's dantian was awakened.
It naturally recognized Yun. It was scared out of its wits and turned to flee. However, Yun had taken that opportunity to deliver the Azurewood energy by moving his fingers. He sealed Si Xiaoyu's dantian, causing the escaping evil spirit to be imprisoned within the dantian. The Azurewood energy was the natural nemesis of the evil spirit.
It was obvious how seized by terror the evil spirit was when it felt trapped by the Azurewood energy.
It wailed incessantly and slammed around in Si Xiaoyu's dantian in a bid to escape. However, how could Yun permit it to do so?
As he produced more Dao runes, the prison became more secure. The evil spirit struggled desperately, and in doing so it caused Si Xiaoyu to suffer. His dantian became a battlefield. He convulsed as sweat rained down his forehead. He felt all the blood drain from his face. As he had been enervated of his yuan qi, his body was frail. The suffering he underwent left him nearly half dead.
Is it not done?
Si Xiaoyu was in unbearable pain.
He felt as though his dantian was about to explode.
What's the rush?
Your illness is a little tricky.
It won't be cured as quickly as the other one, Ian said casually as a barely detectable teasing tone suffused the corner of his lips.
If he allowed the evil spirit to flee, wouldn't Si Xiaoyu be healed without any treatment? That wouldn't do.
Therefore, Ian decided to imprison the evil spirit, preventing it from ever escaping Si Xiaoyu's dantian.
Evil spawn. Listen up. There is no way you can escape the prison I set up. You are quite lucky that you possess someone that disgusts me.
You can have a feast in this dantian, and, if you satisfy me, I will release you. Since the evil spirits were demonic servants, they naturally had some level of intelligence. Ian had used his soul to transmit his thoughts, however, he wasn't sure if the evil spirit could understand him. Moments later, the evil spirit stopped struggling and no longer attempted to break through the Azure Wood energy restrictions. And following that, there was a temporary calm. But suddenly, the evil spirit began wantonly lashing out within Si Xiaoyu's dantian.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The evil spirit let out ghastly wails and there was an immediate and strong sinister squall.
It released its malevolent strength, stirring up a storm in Si Xiaoyu's dantian. Ah!
Si Xiaoyu cried out tragically as he crashed to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun laughed in his heart.
The evil spirit was quite remarkable. It knew what to do. You.
Si Xiaoyu gaped his mouth, but could not finish a complete sentence. He pointed at Yi Yun as his nose and ears bled. At that moment, the pain made him wish he would immediately die.
What's the matter, Mr. Lin? I asked you to treat my grandnephew, but why did this happen? Seeing Si Xiaoyu in such a state, Si Shanhut turned anxious. Yi Yun threw up his hands and said, Pavilion Lord Si, there is not much I can do. I'm not the only one who's attempted to treat your grandnephew.
His dantian has already been severely damaged by Skyfire's Sacred Hands' treatment.
Although my treatment methods are good, they require an intact dantian to withstand them.
Now that your grandnephew's dantian is filled with holes like a beehive, it cannot withstand the energy I used to remove the plague.
I apologize for my inability.
I must also add that the evil spirit has become easily triggered because of Skyfire's Sacred Hands' pill. I recall that Dong Xiaowan had taken a body cleansing pill, but not only did it not cleanse the evil spirit, it triggered it, causing her life to be at risk. Your grandnephew seems to be in a similar situation. In a few words, Yi Yun had pushed the blame onto Skyfire's Sacred Hands.
As for Si Xiaoyu, he was a tragedy. He was rolling on the ground in pain. He was also feeling horrified. The problematic spot was his dantian. If the evil spirit were to lose control, his dantian would be destroyed and he would be maimed of his cultivation. Chapter 1196, Skyfire's Sacred Hands' Counterattack. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Sacred Hands, my dantian. Si Xiaoyu was at a complete loss. The pain he had experienced from Skyfire's Sacred Hands burning his dantian was still vivid in his mind. It was truly an excruciating pain. He naturally suspected that his dantian had been injured as a result. Now, he was deeply regretting that he had been treated by Skyfire's Sacred Hands, and even hated him somewhat. However, he did not dare voice it because of the massive force the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect was. This was not limited to Si Xiaoyu. Everyone present was looking at Skyfire's Sacred Hands. Instantly, people broke into a flurry of discussion. No wonder the evil spirit was stimulated. It's because of the pill Skyfire's Sacred Hands fed him. Mr. Lin is right.
Previously, Dong Xiaowan had consumed a body-cleansing pill and the evil spirit was stimulated. Furthermore, Skyfire's Sacred Hands pill is an inflammatory medicine. It looks like Skyfire's Sacred Hands was unable to cure the root of its problem but gave excessive treatment anyway, damaging Si Xiaoyu's dantian. Now the Myriad Immortal Pavilion has really shot itself in the foot. The expert they invited from the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect almost caused them to lose Si Xiaoyu.
Many alchemists present were pleased to see the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect suffer. As for the Myriad Immortal Pavilion that always looked down on them, they didn't get any sympathy. They were simply enjoying the show and hoping for it to get more exciting. As for the other factions like the Guiyuan family, they were even more delighted. The crippling of a genius from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was definitely something worth celebrating.
At that moment, Skyfire's Sacred Hands' expression turned ugly as he was under the scrutiny of thousands of people. He had failed to cure the plague and the treasures had been all taken by Yi Yun.
Now, because of his treatment, he ended up being accused.
Skyfire's Sacred Hands began to feel that his choice to come to the Myriad Divine Territory made him no different than an idiot. The Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect's heritage had not only failed to shine at the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet, but ended up being a joke. How could Skyfire's Sacred Hands tolerate that? He glared at Yi Yun, his eyes revealing a barely detectable intent to kill. He believed Yi Yun was the one up to no good. He had been framed by Yi Yun, but he had no idea how Yi Yun had done it. Even if Yi Yun could cure the evil spirit, it was impossible for him to make the evil spirit obey his commands. If he could expel and stimulate it as he wished, wouldn't that make him a god? He definitely had a way to manipulate all of this. It was a genuine fact that Yi Yun had treated the illness. There was no doubt that the evil spirit had been rid by his hand. The second time, Yi Yun had treated Skyfire's Sacred Hands and used the same azure green energy. Skyfire's Sacred Hands had watched carefully with his own eyes. But strangely, the same energy eliminated the evil spirit the first time but stimulated another evil spirit the second time. It was completely unbelievable. Martial uncle, we. The red-dressed girl was somewhat at a loss. Although she was arrogant, she was still young. They had always enjoyed being placed on a pedestal, but now they were being repressed by many, and pointed at while people, who thought of them as jokes, wagged their tongues. Although she was unwilling to accept it, she was somewhat at a loss from this blow. She was unsure of how to counter the accusations. She saw Yi Yun standing in front of her with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his lips. Suddenly, she lost all her confidence. The man seemed unfathomable, like an ancient deep lake that had unexplorable depth. It was the six-fingered youth beside her that maintained his calm. He transmitted his voice to Skyfire's Sacred Hands and proposed his theory.
Skyfire's Sacred Hands' gaze turned heavy.
Adding what his martial nephew had said and his own beliefs, he formed a hypothesis.
Even if the hypothesis did not match reality, it was the only way for him to counterattack.
He suddenly took a step forward, towards Yi Yun. His aura surged as he attempted to repress Yi Yun.
Lin Yun, is it? The way you administered treatment is indeed simple as waving your hand and eliminating the evil spirit. I'm very curious as to how you did it. Do you know medicine? Or it is alchemy? The Desolate Heaven technique? You don't seem to be a renowned alchemist in the Myriad Divine Territory.
Skyfire's Sacred Hands acutely knew that if Yi Yun was truly famous, he would not have been sitting amongst the crowd. He would have been specially invited to sit in a seat of honor. With Skyfire's Sacred Hands saying that, all the alchemists of the Myriad Divine Territory were taken aback. Indeed, Yi Yun was an unknown. They had never seen him before. How could an alchemist that suddenly appeared have such skills, capable of besting the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect's Skyfire's Sacred Hands so easily?
I suspect.
Skyfire's Sacred Hands came to a pause as his voice suddenly turned clear and loud, resounding through the entire area. I suspect that you are connected to the evil spirits. Regarding this plague, you can control the evil spirits entrenched in the Dantian as you please.
I heard that the evil spirits appeared from an ancient ruin.
You might have been to the ancient ruin, or even hailed from that ancient ruin. You have a secret technique or particular treasure that allows you to control the evil spirits.
It's even possible that you've been rearing these evil spirits.
That's the only way to explain your sudden appearance and how you can easily solve a problem that has left so many alchemists and doctors helpless.
Skyfire's sacred hand's words reverberated through the sky, with each word entering the ears of every person. It left everyone in a daze. These evil spirits were reared by Lin Yun?
It sounded ridiculous at first, but what Skyfire's sacred hands said made sense. The evil spirits that so many doctors and alchemists had failed to resolve, including Skyfire's sacred hands himself, had been easily removed by Lin Yun, a doctor that had never been seen before. It was indeed somewhat unbelievable, and there might have been something suspicious about the whole thing.
Lin Yun, you reared the evil spirits and infected the geniuses of Myriad City, spreading the plague. You plotted to deliberately cause panic and then appear at the highly anticipated meet, vanquishing the evil spirits.
Then, you pushed the blame on me. As such, you would obtain large amounts of riches and the treasures prepared by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. You would gain both fame and wealth, but we would be like idiots, fooled by you. Now, I want you to hand over the evil artifact or mystic technique that controls the evil spirits.
Otherwise, don't even think of leaving here today. Skyfire's sacred hands was aggressive. If the evil spirits were really reared by Yi Yun, then the mystic technique to rear them was extremely valuable. Although these evil spirits were unorthodox, they would have countless uses for the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Whether it was using them to deal with their enemies, engage in evil schemes, or to earn riches, they were an excellent tool. This mystic technique was something his Nine Cauldron alchemical sect definitely wanted.
Even if there was no mystic technique, then framing Yi Yun would also redeem the Nine Cauldron alchemical sects and his reputations. Skyfire's sacred hands entertained all sorts of thoughts as he constantly used his aura to repress Yi Yun. At that moment, Yi Yun had become the focus of the meet. Although Skyfire's sacred hands sounded like he had framed Yi Yun, to truly prove his words false seemed almost impossible.
What the hell happened? The alchemists of Myriad City were left baffled.
There had been many twists and turns at the Grand Alchemical cum Medical meet, so many that no one knew what the truth was anymore.
Chapter 1197, Flame Grass. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Yi Yun looked at Skyfire's sacred hands with a glint in his eyes.
In fact, Skyfire's sacred hands' reasoning was not entirely unfounded.
At least, he was right on 2 points.
Yi Yun had been to the ancient ruin before, and he could technically control the evil spirits.
The evil spirits had no choice but to listen because of how terrified they were of him.
You are trying to force me to hand over the mystic technique that rears evil spirits so that the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect can use the spirits to commit atrocities, aren't you? To think you speak in such a high and righteous manner. It's disgusting.
Unfortunately, your petty idea for a scheme has failed.
These evil spirits are not reared by me. Nor do I have any mystic techniques that rear evil spirits.
Yi Yun had clashed with Skyfire's sacred hands at the Grand Alchemical cum Medical meet, and him being able to withstand the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect was a miracle in itself.
Stop engaging in sophistry. You old vile spawn. No wonder you were able to so easily subdue the evil spirit. It's because an old demon like you reared them. At that moment, the red-dressed girl suddenly came forward to curse Yi Yun. Previously, she had been repressed by Yi Yun's stance and felt a little lost.
Now, seeing Skyfire's sacred hands regain control of the situation, she regained her confidence.
What insolence!
At that moment, a cold shout was heard. It contained immense energy fluctuations, for the speaker was none other than City Lord Qin. Ever since Yi Yun began quibbling with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, City Lord Qin had stood forward and was on the square.
people that come from afar are guests.
My myriad city will naturally treat them with respect, but if they insist on going too far and speaking nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless.
City Lord Qin's voice was sharp and penetrating. How could the red-dressed girl hope to withstand his aura? However, in an instant, Skyfire's sacred hands stood in front of the red-dressed girl. He warded off the aura suppression from Qin Zhangyang.
Instantly, the red-dressed girl's temper burned once again. She did not fear Qin Zhangyang, the Myriad City's city lord, in any way.
Humph. You are the city lord, right? That's pretty impressive. You say that I'm speaking nonsense, so let me ask you something.
My 9 Cauldron alchemical sect's alchemical arts are peerless, with a heritage that has been handed down for tens of millions of years.
We have produced 2 alchemical sages. How can the mediocre alchemists of the Myriad Divine Territory be able to match my 9 Cauldron alchemical sect? How can it even be possible to casually cure a plague that even my martial uncle cannot deal with? If there is nothing amiss with this situation, I'll eat my cauldron.
The red-dressed girl said loudly. Instantly, all the alchemists of the Myriad Divine Territory were incensed. The red-dressed girl was too arrogant. However, despite their anger, they knew deep down that the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect's alchemical heritage was much better than their Myriad Divine Territories, even if they could not stand the way the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect acted so high and mighty.
Upon hearing the red-dressed girl's words, Yi Yun revealed a teasing smile. Eating a cauldron? That's an interesting thought.
Since you are so confident in your 9 Cauldron alchemical sect's alchemical skills, I'll like to put them to the test. You seem to be able to extract the medical essence of the Jade Flame Immortal Orchid.
I happen to have a herb here. Do you want to try? Will you be able to extract the medical essence from this herb? If you can't extract it, why don't you eat that cauldron of yours? Humph. Do you think I'm a fool? I've cultivated for less than 100 years. To think that an old vile spawn like you that has lived for an unknown number of years even has the nerve to provoke me?
If you take out some odd herb that grows in heretic lands, one that I have never seen in my life, how would I be able to extract its medical essence?
Ian said with a smile, what's that? Are you already afraid? This herb of mine isn't some heretic herb.
Here in Myriad City, there are many alchemists that can extract its medical essence.
Yet, you don't dare to take up the challenge? What?
The red-dressed girl furrowed her brows. She refused to believe that she could not deal with a herb that many alchemists in Myriad City could deal with.
Humph. If it's as you say, why should I have any fear? I accept your challenge. However, let's make the terms of our bet clear. What happens if I manage to extract it?
The red-dressed girl retorted.
If you can extract it, I'll admit to anything any one of you has said. I'll mark your words.
The red-dressed girl was filled with fighting spirit. She was not good at curing plagues, but in terms of alchemy, she was filled with confidence.
Instantly, it felt like both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats. Everyone looked at Yi Yun and waited for him to produce the herb. They were curious. How could an herb be extractable by many people in Myriad City, but not by a genius of the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect? This is it. As Yi Yun said, he took out a pale red herb. When everyone saw it, their eyes whitened immediately. Isn't that flame grass? Flame grass was an extremely common spirit herb.
It might not even be considered an actual spirit herb, but a plain herb that had some heat. The medical essence in it could be extracted by a beginner student of medicine, much less any proper alchemist. Compared to the Jade Flame Immortal Orchid, it was like day and night. Ah, this is what you are using as a challenge? What a joke. Is that all the alchemists of the Myriad Divine Territory know? Yet you dare compete with me in alchemy? The red-dressed girl said contemptuously.
However, she heard Skyfire's sacred hands' Yuan Qi transmission boom. You err, do not underestimate your opponent. He is extremely conniving.
This flame grass might be some sort of trap.
It's imperative that you do your best. Skyfire's sacred hands narrowed his eyes at Yi Yun.
If this person was able to subdue the evil spirit, there was definitely something strange about him.
Underestimating him would only lead to suffering. I have to do my best for a flame grass?
The red-dressed girl pouted her mouth. She felt a little puzzled, but since her martial uncle had exhorted her to do so, she was determined to listen to him.
She casually waved her hand and a cauldron appeared above her palm. It was spinning round and round.
At the same time, a wisp of ice-blue flame was produced and entered the cauldron.
Flame grass had a hot nature.
Therefore, it was extremely appropriate to use the extreme frost ice flame to extract its essence. However, it was like using a sledgehammer to kill ants.
It was such a waste. I'll do my best. No matter what tricks you have, I'll take it on. The red-dressed girl's mouth suffused a sneer. The extreme frost ice flame immediately enveloped the herb and the impurities within were rapidly burned away. Skyfire's sacred hands was watching coldly by the side. Although he claimed that Yi Yun could control the evil spirits, he did so without any evidence.
If he could prove that Yi Yun's alchemical or medical skills were mediocre, then there would be no way for Yi Yun to justify himself.
However, he believed that the flame grass Yi Yun had produced was problematic. Yet he was unable to determine the problem.
He had scanned the flame grass more than 10 times but failed to find anything amiss.
It seemed to really be ordinary flame grass. Then, given Yuer's talent in alchemy and her extreme frost ice flame, wouldn't it take a few seconds for her to complete the extraction of the medicinal essence? As Skyfire's sacred hands was thinking, a few seconds had already passed. The extreme frost ice flame could extract the ordinary herb's medicinal essence at an astonishing speed. Just as the red-dressed girl saw that she was almost done with extracting the last bit, she revealed a smile. Chapter 1198, Eating the Cauldron. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Not a single bit of the flame grass's medicinal essence was wasted. With victory almost at hand, there was not much excitement in extracting the medicinal essence of the most ordinary flame grass. However, upon realizing that she would make the darn Lin Yun admit his sins, the red-dressed girl was overjoyed. And just as she was about to finish, the red-dressed girl suddenly saw the corners of Yi Yun's mouth suffuse a malicious smile. At the same time, he gently waved his hand. Phew! A black beam appeared from Yi Yun's palm. Following that, Yi Yun clenched his fist and the black light disappeared. All of this happened so fast, too fast for the red-dressed girl to make out exactly what happened. Even Skyfire's sacred hands, who had been watching Yi Yun intently, failed to understand what the black light was. However, his intuition as an alchemist told him that it was a flame. A black flame? Skyfire's sacred hands faltered slightly. It was likely a strange fire, but even with his broad knowledge, he could not discern its origins. The heretical god Fire Seed had existed for too long. It was chanced upon by the divine alchemist hundreds of millions of years ago in the sinkhole. Even someone as knowledgeable as the divine alchemist could not recognize the flame. There were no records of its existence. Later on, even as the divine alchemist became famous, the heretical god Fire Seed remained extremely mysterious. No one managed to understand it. In the present day, even the old freaks of Candle Cauldron divine territory would not be able to recognize it, much less Skyfire's sacred hands. Furthermore, the heretical god Fire Seed had been sealed within the worldly array of the Sun Burial Sandsea for immense periods of time. It had transformed itself, and as it converged its splendor, its intelligence had increased, turning into Ling Xier. It was very different from ordinary strange flames. There was no way to discern its grade. Therefore, Skyfire's sacred hands was only barely able to ascertain that it was a flame. And at the moment the heretical god Fire Seed appeared and disappeared, the red-dressed girl suddenly felt the color drain from her face. She sensed that the flame in her cauldron was no longer under her control,
as it began burning wildly.
What's going on?
The red-dressed girl was alarmed. After she refined the extreme frost ice flame, she had never had such an experience. In her panic, the red-dressed girl could only use her Yuan Qi to envelop the extreme frost ice flame wisp.
However, what followed was the complete loss of control of the extreme frost ice flame.
It instantly burned through the red-dressed girl's Yuan Qi and severed the soul connection it had with her.
Pwah! The flame grass in the cauldron was immediately burned to ashes by the out-of-control extreme frost ice flame.
The flying ashes were sealed in ice crystals before hailing down.
The extraction failed.
The red-dressed girl felt like her brain had been ruthlessly punched.
Upon seeing the ice crystals scattering, she was dumbstruck.
But in the next moment, something that left her even more alarmed and baffled happened. She felt that something had entered her cauldron. Following that, the extreme frost ice flame in her cauldron began to rapidly weaken.
What?
The red-dressed girl failed to react in time when the connection between her and the extreme frost ice flame was suddenly severed.
It was as if the flame had vanished. My flame! The red-dressed girl found it unbelievable.
She immediately grabbed the cauldron and opened the lid without any regards to her safety.
In fact, the red-dressed girl had already refined the cauldron as hers.
Her thoughts were connected to the cauldron, so she did not need to see to know what was happening in it. However, she could not curb her feelings. She had to open it and see it with her own eyes. When she looked inside, her face turned extremely pale.
The cauldron was empty. There were only the ice crystals of the flame grass at the bottom of the cauldron.
There was no sign of the extreme frost ice flame at all.
Where is the extreme frost ice flame?
The red-dressed girl felt her spirit leave her. She could not believe what was happening.
Skyfire's sacred hands had exhorted her to do her best.
Therefore, she had conjured her extreme frost ice flame without holding back.
She put the entirety of the flame into the cauldron, all for the refinement of a flame grass.
As such, she did not have any of the extreme frost ice flame left in her body. Although her extreme frost ice flame was only a child flame, the mother flame would be greatly weakened if too many child flames were distributed. Therefore, the 9 Cauldron Alchemical sect did not bestow everyone with extreme frost ice flame. The red-dressed girl was marked as talented beyond her peers before she was given a wisp. Now, having lost the extreme frost ice flame, it was a blow to her strength.
It was also a grave sin that was punishable by the sect.
And precisely at the moment she thought this, Yi Yun walked in front of the red-dressed girl. He looked at the cauldron that was filled with iced dregs.
He said with a smile of ridicule, "Hee, you can actually fail to refine a flame grass. Why are your alchemical skills so lousy? Hey! Why are you still in a daze? It's time to eat the cauldron."
Yi Yun was not merciful with his words. The red-dressed girl was bitterly sarcastic with her words and extremely unruly.
How could Yi Yun show her any mercy?
You robbed me of my extreme frost ice flame. The red-dressed girl suddenly realized what had happened. The black beam that flashed in Yi Yun's hand must have been the problem. She was close to tears after losing the extreme frost ice flame. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, not only had she lost her face, she had also lost her flame.
Yi Yun gave a look of surprise. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand a thing? What did I rob you of? Your refinement of a simple flame grass amounted to this, and here you are harassing me with unreasonable claims? You said that you would eat the cauldron, so why aren't you holding up the end of the bargain?
The red-dressed girl lost her stance. She had been the one who spoke about eating the cauldron.
However, how was she to eat such a large cauldron? Now, she realized that she had been tricked by Yi Yun.
However, for Yi Yun to achieve this meant that he possessed unimaginable talents that far exceeded her abilities. Although she was arrogant and ostentatious, she was not brainless. She knew she was no match against such an old freak.
Martial uncle. The red-dressed girl pleaded for Skyfire Sacred Hands' help. Yi-Yun shook his head. You are not holding up to the claim of eating a cauldron.
Indeed, you and your martial uncle are the same.
You are people that can only make unfounded accusations and speak nonsense.
As Yi-Yun said, he looked at Skyfire Sacred Hands. The nonsense you spoke of previously was not bad.
Why? Do you want to make up some more fabrications? Skyfire Sacred Hands' expression was as ugly as it could be.
He had exhorted the red-dressed girl to do her best through a voice transmission. It caused the red-dressed girl to use every last bit of her extreme frost ice flame, and now, there was none left.
This infuriated Skyfire Sacred Hands.
Be it saving Si Xiaoyu previously or his advice for the red-dressed girl, everything he had done only ended with him shooting himself in the foot.
What is going on? That red-dressed girl's flame is gone. Skyfire Sacred Hands' expression looks terrible. What happened? The alchemists in the square discussed with amazement. Everyone looked at Yi-Yun differently. The extreme frost ice flame was extremely powerful, a fact that they had already witnessed.
They did not know what technique Yi-Yun had employed to make the red-dressed girl's extraction of the flame grass fail, but it was sufficient to prove that Yi-Yun had exceedingly powerful means. Yi-Yun had not refined a single pill from beginning to end, but people could guess that his alchemical skills were equal, if not better, than the 9 cauldron alchemical sects.
Chapter 1199, Soaring Serpent Skyfire. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The atmosphere turned tense. The red-dressed girl was isolated.
The loss of the sect's extreme frost ice flame was a grave crime, so all she could do was pin her hopes on Skyfire Sacred Hands.
Skyfire Sacred Hands looked at Yi-Yun and said coldly, "You are lost to you because she's inferior. However, don't you think you are bullying her with your age? Isn't that shameless?
Also, you devoured my 9 cauldron alchemical sect's extreme frost ice flame.
That flame is the sole property of my 9 cauldron alchemical sect. It's best you hand it over now. If you don't, my 9 cauldron alchemical sect will hunt you down."
Skyfire Sacred Hands' voice was filled with killing intent, but Yi-Yun did not think too much of it.
Shameless?
All I did was give a silly woman that was asking to be slapped exactly what she asked for. I showed her mercy simply by not crippling her dantian. Although the extreme frost ice flame wasn't that valuable to Yi-Yun, it had already been devoured and became part of the heretical Godfire seed, so how could he return it?
You are courting death. Skyfire Sacred Hands was infuriated as he suddenly took a step forward. The fire in his eyes burned brightly as 2 dazzling flames transformed into 2 fire serpents that shot at Yi-Yun. The flames that were intrinsic to him were named Soaring Serpent Skyfire, materialized from a fire spirit over millions of years in a scorching land. It had been caught by Skyfire Sacred Hands' master and refined into his eyes. His name was Skyfire Sacred Hands because of the fire spirits that were fused with his eyes. Most impressive of all was that Skyfire Sacred Hands had fused with a pair of soaring serpents. The scorching land had nurtured 2 soaring serpents that came from the same source. They supplemented each other, causing them to be a lot stronger. Skyfire Sacred Hands could sense the strangeness of Yi-Yun's flame when he saw it. However, what he had was Skyfire, a supreme-grade flame. He had always experienced success when he used it, so why would he have anything to fear? To think you'd refuse my offer, and have it come to this. Since you refused to return our flame, I'll take it back myself, said Skyfire Sacred Hands angrily. 2 soaring serpents flew at Yi-Yun with aggressive ori as though they were about to burn Yi-Yun alive. Everyone held their breaths when they saw the 2 soaring serpents. Skyfire Sacred Hands was famous because of the soaring serpent Skyfire in his eyes. Now he was using them against an enemy, a clear indication that he was serious. Yi-Yun. City Lord Qin's Yuan Qi transmission sounded in Yi-Yun's ears. He was worried for Yi-Yun and was about to jump in to assist, but Yi-Yun had already thrown out the black flame in his hand. Go!
The heretical god fire seed was connected to Yi Yun's soul, making it a part of him. He was able to control it as he wished. After Yi Yun sent out the heretical god fire seed, it transformed into billowing blackish-gray flames. Though it was a heat wave that came rushing at others, it made their hearts chill. It was as though the flame came from the deepest abyss. The gray flame seemed to clash evenly with the two soaring serpents, but Skyfire's sacred hand sneered upon seeing this.
He had refined the soaring serpents for 2 millennia.
Their strength had increased with his. Over the years, Skyfire's sacred hands had sought out numerous fire spirits and spirit flames to feed the soaring serpent Skyfire. Although Yi Yun's flame was strange, he was confident that his years of experience in controlling fire would definitely allow him to subdue and consume the opponent's flame. When he did, his soaring serpent Skyfire would have a huge surge in strength.
In fact, his fire spirit might even increase in grade. With this thought in mind, the soaring serpents enlarged immediately.
They widened their jaws and attempted to devour the black flame. The heretical god fire seed ended up in the two soaring serpents' bodies as they constantly chomped at it. The roar of flames was so vigorous that the people beside the stage involuntarily stepped back.
Upon seeing this scene, a cold, teasing glint appeared in Yi Yun's eyes.
To dare consume my fire with 2 tiny snakes.
Aren't you afraid your bellies will rupture?
Back when the divine alchemist first received the heretical god fire seed, he had attempted to fuse the Empyrean cleansing flame, ranked 3rd in the 12 Empyrean heavens, with the heretical god fire seed. But ultimately, the Empyrean cleansing flame had been consumed by the heretical god fire seed. It was practically a joke for the puny soaring serpent Skyfire to attempt devouring the heretical god fire seed. At this moment, the soaring serpents had already consumed a large amount of the black flames.
Skyfire's sacred hands was controlling his soaring serpents with full concentration, but he was surprised to feel that Yi Yun had given up on resisting. He didn't seem to be exercising much control over the black flames, as though he was letting the soaring serpents devour his flame. Once the flame was devoured, it would naturally become a part of the soaring serpents. But suddenly, the soaring serpents stopped. Then, they began twisting about. Skyfire's sacred hands was taken aback before his expression changed drastically.
He sensed that the soaring serpents had not only failed to absorb the gray flames, but instead the gray flames were gathering within the soaring serpents and began devouring them from the inside.
What's going on? Skyfire's sacred hands hurriedly attempted to retract his flame and expel the gray flame.
However, the gray flames that had been devoured were like maggots. They were easy to invite but difficult to expunge. As he saw his soaring serpents being rapidly consumed, Skyfire's sacred hands' eyes turned red. The 2 soaring serpents were his everything.
How could he fail to devour a tiny fire wisp in front of so many people? Not only that, why were his flames being devoured instead? However, no matter how much he tried to control his soaring serpents, they rapidly weakened. As the soaring serpents were almost completely replaced by the gray flame, Skyfire's sacred hands' eyes had an obvious pained look. His connection had been severed. The Skyfire that he had nurtured for 2 millennia had been devoured by the strange flame. At that moment, the gray flame transformed back into a tiny fire wisp before flying back to Yi Yun's palm. As for the soaring serpents that once bared their fangs, they had vanished. Everyone had different expressions when they looked at the flame. Despite devouring 2 soaring serpents, the flame did not seem to undergo any changes. They never expected that Skyfire's sacred hands' actions would lead to such an outcome. The red-dressed girl was stunned as well.
Her extreme frost ice flame had been devoured, but it was, after all, a child flame. Her martial uncle had attempted to snatch back her extreme frost ice flame but ended up losing his soaring serpent Skyfire.
Is the incompetent trying to save the weak? Yi Yun found it amusing.
If Skyfire's sacred hands had clashed with him head-on, he could only ward him off. He never expected Skyfire's sacred hands to attempt to use his soaring serpent Skyfire to devour the heretical god fire seed.
That was truly sending his serpent flames to their deaths. Skyfire's sacred hands, oh, that's not right. You no longer have any Skyfire.
And your medical skills clearly aren't much to speak of, so you can't be called Sacred Hands.
So, what should we call you now? Yi Yun said happily.
The soaring serpents were not comparable to the wisp of the extreme Frost Ice Flame Child Flame. After devouring the soaring serpent, it was as if the heretical god Fireseed had consumed powerful supplements. This was greatly beneficial to the slumbering Ling Xier. So far, at this grand alchemical cum medical meet, Yi Yun had started by collecting all the treasures prepared by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Then, he obtained the soaring serpent Skyfire. The meet had certainly given him a rich harvest. As he thought of this, Yi Yun wanted to thank the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and Si Shanha for organizing the grand alchemical cum medical meet for him.
Chapter 1200, A Sword Strike That Looks Familiar. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
The loss of the extreme Frost Ice Flame could have been written off as a casualty of the grand meet, but to lose a pair of soaring serpent Skyfire was absolutely unacceptable to Skyfire's Sacred Hands. His alchemical skills, and even his very strength, stemmed mainly from the soaring serpent Skyfire. Therefore, when Yi Yun gave his sarcastic comments, he was already fully prepared to withstand Skyfire's Sacred Hands' immense killing intent. His original thought was that Skyfire's Sacred Hands would burst into a rage, but Skyfire's Sacred Hands ended up laughing out loud.
Well done. Very well done. Since your flame is better than mine, I'll kill you and take your flame.
Then, I'll use your flame to further myself on the path of becoming an alchemist sage.
Die. Skyfire's Sacred Hands had attacked before his voice even faded.
Previously, Skyfire's Sacred Hands only wanted to teach Yi Yun a lesson, but now he fully intended to kill him. He raised his long sleeves and his hands transformed into two gigantic palms. He slammed them down at Yi Yun and the immense Yuan Qi resembled two mountains. Even the surrounding crowd felt stifled.
You want to obtain my flame? That depends on you having the ability.
Yi Yun's eyes were deadly serious. There was a flash in his hand as a sword appeared. With sword in hand, Yi Yun slashed out. Instantly, the world seemed to change colors. A massive black vortex that seemed like the infinite chaos appeared in midair, enveloping Skyfire's Sacred Hands' two gigantic palms.
Boom!
A powerful Yuan Qi shockwave blasted outwards as the two palms that seemed capable of crushing mountain ranges clashed with the black vortex, causing quakes throughout the spatial continuum. The relatively weaker warriors in the crowd had their Yuan Qi barriers automatically triggered. Just the remnant shockwaves were enough to severely injure them. There was silence after the tumultuous clash. Skyfire's Sacred Hands' massive palms began to shatter amid the black vortex before being completely devoured. At the same time, the black vortex seemed to be drained of its energy, vanishing into the void. It was blocked. Skyfire's Sacred Hands' expression was extremely ugly. The darn Lin Yun had managed to block his attack. However, he noticed that despite being able to withstand his strike, Lin Yun was definitely not in the best of conditions. His lifeblood was in chaos and he might have even been lightly injured. Such strength was not his match. A sinister curve suffused the corners of Skyfire's Sacred Hands' lips. He said sarcastically, "It looks like you aren't that strong. Rearing those evil entities must have used a lot of your mental strength, right? Today is the day you die." Skyfire's Sacred Hands guffawed as he spoke. Even so, many people under the stage were astounded by Yi Yun's strength. Not only were this arrogant person's medical skills impressive, his strength was also formidable. After all, the opponent was Skyfire's Sacred Hands. Even if he was not his match, he could retreat unharmed at the very least. However, at that moment, someone made an incredulous comment, "Wait. The cultivation level of this Lin Yun seems to be, not at the supremacy level but at the Dao Palace realm?" The person who spoke was an aged man with a discerning eye. When Yi Yun first appeared, his age and aura gave the undoubtable impression that he was a senior. But at this moment, when he was facing Skyfire's Sacred Hands with all his might, his aura could no longer be concealed. The elder in the crowd had noticed something was amiss. It was a cultivation level of the Dao Palace realm. A man who looked like he had cultivated for an unknown number of years and was proficient in alchemy and medicine was only at the Dao Palace realm? It was impossible for him to be repressing his cultivation level. Skyfire's sacred hands had cultivated for 3,000 years and had already broken through to the supremacy level. His attack was terrifying, so how could someone who was repressing their strength to the Dao Palace realm be able to withstand the strike? But it was precisely what the person before their eyes had just done. He had used a cultivation level at the Dao Palace realm to showcase combat strength at the supremacy level. Who could have such capabilities? This is impossible, right? Zhang Xiaotian subconsciously remarked. Zhang Xiaotian could not tell, but there were many experts present. After Yi Yun made his move, he could no longer converge his aura to hide it. These experts could clearly sense that he was only a Dao Palace realm warrior. Upon hearing everyone's discussion, Zhang Xiaotian could not help but believe. As such, it was unlikely that Lin Yun had deliberately repressed his cultivation level. The truth had to be that he was actually only at the Dao Palace realm. He had used a particular mystic technique to converge his aura, preventing others from gauging his strength. If that was the case, could he have also faked his looks? A warrior at the Dao Palace realm with a strength that matched a supremacy, who hid his looks, and had formidable medical and alchemical skills. Upon piecing this together, in the seats of the myriad immortal pavilion's upper echelons, Zhuqiubo suddenly stood up. He looked at the onstage Yi Yun with astonishment. You aren't Lin Yun. You are Yi Yun. Back at Imnikuanhua, Zhuqiubo had witnessed Si Yuxing's Dantian being shattered by Yi Yun in one strike. Zhuqiubo's memory of the sword strike from that day was still fresh on his mind. And the sword attack that Lin Yun just used resembled Yi Yun's. Coupling that with Yi Yun's cultivation level and his strength that let him match a supremacy, who else could he be? Upon hearing Zhuqiubo's words, everyone was astounded. Yi Yun? Wasn't he being hunted by the myriad immortal pavilion? How could he dare to come here so blatantly? He was even standing on the high stage. It's him. He's here for the soul returning route. Si Shanha tightened his grip on his chair's armrest. His eyes immediately suffused a cold glint as he stared intently at the onstage Yi Yun. You are Yi Yun? Si Shanha's voice contained rich killing intent. It struck the hearts of the inferior warriors present like the eye of a drum. Despite facing the massive juggernaut of the myriad immortal pavilion, Yi Yun had made a public appearance at the grand alchemical medical meet that Si Shanha painstakingly organized. He became the highlight of the meet and had even taken away the treasures that Si Shanha had prepared. Si Shanha originally believed the soul returning route had been prepared for nothing. There was no chance that Yi Yun would appear to claim it. He never expected that Yi Yun had been right there. He was right in front of his eyes and had taken away the soul returning route. Everyone's gaze was concentrated on the sword-wielding figure on the stage. They were eager to know if the person was Yi Yun or not. As for Yi Yun, he already expected this outcome the moment he took action. In fact, he had already obtained everything he wanted on this stage. There was no need to continue the guise. With a slight reverberation of Yi Yun's Yuan Qi, his appearance changed in a blink of an eye. Instantly, Yi Yun went from a far-from handsome middle-aged man to a spirited youth with eyes as deep as the night and with two flames burning in them. And this youth was recognized by nearly everyone, even if they had never seen him in person before. Yi Yun's portraits had been posted everywhere in Myriad City for the past half-year. However, no one expected that they would see Yi Yun on the high stage on this particular day and time. Upon seeing Yi Yun reveal his true looks, Si Shanha's pupils constricted. The armrest he was gripping instantly turned to dust. Chapter 1201, Reliance. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. It's really Yi Yun. How terrifying.
The Myriad Immortal Pavilion offered an astronomical reward to capture him, but not a single trace of him was found. Yet, he returns in disguise?
And not one person here managed to see through his disguise. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion has truly been fooled by him. Also, Yi Yun is able to cure the plague so easily.
Didn't he also treat Dong Xiaowan back then? People began breaking out into a discussion.
At that moment, everyone in Myriad City, be it alchemists, doctors, warriors, the young, the old, juniors, or upper echelons of sex, had immense reverence for Yi Yun. He was simply too terrifying. The strong were always looked up to in the martial world. If Yi Yun had been destroyed by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, people would only have sighed and commented how the heavens were envious of geniuses.
Some might even engage in schadenfreude.
But now, Yi Yun had turned the tables and dealt with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
It was completely different.
His strength, alchemical skills, and spirit made people have no choice but to respect him.
Who is Yi Yun? Skyfire's sacred hands pricked up his brows. It was his first time in the Myriad Divine territory, so he did not know of Yi Yun. At that moment, Six Fingers took a few steps forward and informed him of Yi Yun's identity. Although this was also his first time in Myriad City, he had noticed the wanted posters plastered across the city's walls. One time, he had inquired out of curiosity. When he was informed of Yi Yun's identity and circumstances, Skyfire's sacred hands was astounded. What did you say? He has cultivated for less than 7 decades? Skyfire's sacred hands found it unbelievable. He had cultivated for 3 millennia, but even so, he was already an absolute genius. He was also considered a member of the younger generation in the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect. As for the red-dressed girl, she was completely dumbfounded. She gazed at Yi Yun's true face. How did he look anything like a middle-aged man? He's about the same age as me? The red-dressed girl found it unacceptable. If he were an old freak that had lived for many years, it made sense for her to be inferior to him. However, if he was about her age, the blow to her only left her beaten blue and black. As she beheld Yi Yun, the youth that was the focus of attention, she felt that she lacked the courage to look at him straight. She knew that even if the information regarding Yi Yun had been exaggerated, it could not be too far from the truth. It was a fact that he only had a cultivation level at the Dao Palace realm. His ability to match a supremacy was something she had just witnessed with her own eyes, so how could it be an exaggeration? Well done. Very well done. You are the first person to dare despise my Myriad Immortal Pavilion in such a manner. Si Shanha's voice resounded through the entire pocket world, causing everyone's ears to hum. Today, you will definitely die no matter who tries to interfere. Now that we have you here, don't even think of leaving. Si Shanha's eyes emitted intense killing intent. Instantly, his clothes fluttered without a wind. He resembled a brewing volcano that was about to erupt as tremendous strength seemed ready to lash out at any moment. Against such a threat, few people could withstand the pressure. However, Yi Yun stood in place with his hair fluttering from the domineering might, all the while remaining calm. He even looked extremely arrogant. You just took the words that I wanted to deliver to you. By daring to come here today, I naturally have the necessary reliance. Yi Yun's voice was not loud, but it similarly resounded through the entire area, entering everyone's ears. Reliance? You? No matter how much stronger you are, you only have the strength of an early-stage supremacy. Against me, you have no way of resisting. Si Shanha's voice was loud and clear, like the gongs of a war drum. He waved his arms and a squarish seal appeared above his head. It was Si Shanha's intrinsic enchanted artifact, Shanha Seal. It was once a nameless ancient treasure that Si Shanha obtained in his youth. He named it after himself and, with it in hand, Si Shanha's aura rapidly increased, completely repressing Yi Yun. At Si Shanha's realm, as long as he didn't release his aura, there was no way to gauge his cultivation level.
As Yi Yun sensed Sishanha's aura, he knew that his strength far exceeded Skyfire's sacred hands'. Although Skyfire's sacred hands was peerless in alchemy, he had only cultivated for 3 millennia, whereas Sishanha was hundreds of thousands of years old. His cultivation level had long reached the pinnacle of his life. But at that moment, Sishanha's expression suddenly changed as he looked at City Lord Qin.
Qin Zhengyang, you.
He sensed killing intent from Qin Zhengyang.
So that's the reason. I was wondering why this punk remains fearless. It's because you have schemed with this little bastard to go against me?
Qin Zhengyang, you may be Myriad City's city lord, but you are nothing in front of me.
It was the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and the other factions that gave you the position of city lord. If you were to publicly attack me, your days as city lord would be over. Furthermore, you can't kill me. You will only end up dying an ignominious death.
At Sishanha and Qin Zhengyang's level, it was very difficult to actually kill a comparable opponent. Even if one found themselves vastly outmatched, escape was an option, allowing for them to wait for an opportunity to seek revenge. Therefore, when the typical expert had a contentious relationship with another expert, they would not be willing to lose all decorum, much less speak of a life-and-death battle.
The price would be too heavy. Die an ignominious death? City Lord Qin laughed. The one dying today is you.
As he spoke, City Lord Qin took out a black broadsword from his interspatial ring.
This two-handed sword was 5 feet long. Its blade was lusterless. Sishanha narrowed his eyes. He never expected Qin Zhengyang to draw his black-cloud broadsword. It meant that he was absolutely serious. Wasn't he afraid that the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would seek revenge? This thought flashed across Sishanha's mind when his expression changed. He sensed that the surrounding worldly laws were undergoing a subtle change. A massive array formation enveloped a small area of space, and Sishanha found himself in the center of the array. As for Qin Zhengyang, he was standing on one corner of the array. The array formation had other corners, and there was a figure at each spot. Including Qin Zhengyang, there were 6 people. Out of these 6 people, only 2 of them, including Qin Zhengyang, had been in the pocket world the whole time. The other 4 had suddenly appeared. Guoyuan Padian. Perfected Qianhua. Sishanha looked at a colorful robed elder. He was the patriarch of the Guoyuan family, Guoyuan Padian. There was a woman carrying a zither. Her hair was tied up high and she wore an ornate headdress. She was the master of Paradise Chapter's Fairy Yu Qin, Perfected Qianhua. And standing not far from Perfected Qianhua was a woman in a Taoist robe who held a whisk. This Taoist nun was someone Sishanha had never seen before. Master. Princess White Fox was overjoyed seeing her master arrive, having not seen her in years. The female Taoist glanced at Princess White Fox and gave her a relieved smile. She had been touring the world, but received a voice transmission from Qin Zhengyang asking her to come to the Myriad Divine Territory. Her strength was comparable to Qin Zhengyang's. She had hidden among the crowd, avoiding the probes of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's upper echelons. So it was that they had set up a massive trap to kill Sishanha. However, despite having a powerful lineup, they still needed a good pretext for war. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion had been in business for years. It had nurtured many underlings and was a resilient behemoth. Once Sishanha mustered the other factions as Myriad Immortal Pavilion allies, the advantage Yi Yun and company had in this war would turn into a disadvantage. However, Qin Zhengyang was acutely aware that these factions were simply fence-sitters. They were not fully loyal to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, but were loyal to benefits. By letting them see that Yi Yun possessed the means to easily treat their juniors, and a limitless potential, he would act as both a massive allure and deterrence. No faction would be willing to go up against a group of experts that included Qin Zhengyang. Furthermore, it included Yi Yun, who was bound to mature in the future. Even the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had suffered at the hands of Yi Yun.
Even the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect had been badly subdued.
Skyfire's sacred hands had even lost his Skyfire.
Against the formidable Yun, as long as these myriad Immortal Pavilion lackeys considered how much weaker they were compared to the myriad Immortal Pavilion and the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect, they would know who to choose. Previously, Yun had taken action with the sole goal of shocking and awing the crowd.
Now, with Qin Zhengyang and company taking action, he was the determining factor. Chapter 1202, Reappearance of the God Confining Lock. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Well done. Well done. It looks like this has been in the works for a long time. All of you were planning to use today's grand alchemical cum medical me to end me. Si Shanha was like a trapped beast, his voice sounding maniacal. In the entirety of the myriad Immortal Pavilion, there were only two mighty experts. One of them was Si Shanha, and the other was a Grand Elder that was permanently in seclusion. The Grand Elder was nearing the end of his lifespan. In terms of strength, he had already begun waning. He was not much stronger than Si Shanha, so if Si Shanha was killed, one of the two main pillars of the myriad Immortal Pavilion would collapse. Zhou Shikang. Where are you going?
Si Shanha suddenly bellowed coldly. He could see the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Shikang, retreating in fear upon seeing the scene.
The Zhou family was considered a loyal lackey of the myriad Immortal Pavilion.
But faced with the present circumstances, he was filled with trepidation.
At that moment, Ian said, "Everyone.
All of you from Myriad City have had to endure the myriad Immortal Pavilion acting like an overlord for millions of years. Today, I, Yun, hereby promise to remove your junior's plague so long as you don't meddle in today's battle. I have a grudge with the myriad Immortal Pavilion, and have come today to seek revenge. I have no desire to control Myriad City. I will not intervene with any future power struggles in Myriad City." The moment Ian said that, the people that had shrunk back were even more unwilling to intervene. Si Shanha could no longer fend for himself, and Yun would become a terrifying enemy in the future.
Not to mention, Yun had the ability to cure the plague.
Weighing the two sides against one another, it was already obvious what these people would choose. Zhou Shikang glanced at Si Shanha guiltily before suddenly turning to Yun and cupping his hands.
He said, "This matter has nothing to do with my Zhou family." Nothing? Humph. Some amount of nothing. The idea to lure Yun out with the soul returning route was suggested by Zhou Baifeng. Si Xiaoyu was huddled on the ground. No one had been paying him any attention. At that moment, he roared and made everyone realize that an unlucky fool like him still existed. Instantly, Zhou Baifeng, who was standing not far behind his patriarch, as well as his distinguished guest, Zhang Ziyuan, had pale faces. Their entire bodies were trembling. The situation unfolding before their very eyes was that of everyone kicking the myriad Immortal Pavilion while it was down. Many factions had no plans to intervene in the battle, and even actively hoped for the myriad Immortal Pavilion to collapse. Then, they could carve up the myriad Immortal Pavilion's territory and each have their share. But under these circumstances, the relatively weaker Zhou family would likely be lumped in with the myriad Immortal Pavilion if it was caught in the maelstrom. Zhou Shikang's eyes sank. He glanced at Yun, but Yun wore an uncaring expression. He did not say a word. In that moment, Zhou Shikang was filled with mixed feelings. Yun had already said that he was a person that settled his grudges. And Yun's future rising was no longer preventable. It was no longer a challenge for Yun to become a divine lord. It was even very possible for him to go beyond that. The myriad Immortal Pavilion had already suffered as a result of this person, so what could the Zhou family do? Zhou Shikang steeled his heart and suddenly turned around. He aimed his palms at Zhou Baifeng and Zhang Ziyuan and struck down. "Ah!" Zhou Baifeng cried out tragically. His abdomen sank in the shape of a palm print as blood spewed from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground and struggled to get up. After a moment, he made a shrill cry, "My Dantian!"
As for Zhang Ziyuan, he was in a similar situation. His face showed the great pain he was in.
As Zhang Ziyuan pressed down on his abdomen, he looked at Yi Yun as though he was watching a demon king. Young Master Yi, I have maimed Bifeng and his servant of their cultivations. Is this sufficient to appease your anger? Zhou Shikang said to Yi Yun as the corners of his mouth trembled. The Zhou family's successor was not Zhou Bifeng, but Zhou Xingyu.
He was the #1 genius of the Zhou family and the hope of revitalizing it.
However, he was already suffering from the plague and bedridden.
He was in need of treatment. Furthermore, Zhou Bifeng was also infected with the plague.
He was bound to lose his cultivation, anyway. How could Yi Yun save him?
Therefore, Zhou Shikang might as well steel his heart and do the inevitable as a clear indication of his stance. In doing so, he could ensure that the Zhou family would remain safe in this treacherous storm, as well as ensure Yi Yun's treatment of the genius juniors of the Zhou family.
Zhou Shikang, you are really a coward.
Si Shanha spat contemptibly. Then, he looked at Yi Yun and company. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as his aura increased exponentially.
Then, let's see if you can kill me today. Si Shanha, you can only fight desperately like a cornered beast.
Qin Zhangyang said coldly. At that moment, there was a resonating chanting that rang throughout the pocket world. It sounded sacred. Instantly, Si Shanha's aura and soul seemed to be sealed within Si Shanha's body. The feeling was obvious. Everyone in the pocket world was astonished.
What array formation was this?
Even Qin Zhangyang and the other 5 were astonished by the array formation. Although they had tried the array formation in secret, this was the first time they were using it in a real battle.
It's really a wonder where Yi Yun obtained the God-confining lock array.
Qin Zhangyang sighed inwardly.
The God-confining lock array was provided by Yi Yun.
It was the thing that made the group confident that they could deal with Si Shanha. The other large factions had array formations, but in terms of strength, they were far from comparable to the God-confining lock.
The array formation was extremely ancient, and many large factions did not even know of its origin. In fact, this array had been borrowed by Yi Yun years ago from the Puryang Sword Palace. He used it to deal with the black-armored demon god, but later, the Puryang Sword Palace sword spirit left the God-confining lock in Yi Yun's hands and did not ask for it to be returned. It was unexpected that it could be of use again today. As an array formation that was hidden by Puryang Sword Palace owner, the God-confining lock's strength was not to be doubted. After all, the Puryang Sword Palace owner had a cultivation level above a divine lord's. He had once slashed open a world and damaged a bronze giant in its prime. In the lower realm, Yi Yun's allies were only able to draw forth a tiny portion of its strength. Now, Qin Zhangyang and company were jointly powering the array, making it completely different from the past.
Si Shanha, it is your good fortune to die under this array, said Yi Yun. Si Shanha sensed that the terrifying nomological powers had confined his surroundings. It made his expression change drastically. He was not foolish enough to battle 6 people alone. As long as he tried his best to find a flaw in the array, he still had a trump card that allowed him to escape. When the time came, he would be able to escape at the cost of some cultivation and lifespan. Still, it was much better than dying here. However, the array formation was a lot more terrifying than he imagined. At that moment, between the heavens and earth, shimmering golden chains that looked like they sprouted from the heavens and earth, chained up Si Shanha's 4 limbs. The 6 chains were controlled by City Lord Qin and company. The 6 experts' strengths were simultaneously exerted on Si Shanha's body.
Ka ka ka.
The immense energy caused Si Shanha's knees to buckle. He forcefully held up his body, but even his spine produced sounds that depicted how unbearable it was for his bones.
Yi Yun, I want you dead. Si Shanha's eyes were bloodshot.
He suddenly burst out with all his strength as he slammed the Shanha seal above him at Yi Yun. At the same time, he struck out with his 2 palms and sent overwhelming force at the stage.
Yi Yun did not even move. At that moment, the 6 chains tightened simultaneously. They vibrated, causing tumultuous sounds as the chain's luster grew brighter. It formed a gigantic web that held back the Shanha seal. At the same time, City Lord Qin and company attacked. With a rustling sound, Perfected Xianhua struck out with her zither, and Princess White Fox's master waved her whisk. Immediately, it was as though millions of stars in the cosmos came surging at Si Shanha with Perfected Xianhua's zither tunes. At that moment, Si Shanha's eyes turned turbid. He seemed to fall into a momentary trance. From the start, Qin Zhangyang, or any of the other 5, were on par with Si Shanha. With the array's help, their strength was dominating. Attack! City Lord Qin took a large step forward as he cleaved down with his Black Cloud broadsword. Across him, Guiyuan Padian and company began attacking. 6 terrifying Yuan Qi beams struck Si Shanha from different directions. The tiny space immediately had a rush of air as the squall stirred. Even the entire pocket world began quaking. It was as though the enchanted artifact that contained the pocket world could crack at any time. Every one of Si Shanha's attacks was held back by the God-confining lock. He was unable to move and, after failing to escape the array, he had less than 10% of his strength left. Yi Yun could easily dodge the aftershocks. Si Shanha watched helplessly as Yi Yun stood in front of him, but he lacked the strength to kill him. And his strength was reduced with every wave. Even if tried to burn his blood essence in a desperate attempt, it was already too late. To escape the God-confining lock array, he would have had to do it when it first befell him. Now, it was impossible. Si Shanha's resistance only turned weaker. Hatred, indignation, and anger overwhelmed Si Shanha. He never imagined that an overlord like him, that controlled the fates of countless weaklings, trampling over them as he pleased, would meet his end being besieged by others. And this siege was orchestrated by a junior. Ah! An angry bellow, made up of countless mixed emotions, resounded through the pocket world. At the same time, 6 Yuan Qi beams penetrated Si Shanha's body. With an explosion, light illuminated the world, and Si Shanha, an overlord of Myriad City, turned to ash. It's over. Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Si Shanha was dead, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's strength would decrease drastically. In addition, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's prestige had been dealt a severe blow. There was no way it could withstand the annexation of the combined forces of the Guiyuan family, the Paradise Chapter, and City Lord Qin. There would be numerous factions that would profit from the situation. It was even possible that large numbers of traitors would appear in the Myriad Immortal Pavilion itself. They would take riches away and pledge allegiance to the enemy. Then, the Juggernaut would completely collapse. But although Yi Yun had orchestrated the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, he had only accomplished it by using the conflicts between the major factions in Myriad City. He had borrowed the strength of City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox's master. He himself was no match for Si Shanha. This was not what Yi Yun wanted. He wanted to be in complete control of his own fate. He would kill anyone who threatened him. Chapter 1203, The Die is Cast. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Seeing Si Shanha die so easily, the factions that had once been wavering were secretly delighted. They never expected the God-confining lock to be so formidable. Thankfully, they had not stepped forward to help Si Shanha, or they would have shared his fate. With Si Shanha dead, the storm that had been brewing in the Myriad Divine territory could no longer be prevented. In this storm, new factions would arise and become stronger. There would also be older factions that would weaken or even be destroyed. Mishandling the situation could result in dire consequences. Now, there was no doubt that the Guiyuan family and the Paradise Chapter would rise up with unassailable force. City Lord Qin's status would also increase greatly, becoming a force that held great weight in Myriad City. Then, of course, there was Yi Yun. At the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet, he had become immensely influential. no one in the Myriad Divine territory would dare to provoke Yi Yun. If he desired, he could even become the absolute hegemon of Myriad City in the next few centuries. Despite not being the strongest person, he had instantly become the #1 figure in Myriad City. Yi Yun, this is Si Shanha's interspatial ring.
Qin Zhangyang waved his hand and obtained Si Shanha's interspatial ring from where he died.
It was of extremely high quality.
It had remained undamaged despite the potent explosion, showing how incredible it was.
As the Pavilion Lord of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Si Shanha's interspatial ring would obviously contain immense wealth. However, Yi Yun shook his head and said, "I do not need the items in the ring.
The assault on Si Shanha succeeded thanks to you and the other 5 seniors. All I did was preside over the array, and that did not take much effort." Aside from the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter, Princess White Fox's master had deliberately cut short her travels and rushed to Myriad City to aid him, so how could he not show his thanks?
Ha ha ha. Young Master Yi, you are too generous. If we decide to split the loot, then I, Guiyuan Padian, will offer my share to young Master Yi. I do not want anything. After obliterating Si Shanha, Guiyuan Padian was in high spirits. From this day forth, his Guiyuan family would be able to take over most of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's massive estate. That was the foundation of a family clan. Although he was tempted by the ring, it was better to use the items in the ring to express his good intentions to Yi Yun. After all, Yi Yun had limitless potential. I do not want my share either. At that moment, Perfected Qianhua spoke out. The Paradise chapter similarly did not mind losing a single ring. In that case, I'll take all the natural treasures and a small number of pills and elixirs from the ring. As for the cultivation manuals, enchanted artifacts, talisman charms, array formations, and myriad runes, I do not want them. Since the Paradise chapter and Guiyuan family were relinquishing their shares, Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony. He was only at the first floor of the Dao Palace realm. In terms of strength, he was naturally invincible against his peers, but compared to the older generation he was still vastly inferior. Young Master Yi, I'm Zhou Shikang and I am humbled before you. Since young Master Yi is interested in refinement herbs, I happen to have some I can offer. I can deliver them to you as early as tomorrow, young Master Yi. I wonder when you might be free to pay a visit to my Zhou family's residence, and in passing, take a look at the useless juniors of my Zhou family. Upon seeing the situation turn increasingly clear, Zhou Shikang immediately spoke up. Although Yi Yun had mentioned that he would treat the juniors of the various large factions for free, it was only a verbal agreement. If a treatment was to happen, shouldn't he prepare some substantial gifts? Yi Yun was now the absolute hottest thing in town. Average factions would not even have a chance of currying favor with him. So, how could he miss this opportunity to shower him with gifts? All right. Yi Yun nodded in agreement. There was no reason to reject the treasures he offered him. They could be used to refine pills. Instantly, various factions began expressing themselves. However, Qin Zhengyang's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. Skyfire's sacred hands has left. Yeah. Yi Yun sighed slightly. He had noticed it earlier. Skyfire's sacred hands had left the pocket world with the downtrodden red-dressed girl and the ashen-faced six-fingered youth after Si Shanha's death. Yi Yun did not stop them because he could not stop them. Yi Yun was slightly weaker than Skyfire's sacred hands in terms of strength. There was no way he could retain the trio. And he had no right to ask Qin Zhangyang and company to take action. The assault on Si Shanha happened with the promise of benefits for everyone, so there was no problem in that. However, killing Skyfire's sacred hands meant openly declaring war with the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Now, Myriad City was about to undergo a major upheaval. No faction would wish to offend the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Nor could they afford to. Yi Yun, I know what you are worried about. You robbed Skyfire's sacred hands of his soaring serpent flame, which means your relationship is irreconcilable. If you can't handle him, I'll help you.
But that can't occur now.
There are too many people watching.
If I were to kill Skyfire Sacred Hands, I wouldn't be able to withstand the 9 Cauldron Alchemical Sect's assault either.
After Skyfire Sacred Hands is a certain distance away and in the wild, I can assassinate him.
When that time comes, the 9 Cauldron Alchemical Sect might not know that it was done by me. Yi Yun was rather grateful when he heard Qin Zhang Yang offer his help.
This risk was not something most people would be willing to take. However, Yi Yun shook his head. City Lord Qin, I'm grateful for your kind intentions.
However, if you were to assassinate Skyfire Sacred Hands, even if it were in the wild, it will be very easy for the 9 Cauldron Alchemical Sect to investigate the matter. After all, I'm unable to match Skyfire Sacred Hands, and you have such a close relationship with me.
It will be easy to guess who the assassin is.
Furthermore, the subsequent sacking of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion requires your presence. When he said that, Yi Yun looked into the direction where Skyfire Sacred Hands had headed.
Skyfire Sacred Hands was long gone.
In fact, Yi Yun had seen Skyfire Sacred Hands crush a voice transmission charm when they began attacking Si Shanha. It was possibly the hailing of reinforcements or the providing of Yi Yun's details to the 9 Cauldron Alchemical Sect. If Skyfire Sacred Hands was killed, the blame would be on Yi Yun and he would be pursued by the 9 Cauldron Alchemical Sect. And as Skyfire Sacred Hands said, Yi Yun would only be hunted by Skyfire Sacred Hands alone in the beginning. He was not afraid of him. Furthermore, he was planning on dedicating himself to cultivation, experiencing the longest seclusion he had ever had since he began practicing martial arts. He wanted to experience a leap in strength. Now, with the overturning of the Myriad Divine Territory, and the substantial gifts from the various major factions, Yi Yun would receive large amounts of natural treasures. With the Divine Alchemist's heritage, Yi Yun could use these resources to the greatest extent, allowing his strength to greatly increase. Young Master Yi, my Guiyuan family and perfected Qianhua have already sent men to surround the Myriad Immortal Palace. Perfected Qianhua and I will hereby bid you farewell. We will be heading to Myriad Immortal Palace to preside over the situation. As Guiyuan Padian said this, he cupped his fists and departed with the wind.
Perfected Qianhua and company followed closely behind. After City Lord Qin advised Yi Yun on a few matters, he followed the rest.
In fact, the main battleground was the Myriad Immortal Palace. Although victory was at hand, they could not be careless.
Yi Yun nodded. He had no interest in participating in the subsequent battles. Chapter 1204, Ample Spoils of War. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
With his business at the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet concluded, Yi Yun returned to City Lord Manor.
Over the next few days, City Lord Manor was bustling with visitors. All of you can go home now.
Yi Yun waved his hands at the 10+ young elites in front of him as he spoke nonchalantly. Over the past few days, Yi Yun had wiped out the plague. Starting with singular treatments, he eventually began treating 10+ people at a time. Many people were at a loss when they saw how Yi Yun treated the plague as simply as pouring water.
It did not drain his stamina or mental strength at all. He made it look too easy.
Young Master Yi, this is a little something from my mystic young manor.
It's just a small token to show my appreciation. Young Master Yi, you must accept it.
A green-dressed girl came to Yi Yun and bowed gracefully. Her slender arms held a wooden box which opened to reveal a silvery white bone. Upon seeing the item, Yi Yun's brows pricked up slightly.
This is the spine of a green water snake?
Yi Yun was well versed in the Divine Alchemist's notes and was very knowledgeable.
He could tell at a glance the origin of the white bone.
As long as he handled it with the Desolate Heaven technique, he could refine supreme-grade relics, green water lazurite that would fortify his body and regulate his mind. Young Master Yi truly surpasses others in knowledge.
This is the spine of the green water snake.
I'm really impressed that young Master Yi is able to identify it immediately.
Yi Yun shook his head and said, it's nothing impressive.
You used heavy water wood to construct this box, which gave me some clues. The bones of green water snake contain water elemental essence.
Without a box made of heavy water wood, the essence would be lost. Young Master Yi, you are right.
My mystic Yang Manor has been keeping this bone for many years, and it seems appropriate to give it to young Master Yi. For curing our juniors of the plague, our manor lord specially exhorted me to offer this spine bone to young Master Yi.
Please accept it. The green-dressed girl's voice was gentle and soft.
Just listening to her voice made one's bones turn soft.
Then, I'll be thanking mystic young manor lord. Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony.
It was only normal for him to receive some benefits from administering his medical treatment. When he received the jade box, he felt his palm itch a little.
He glanced at the green-dressed girl oddly.
She had stretched out her slender fingers and gently grazed his palm. Realizing that Yi Yun had looked at her, she blushed slightly and whispered, "I'm Xian Shuier, a disciple of the mystic Yang Manor. If young Master Yi has the time, he should pay the mystic Yang Manor a visit." Having said that, the green-dressed girl rushed to get up and ran off quickly.
She left Yi Yun in a daze. This girl was truly too bold.
At that moment, a charming laughter was heard. Young Master Yi sure has luck with romance.
Even Xian Shuier is flinging herself into your arms.
Yi Yun turned to look when he heard the voice. He saw Princess White Fox and Fairy Yuqin walking over. For the past few days, perfected Shenhua had left Fairy Yuqin in City Lord Manor. She had become familiar with Yi Yun, so it was actually her that made the teasing comment.
What does that mean? Fairy, are you familiar with Xian Shuier? No, I just know of her. Young Master Yi, didn't you save Dong Xiaowan in the past? There was a ranking of the top women in Myriad City, and Dong Xiaowan was ranked 19th?
As for the Xian Shuier, her background is far better than Dong Xiaowan's, so her ranking is rather high.
I think it was 4th or 5th. That's quite impressive.
And besides her, there are many of my friends who wish for me to introduce them to you.
As Fairy Yuqin spoke, a faint smile suffused from her portrait-like beauty. Now, Yi Yun was enjoying great prestige in Myriad City.
He was a top expert that could exceed a divine lord in the future, and had superb alchemical skills that destined him to be an alchemical sage.
Any of these qualities would make large factions drool with envy.
If they could manage to be related to Yi Yun in any way, they would benefit forever. Of course, to women, Yi Yun was the perfect man.
Many were even willing to be his concubine. Yi Yun, this is something Uncle Qin wants me to hand over to you.
In order to prevent Fairy Yuqin from teasing Yi Yun any further, Princess White Fox handed a jade box to Yi Yun. This was obtained from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's treasury. Over the past few days, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had been obliterated. Rats flee a sinking ship, so many Myriad Immortal Pavilion disciples had pledged allegiance to other sects or splintered off into smaller factions. Qin Zhangyang and company had obtained innumerable amounts of riches from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's treasury.
Yi Yun was not interested in the riches, cultivation manuals, or enchanted artifacts.
Naturally, they were split among the other factions. As for the top-grade natural treasures, especially treasures that could enhance one's cultivation level, Qin Zhangyang would deliver them to Yi Yun. Although these treasures were great, Qin Zhangyang had already reached the acme of his cultivation. It was unlikely he could raise it higher, so leaving the treasures to Yi Yun ensured that they were put to good use.
City Lord Qin really is generous. This is already the 20th box or so. And everyone he delivers is especially precious. Yi Yun estimated that Qin Zhangyang had delivered the majority of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's top-grade natural treasures to him. Although these things were only an extremely tiny portion of the immense wealth the Myriad Immortal Pavilion possessed, they were very important to Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony and took the jade box.
He knew that while besieging the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, City Lord Qin had kept a lot of cultivation manuals, enchanted treasures, and a portion of the pills for himself.
Many of them were useless to City Lord Qin but were used as rewards for juniors. City Lord Qin was probably intending to build up a faction of his own. Before this, Myriad City's City Lord was not supposed to have his own faction. But now, with City Lord Qin's high prestige and Yi Yun's formless support, no one would stop him from establishing his own faction. Yi Yun was very willing to see this happen. Young Master Yi, with the sacking of Myriad Immortal Pavilion, the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter have become the new powerhouses. Now, the businesses in the Central District have been carved out anew. My master had deliberately kept the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic and intends to gift it to you, as one of your estates. Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic? Yi Yun faltered for a moment. His first thought was to reject it, since he would eventually leave the Myriad Divine territory. Even if it was a store in prime real estate, he wouldn't get much use out of it. But on second thought, Yi Yun changed his mind. He said, then, thank you, Fairy Yu Qin. I'll accept the store. As he spoke, he extended his hand and a tiny pagoda appeared spinning out of thin air. It was none other than the God Advent Tower. Ruer, Xiaowan, come on out. As he spoke, Ruer and Dong Xiaowan were transported out of the God Advent Tower. Yi Yun had already obtained all the materials needed to refine the hollow soul pills, and so no longer needed Ruer and Dong Xiaowan to take care of Ling Xier. However, he wanted to leave the two girls a respectable home. Ruer, Xiaowan, I have a store which I want you two to help me take care of. In the future, if I ever come back to Myriad City, I'll be sure to visit. Owning a piece of land in Myriad City was quite nice. Besides, the revenue it received would be immense. Store? Ruer and Dong Xiaowan were still unaware of what had happened in Myriad City. They were at a loss, for they were still under the impression that Yi Yun was being hunted by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Young master, this place is. Dong Xiaowan was astounded when she saw Fairy Yu Qin and Princess White Fox. Could this be Myriad City? Follow me. As Yi Yun spoke, he led Dong Xiaowan and Ruer out of City Lord Manor. When the two women saw that they were coming out of City Lord Manor without any disguises, they were somewhat dumbfounded. Had the Myriad Immortal Pavilion rescinded its pursuit of Yi Yun? However, as they walked, they saw that many of the pedestrians on the streets recognized Yi Yun. Not only did they not tip off the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, they were even extremely polite to him. This left Dong Xiaowan and Ruer flabbergasted. What had happened in the span of a few months? Up ahead is the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. Fairy Yu Qin said with a smile. They were already in the busiest district of Myriad City. The magnificent Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic towered in the middle of Myriad City. However, its plaque had been removed, and replacing it was Yi Yun's Yun Xian Loft. Upon seeing the words Yun Xian Loft hanging high above, Yi Yun felt a mix of emotions. Back when Ling Xier's soul suddenly weakened, he was in dire need of a soul-restoring relic. He had borrowed 800,000 myriad runes to buy the medicine from Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic, yet he had been schemed against by Huyan Song and Zhuqiu Haoyu. As things were made difficult for him, Yi Yun had no choice but to leave. He only managed to save Ling Xier by expending half of a soul returning route. And now, Yi Yun was back here, as the new owner of the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. The way things changed in the world really left one sighing. Fairy Yu Qin clearly knew of Yi Yun's experience at the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. She said softly, Young Master Yi, as a member of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Zhuqiu Bo has been disposed of. As for Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic, Huyan Song was in cahoots with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion from the start. Now, with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion destroyed, he has long surrendered. However, due to his grudge with you, my master was worried about him. She made him sign a slave contract and, as long as you refine the master contract, Huyan Song will be loyal to young Master Yi for a tenure of 100,000 years. He will be at young Master Yi's disposal, and can serve the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic serve Yun Xian Loft. After finished her explanation, Fairy Yuqin shouted, Huyan Song, come out.
The moment her voice faded, a reverential-looking Huyan Song rushed out.
He gave Yi Yun a bow and said, Young Master Yi, greetings from this old slave, Huyan Song. Typical warriors would rather die than sign a slave contract. However, Huyan Song was no typical warrior. He was a person that preferred life to dishonor. All he cared about was riches. It was better to be alive than dead. At least he could still be an alchemist at Yun Xin Loft.
The contract was 100,000 years, and Huyan Song had quite a bit of lifespan left in him. After the 100,000 years, he could regain his freedom.
100,000 years sure is long. Yi Yun secretly clicked his tongue. To a warrior that had cultivated for less than 100 years, 100,000 years was exceedingly long. However, to many old freaks, a punishment of 100,000 years wasn't considered long. It was truly quite pressing on that old man. Yi Yun took the master contract from Fairy Yuqin and casually passed it to Ruer. He said, Ruer, refine the master contract.
From today, you and Xiaowan will help run Yun Xin Loft.
I'll come back from time to time to take a look. What?
Dong Xiaowan and Ruer widened their eyes. They were already stunned from seeing Huyan Song run over to bow at Yi Yun while calling himself old slave. Now, with them knowing that Yi Yun had handed them a store to run, the #1 store in Myriad City, with one of the grand alchemists as a slave to Ruer, it truly shattered their worldview.
Young master, what's the meaning of this? That's right. How can we do a good job with you leaving such a big store to us?
The two girls were in somewhat of a panic. However, Yi Yun did not mind.
He said, just try it out.
If there are any difficulties, you can seek City Lord Qin's help. As for what happened over the past few days, Myriad Immortal Pavilion has already been obliterated.
Now, there has been a power reshuffle in Myriad City.
This store was actually claimed by the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter, but they have left it to me. Yi Yun casually informed them of the recent happenings, leaving Ruer and Dong Xiaowan somewhat in a daze.
They were not dumb, so they knew the cost of the store.
For him to receive it meant that he had played an important role in destroying the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
If not, he would not have been given such remunerations. It was completely unbelievable.
Myriad Immortal Pavilion, the hegemon of the Myriad Divine Territory, was a massive behemoth to the two girls. A few months back, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had offered great rewards for the pursuit of Yi Yun, but now, it had been destroyed. Young Master Yi truly has great foresight to leave such a store to sisters Xiaowan and Ruer.
Sisters, you sure are lucky.
If you encounter any problems while running the store, it's not just City Lord Qin, but my Paradise chapter would be willing to help as well, Fairy Yuqin said sincerely. She knew that many charming women in Myriad City wanted to acquaint themselves with Yi Yun, and many of them were more excellent than Dong Xiaowan and Ruer, yet they did not get such a chance.
The two girls were truly lucky.
Although they were only helping Yi Yun run Yun Xin Loft, with most of the profits going to Yi Yun, they were still holding a high position. And with Yi Yun backing them, their statuses in Myriad City would only rise. They would become members of the upper echelons of Myriad City and could truly be depicted as sparrows turning into phoenixes.
Ruer and Dong Xiaowan knew that Yi Yun's ultimate goal was not in the Myriad Divine Territory. With all said and done, Ruer began refining Huyan Song's master contract. Upon seeing this scene, Huyan Song's face looked like a bruised eggplant. He was fine being Yi Yun's slave. After all, Yi Yun could break through to become a divine lord in the future or become an alchemical sage. It wouldn't be as shameful in that case. However, Yi Yun didn't even want him. He casually left him to a maidservant beside him. Upon thinking how he had to be a slave to a young lass for the next 100,000 years, it was obvious how depressed Huyan Song felt. In the next 2 weeks, order in Myriad Divine Territory was re-established. Yun Xin Loft was opened again and Yi Yun had casually refined a few cauldrons of pills. On the opening day, the crowd nearly busted down the doors.
Ignoring the fact that these were the quality pills refined by Yi Yun, people would fall over each other to buy even the ordinary pills. There was no reason other than because it was Yi Yun's brand. Ruering Dong Xiaowan busied themselves with the business. Simultaneously, Yi Yun was bidding farewell to City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox. He did not plan on leaving the Myriad Divine Territory just yet, but he was planning on entering a long, seclusive retreat. During this seclusion, he planned on refining the Hollow Soul pills to save Ling Xier.
Once Ling Xier was awoken, the heretical god Fire Seed would have a spirit. It would greatly enhance Yi Yun's combat strength and alchemical skills. Now, he was in dire need for growth. Chapter 1205, Hollow Soul Pill completed. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The Myriad Divine Territory spanned a vast area of land. A long mountain range stretched along the northern regions of the Myriad Divine Territory, and these mountain ranges were covered with primordial forests and had no traces of human activity. In this mountainous valley, there was an amber-like lake. The water was still, allowing one to peer all the way to its bottom. It perfectly reflected the bright moon hanging in the night sky, exuding an extraordinary beauty. This shall be it. Yi Yun looked at the surrounding landscape that was a model of a treasured land. Most importantly, it was quiet and undisturbed. With a flick of his hand, the 1,000 snow-flying sabers flew out like snowflakes as they formed a hurricane saber array that tore straight through the mountains and drilled deep down. Yi Yun followed the 1,000 snow-flying sabers and quickly came to a spot 100 meters underground. Here, he used his pure yang flames to open up a vast cave for himself. Rooms were separated: a cultivation chamber, a herb garden, a bedroom, an alchemical lab, etc. Following that, Yi Yun sealed the entrance and set up a concealment array. From afar, the entrance had vanished and even the valley could not be seen. There was only a lake with clear water. There was nothing that seemed amiss. As a finishing touch, Yi Yun distorted the space underground. He separated the cavern into an independent pocket world. High in the sky hung a pure yang sun, and he began planting random flowers and grass. He used his spiritual energy to cause them to instantly sprout, and soon, the underground pocket world was illuminated with the sun shining gaily. Nature was everywhere in the air, and it seemed like an otherworldly paradise. Yi Yun looked at his cavernous abode with satisfaction. Without knowing it, he was now capable of opening up a pocket world of his own. There was a time when such a feat seemed impossible to Yi Yun. The cultivation chamber, bedroom and alchemical lab did not need any further description, but the herb garden was a special place. Yi Yun had dozens of precious herbs in his possession. They had been accumulated by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion over millions of years, so much so that the old freaks of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect would turn envious at the mere sight of these treasures. And among the dozens of herbs, the most precious ones were inside the 2 jade boxes in Yi Yun's hands. Yi Yun first set up an array formation around the herb garden before opening a box. Phew! A white beam shot out, and a tiny white deer that was about a foot tall jumped out of the jade box and burrowed deep into the ground before vanishing. This was a white jade deer monarch ginseng, a supreme great herb. Furthermore, this herb had taken form and possessed intelligence. It made it more precious than any other precious item. In the Divine Alchemist's notes, it was written that one could use white jade deer monarch ginseng to refine 9 colored pills that were used to aid a supremacy in breaking through. Although Yi Yun was only at the Dao Palace realm, his foundations were robust and he had the Azurewood divine tree in him, so he could definitely use such pills to cultivate. Although the white jade deer monarch ginseng had vanished, the space they were in had been sealed shut by Yi Yun's array. He did not need to fret about it, for it had no means of escape. The second jade box opened up to another world. In it was an aquatic realm. Like the deer, a spiritual aqua had taken form. Using such spiritual aqua for refinement was naturally excellent, but Yi Yun had no intentions of doing so. He planned on using the spiritual aqua to nourish the herb garden and even the entire cavernous abode.
It would allow his seclusion to have adequate amounts of spiritual energy so that the herbs could grow luxuriantly. Yi Yun completed furnishing his herbal garden in half a day's time. Following that, he meditated in his alchemical lab for 3 days and 3 nights. After he felt that he recovered to peak condition, Yi Yun took out the soul returning root he had. All the supplementary herbs were prepared.
With that, Yi Yun conjured the divine alchemy cauldron.
Although it had lost its core array, it was not of great importance. With Yi Yun's present strength and the numerous supreme-grade herbs he had, refining the hollow soul pills would be a sure thing. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he looked solemnly at the herbs. He lit up the divine alchemy cauldron using the heretical godfire seed with one hand and threw a supplementary herb in. In the past, using the purple crystal, Yi Yun could extract the medicinal essence in minutes. He had even thrown numerous herbs into a cauldron once, extracting them all together. However, Yi Yun was especially meticulous this time. Not only did he extract each herb one at a time, he even took 30 minutes to extract every herb, ensuring that he could flawlessly extract the medicinal essence from them, without a shred of waste. After 4 hours of this, Yi Yun finally began refining the main herb, the soul returning root. The soul returning root that the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had found was of better quality, but the remaining half of Yi Yun's soul returning root did not go to waste. Both of the soul returning roots were placed into the divine alchemy cauldron and refined together. This time, Yi Yun spent 2 hours refining the soul returning root. Bit by bit, he painstakingly extracted each strand of essence like he was undergoing a complex surgery. As he maintained the heretical godfire seed, Yi Yun found his mental energies taxed. However, he was long prepared for this moment. He consumed a soul-restoring relic that he had prepared ahead of time. The spiritual aqua that had taken form had also been moved into the alchemical lab, providing him with the purest spiritual energies. Finally, when all the medicinal essence was done extracting, Yi Yun did not rush to the completion seals. Instead, he spent an entire day carefully baking the herbal liquid using the heretical godfire seed, cleansing it of all impurities. The liquid that was about the size of a fist shrunk, becoming crystalline and resplendent, with an emerald green luster. At this point, even if Yi Yun ended the refinement process, just the herbal liquid would be a supreme-grade liquid that could be used for restoring the soul. But Yi Yun pressed on, and began forming his seals. Every seal was done conscientiously and meticulously. The hollow soul pills needed 108 seals. With the purple crystal's absolute control over energy, each seal was done perfectly. Finally, pill completion. At this moment, Yi Yun had already consumed his second soul-restoring relic. He planned to complete it in one go. Be it the opportunity or the heating required, he had to grasp it perfectly. Pang! The lid of the divine alchemy cauldron flew open as a green beam shot out. Yi Yun grabbed at it as he held hot pills in his hands. When he spread out his palm, he saw a total of 9 hollow soul pills. Every hollow soul pill had beautiful pill engravings that were formed naturally from the worldly laws. The maximum number of hollow soul pills that could be refined in one cauldron was 9. Not a single pill was missing and each of them was perfect. It could be said that this was the most successful cauldron of pills that Yi Yun had ever refined. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun was delighted. He breathed out and wiped away the dense beads of sweat that had formed across his forehead. Finally, all his efforts had not been in vain. The supreme-grade herbs that were aged and in high demand, together with the heretical godfire seed, soul-restoring relics, and the spiritual aqua that had taken form had facilitated such an outcome. Hollow soul pills were extremely precious. They were, to date, the most precious pills Yi Yun had ever refined. With these 9 hollow soul pills in hand, he could finally treat Ling Xier. The remaining hollow soul pills were also very useful to Yi Yun. Chapter 1206, Ling Xier Awakens. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. In the tiny underground world, there was a cozily decorated bedroom. The floor was covered with flowers that gathered around a soft bed. on that bed lay Ling Xier. Her tiny face was pale and her incorporeal body appeared weak. She had been in slumber for a very long time. Despite having consumed half the soul returning root, and had it nourishing her, her incorporeal body remained weak.
It was as though just a tiny disturbance could scatter her into nothingness. The way she looked only left one feeling sympathetic for her.
Yi Yun came to her side but did not take action. The heretical god fire seed in his body gradually spread out, turning into wisps of azure smoke before lingering about Ling Xier. After the long period of preparations, it was finally time to awaken Ling Xier. The heretical god fire seed lingered in the form of azure smoke and seemed to be awaiting her awakening.
The wisps of smoke gently caressed Ling Xier as though they were trying to awaken her. Yi Yun opened a jade bottle, and immediately a medicinal aroma emanated the bedroom.
Yi Yun poured out one of hollow soul pills and gently opened Ling Xier's mouth, letting the pill roll in. Ling Xier had an incorporeal body, so ordinary pills were ineffective on her. However, the moment the hollow soul pill entered her body, it immediately transformed into countless light dots that dispersed throughout her body, nourishing her ethereal form.
Soon, Ling Xier's body suffused a thin halo.
Her body turned somewhat translucent because of the halo, as though she were an ice sculpture. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun did not hesitate further. He took out another hollow soul pill and fed it to Ling Xier.
After the second pill, the halo surrounding Ling Xier's body turned richer. Her pale face finally took on a reddish glow after so long. With that, Yi Yun extended his hand and a small water blob flew out from the spiritual aqua. He placed the third hollow soul pill into Ling Xier's mouth and downed it with a mouthful of spiritual aqua. At this moment, Yi Yun felt that the soul force in Ling Xier's body was constantly surging forth like water from a spring. This amount of soul force was not much different from when Yi Yun first met Ling Xier. Yi Yun was delighted as he immediately fed her the fourth hollow soul pill. Not only could hollow soul pills awaken Ling Xier, they were also soul medicine that could invigorate her. They were very beneficial to Ling Xier's body, so Yi Yun was not stingy in using them. With that, in the hazy white light, Ling Xier's body slowly floated up. Following that, she gradually opened up her eyes, as though she was coming to after a long dream. She had finally awoken. She looked at Yi Yun, her eyes showing a look of loss. Looking around her, she found a pleasant scene. It stood in stark contrast to the fiery lands she remembered from before she lost consciousness. This is... Ling Xier was taken aback. She sensed her surroundings and found that the worldly array that once trapped her no longer existed. All the scorching heat, lava, and red molten liquid had vanished. This was an independent world that seemed to be a welcoming spring. It was cozy and beautiful. The enemies that had tortured her were no longer around. Beside her, there was only a smiling Yi Yun. Xier, you have finally awoken. Yi Yun sighed. His years of hard work were not in vain. Wasn't I already? Ling Xier remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. She knew that she was like a candle in the wind and, in that state, it was only natural that her soul would weaken till she slowly died. However, she could sense the surging soul force running through her body. It was stronger than when she was in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Brother Yi, did you save me? Ling Xier blinked and looked at him. She noticed the remaining hollow soul pills in Yi Yun's hand. A simple glance was enough for her to tell that these miraculous pills contained soul force. Yes, and from now on, you will not be trapped by that massive array. I have someone I intend to search for and, at the same time, I want to become stronger. Xier, you can accompany me if you are willing. Yi Yun held Ling Xier's hands. Although she had lived for such a long period of time, she did not seem like she could grow. She still looked like a prepubescent young girl. Her hand was much smaller than Yi Yun's, but after having consumed a few hollow soul pills her body was more corporeal. Her hands even had a hint of warmth. Although the heretical god Fire Seed had fused with Yi Yun,
he did not want to force Ling Xier to follow him because of that.
He would absolutely not stop her if she wanted to leave.
Ling Xier had fallen into the prolonged slumber because she was trying to save him.
Yes.
Ling Xier nodded heavily and could not help but pounce into Yi Yun's embrace. She hugged him and suddenly felt a sense of unprecedented safety. She had been on the verge of death, but now she was revived. Furthermore, she had finally departed the hellish sun burial Sanxi, abandoning the everlasting loneliness. It made Ling Xier feel like she was in a dream. She could finally see what the outside world was like. While Yi Yun began his seclusion, other events transpired a million miles away, on the original grounds of the Jadewave sect. Ever since the Jadewave sect moved, this place had become desolate. Especially, the world stone mine of the Jadewave sect, it had been sealed and destroyed.
It looked no different from a ruin. However, there were many things that could not be sealed. At that moment, deep underground, in the cold ancient ruin, a figure appeared. It had appeared suddenly, and did not seem like it was part of the existing world. The figure was a red-haired man in black clothes. He looked extremely young. He studied the primordial ruin and the densely arranged tombs, finding thousands of holes. The tombs looked like they had been plowed. All the coffins were open and empty.
What exactly happened?
The red-haired man's voice resounded in the ruin independently.
I sensed something happening to the demonic servants, but by the time I got here I was already too late. The red-haired man stretched his hand out as a cold and horrifying aura emanated out immediately, covering the entire region.
However, no matter how far his aura emanated, the red-haired man did not sense an inkling of the demonic servants' auras.
It was not yet time for these demonic servants to awaken, and even if some of them had awoken prematurely, they would be in the minority. It was impossible for them all to awaken so suddenly. To think that in this world, there is someone who can detect traces of the demonic servants and do such a thing. No matter who it is, this person has to die or plans will be ruined. Even if a typical warrior were to chance upon this ruin, there was no way they could discover the demonic servants. The cemetery had been sealed by a massive array, and besides, the demonic servants were hard to discover. It looks like the plan has to be pushed forward. The red-haired man muttered to himself and took a step forward.
Beneath his feet, strange distortions happen around space.
In one step, he had crossed vast distances and soon, he left the primordial ruin.
And this whole scene was not witnessed by anyone. The original lands of the Jadewave sect remained silent and dead. It was as though it was a desolate land that no being had ever stepped into before.
Chapter 1207, Quasi-Sage Level.
Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Time passed in an unfathomable fashion.
In the underground world where Yi Yun entered seclusion, the days and nights could be determined from the pure yang sun in the sky, but there was only one season. Thanks to the rich Yuan Qi, the vegetation here was evergreen. It was truly a paradise. Ling Xier felt that she could live happily for the rest of time in this pocket world, especially when she looked at the idyllic scenery and thought of how Yi Yun was with her. The only imperfection was that she almost never saw Yi Yun take a break.
Day after day, Yi Yun was constantly busy. For example, one time he had entered the alchemical lab and stayed in there for 2 years with the door closed.
Ever since Ling Xier woke up, the heretical god fire seed experienced a qualitative change. It allowed Yi Yun to have even greater control over it. Back when Yi Yun first obtained the heretical god fire seed, he could only control one wisp when refining pills. Later on, thanks to the precious herb that Dong Xiaoqing had brought him, Yi Yun had refined and consumed mental nourishing pills. With him gaining more skill in controlling the flame, he was able to barely control 2 wisps of the heretical god fire seed at once. And now, after Ling Xier woke up, the heretical god fire seed began possessing his spirit.
In addition, Ling Xier had immense trust and reliance on Yi Yun.
This was reflected in the heretical god fire seed, as the flame became completely intrinsic to Yi Yun. Now when Yi Yun used the heretical god fire seed, he he felt as though he had possessed it for tens of millions of years. He could control 10 wisps of the flame while refining a pill without breaking a sweat. This made Yi Yun's alchemical skills and Desolate Heaven technique increase rapidly. Therefore, over the 2 years of seclusion, Yi Yun began attempting to refine the sage-level pills that were recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. Due to the great variety of pills and relics, in addition to the discovery of new pill formulas, there was no grading among lower-quality pills. However, for truly top-grade pills, there were unspoken grades. People who could refine sage-level pills and relics were considered alchemist sages. The reason for Skyfire's Sacred Hands' pride was that the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect had previously produced 2 alchemist sages. It was one of them that had managed to obtain the Extreme Frost Ice Flame Mother Flame. These 2 alchemist sages determined the legacy of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. Their work had also facilitated the exuberance of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. And now, with Yi Yun obtaining large quantities of treasured herbs from the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, he had dozens of materials, all of them extremely precious. With these materials, the enhanced heretical Godfire Seed, and the purple crystal's help, Yi Yun finally met the minimum requirement needed to attempt refining sage-level pills. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat lacking. All he could refine were quasi-sage-level pills. This difference of a single word left Yi Yun extremely displeased. Despite having control over all sorts of favorable conditions, he could not overcome that tiny obstruction. In fact, even in the Candle Cauldron Divine Territory, which was well known for its alchemy, quasi-sage alchemists were already extremely honorable. They were at the level of sect masters or grand elders of a major sect. Even Skyfire's Sacred Hands himself was still far from a quasi-sage. Phew! Inside the alchemical lab, Yi Yun exhaled. He felt the pinch when he looked at the destroyed dregs in the cauldron. Although he had tried his best to avoid using the most valuable herbs for refinement, he still found it a pity when some valuable supplementary herbs were destroyed. Some of the supplementary herbs would make supremacies turn red with envy. Only a person as wealthy as Yi Yun could use herbs of that grade as fodder for an experiment. This can't carry on. If I attempt any more, I'll be wasting too many herbs. My cultivation has been delayed and I'm still too young. I lack the preparation, so it's just too difficult to become an alchemical sage immediately. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the floating divine alchemy cauldron. Suddenly, he had a thought. The divine alchemy cauldron was a supreme-grade cauldron. To a very large extent, it determined the success rate of pill refinement. Unfortunately, the divine alchemy cauldron was incomplete. Its quality had dropped drastically because of its missing core array. If I can fix the divine alchemy cauldron, then perhaps I'll be able to refine sage-level pills. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun felt somewhat tempted. Everything would be completely different once he became an alchemist sage. He could attempt to refine Celestial Yuan pills, True Dragon relics, Great Unity Luck pills, and other sage-level pills. Then, the day of him becoming a supremacy would not be far off. When that time came, powers like the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would be nothing to him. There would be no need for him to borrow the strength of City Lord Qin and company. He alone could easily obliterate any foe. Unfortunately, the divine alchemy cauldron's quality was too high. In order to mend it, he needed a refinement master and an ancient mystic array. This was easier said than done. Another year passed, and the day arrived when Yi Yun finally came out of seclusion. Ling Xier missed him terribly after not seeing him for so long. Brother Yi, why did you enter seclusion for so long? What did you do? Ling Xier was somewhat clingy to Yi Yun. She had already run over to him and warmly held his arms. Yi Yun smiled as he ruffled Ling Xier's tiny head. He did not say anything, but instead took out a number of bottles. All the top treasured herbs that were swept away from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had now been transformed into pills by Yi Yun. Among them were nearly 100 pills at the quasi-sage grade. As for pills that were slightly lower in grade, there were more than 1,000 of them. Although Iyun still lacked the ability to refine sage-grade pills, it did not stop him from using them. Without saving anything, he refined all of them. Although it was a little wasteful of the medicinal essence, it was still an acceptable trade-off. After all, treasured herbs were meant to be used. If he ran out in the future, he could always search for them again.
However, if his time and potential were wasted, they could never be gotten back.
Now, Iyun was trying to increase his strength at all costs.
So many pills. Ling Xier said in astonishment. Yes.
Unfortunately, my alchemical skills are lacking.
I wasn't able to refine the best, but I can make do with these. If other sects heard Iyun's nonchalant reply, they would probably cry.
Such a batch of pills was worth more than the combined pill rooms of several large factions. Even if they had the same treasured herbs as Iyun, they would still need to plead with other refinement sects to refine the herbs for them. Even then, if they managed to hire someone to do so, the result would be at Skyfire's Sacred Hands' level. The quality of the refined pills would be far inferior to Iyun's. Iyun chose about a dozen soul-nurturing pills from his stash, including the remaining hollow soul pills, and handed them to Ling Xier.
Xier, it's time you began cultivating. Cultivating?
Ling Xier was a little lost when she heard that term. Ever since she came into being, over her hundreds of millions of years of existence, she had never cultivated.
Yes. The more you cultivate, the stronger your soul will be.
Your incorporeal body will also become harder to damage. Furthermore, the spirituality of your true form, the heretical god Fireseed, will also become stronger. It will be easier for me to control it, allowing me to attempt even higher grade pills. Ling Xier was taken aback momentarily when she heard Iyun's words.
My cultivation will help Brother Yi? Yes.
Xier, after you woke up, my ability to control the heretical god Fireseed had increased several-fold.
Alright, I'll cultivate then.
Ling Xier nodded heavily.
Her raven-black eyes seemed to sparkle. Chapter 1208, 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
After Ling Xier began her cultivation, Iyun entered another cultivation chamber. The cultivation chamber was Spartan. There was only a stone bed situated in the middle of a patch of spirit grass. Iyun sat on the stone bed and spent a few days attuning himself, before finally coming out from the state of refining pills. When his mind was completely calm, and it felt as though he was the only person left in the world, Iyun stretched his hand out and wiped across his interspatial ring, taking out a shiny piece of paper.
It was the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon.
This was given to him by his master, Felicitas Rain-Lord, before they separated. Felicitas Rain-Lord had once said that trying to learn the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon would be more harmful than beneficial if one lacked the strength. Now Iyun was at the first floor Dao Palace realm, and was capable of escaping unscathed from supremacies. He had the Azurewood Divine Tree and heretical god Fireseed inside him, so he could now safely attempt it. The stronger the cultivation technique, the faster it would be to cultivate. It would become immensely powerful after mastering it. The same attack would have a completely different effect if it was powered by a different cultivation technique. The 10,000 Fey Divine Canon was a supreme-grade cultivation technique of the 12 Empyrean heavens. Countless people would go mad to grasp even a single remnant page of it. A bloody storm would be the only result. Iyun placed the remnant page in his palm and gently moved it up. Immediately, the remnant page flew up and floated in midair. Following that, it emitted a dazzling golden light, bathing the tiny cultivation chamber with the golden light. At the same time, formulations began surging into Iyun's mind. The remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon is most suitable for the Fey, but I have a heaven-devouring WIRM bloodline. In addition, I have the three-legged golden crow and 9 neonate as my totems. I can cultivate this cultivation technique. Iyun closed his eyes before suddenly opening them again. In his eyes, there was a resplendent starry sky, but it also seemed like a sun was rising. Large amounts of yuan qi surged towards Yi Yun.
Slowly, golden runes began to appear on Yi Yun's body. On careful inspection, these golden runes were nomological lines.
The laws swirled around Yi Yun and appeared on his skin, as though they were fusing into his flesh and blood.
Countless golden runes gradually filled the entire cultivation chamber.
As they circled Yi Yun in a profound manner, they emitted terrifying nomological fluctuations. And in the middle of all these laws, Yi Yun sat on the stone bed with his top completely destroyed.
Throughout his body, on his warm as jade skin, there were nomological lines everywhere. They seemed to be another layer of golden skin that was extremely glaring. Nomological runes flashed across Yi Yun's eyes in an indescribable manner.
While Yi Yun was enveloped by the fascinating nomological runes, time flowed away like rapids.
Unknowingly, the golden crow and the 9 neonate totems appeared. Even the azure wood divine tree's phantom image appeared behind Yi Yun's body.
The golden crow and 9 neonate circled the azure wood divine tree in flight as they cried out with voices that could reach the highest heavens. The phantom image of the Tang Valley with Fusong emerged behind the azure wood divine tree as well. A brand new world seemed to appear behind Yi Yun, and he was the absolute hegemon of all order in this world. He held the natural laws in his hands. In his cultivation that had no inkling of time, Yi Yun seemed to enter a mystical space.
He had never experienced such phenomena when cultivating any other cultivation technique. The nomological runes imprinted themselves into his skin, flesh, and blood.
All of these were clearly reflected in Yi Yun's perception.
It felt more astonishing than being reborn into a new body. Yi Yun immersed himself in cultivation, completely forgetting the external world. The underground world was extremely safe.
Ling Xier was also cultivating, so there was nothing that needed his attention.
Myriad City.
After the tumultuous changes of a few years back, Myriad City had changed completely. The only thing that didn't change was that it remained the central trading area of the Myriad Divine Territory.
It was still flourishing immensely.
Warriors constantly streamed in from the various areas of the Myriad Divine Territory or even other divine territories.
The moment they came out of the teleportation arrays, they would eagerly enter Myriad City.
I heard of a Yun Xian loft in Myriad City that is extremely famous for the pills it sells. I'm here this time to buy some medicine.
I'm not here to buy medicine.
I'm only interested in taking a look to broaden my horizons.
I heard that the true owner of Yun Xian Loft is Yi Yun. He was the one who led the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. I know that too.
That young mastery is truly a legend.
Yi Yun.
Behind this group of people, a man wearing a hood came to a sudden halt when he heard Yi Yun's name. He looked at the distant Myriad City's skyline and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The hooded man did not enter Myriad City and instead appeared on a mountain not far away. After ensuring that there was no one around, he removed his hood. If Yi Yun was here, he would have immediately recognized this person to be Skyfire Sacred Hands. Back at the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet, Skyfire Sacred Hands had escaped, but, after returning to his sect, he had been punished for losing the Soaring Serpent Skyfire and the loss of the Extreme Frost Ice Flame, child flame of another disciple. Even worse, he lost to a junior that had cultivated for less than a century in alchemy. Yi Yun had caused him to suffer immense ridicule. He felt that his confidence had been completely shattered by Yi Yun. With his Skyfire snatched away, his strength and alchemical skills had dropped drastically. As long as Yi Yun still drew breath, he could not eradicate the mental demons that plagued him.
Yi Yun himself was only at the Dao Palace realm. Skyfire's Sacred Hands had prepared a particular item to deal with Yi Yun. He was confident that even if he unexpectedly failed to kill Yi Yun, he would be able to snatch away Yi Yun's flame. Yi Yun's special flame left him with a sense of yearning. However, when Skyfire's Sacred Hands rushed back to Myriad City, Yi Yun had already entered seclusion. He had spent several years searching for him, but failed. Although Iyun's whereabouts were unknown, Skyfire's sacred hands remained very patient. He believed that he would be able to wait until the day Iyun appeared. Iyun, you only managed to drive the evil spirits away and cure the plague because of that special flame. When I rob you of your flame, you will have nothing, and I will further my journey towards becoming an alchemical sage. Skyfire's sacred hands muttered to himself with a heavy and sinister expression. The humiliation he had suffered felt like it was about to erupt and explode. He needed to vent it. Iyun had become a legendary figure of Myriad City, and everyone extolled him. As for him, he had become like a despised tramp. But at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. A very intense sense of hatred. Why don't you tell me in detail? Skyfire's sacred hands' body stiffened. Who had managed to silently appear behind him without his detection? Skyfire's sacred hands' figure immediately flew far away before turning around. He realized that there was a red-haired man standing in front of him only a few steps away. The red-haired man looked at him apathetically. I've been watching you for a long while. I have heard the name Iyun several times over the past few years. You seem to have a grudge against him? It's best you do not act foolishly. Although I have yet to recover to my peak state, you can still be easily defeated. Who are you? Skyfire's sacred hands was overwhelmed by alarm. The person spoke strangely and his actions effused oddness. In front of the red-haired man, Skyfire's sacred hands felt his soul repressed. The man had followed him for several days without him noticing. I will not repeat my question again. Tell me about Iyun. The red-haired man spoke again. Skyfire's sacred hands had a feeling that if he did not answer him, the red-haired man would immediately attack. Chapter 1209, Crisis. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Against the red-haired man, Skyfire's sacred hands felt his vibrancy climbing up. There was no room for resistance. He was a proud man, but against the red-haired man he could only succumb. The pressure exuded by this man was just too great. He told the red-haired man everything he knew. Oh? He's able to easily remove the plague with a Dao Palace realm cultivation level? Yes, I was unable to do a thing to the evil spirits. The way he easily removed them is inexplicable. Skyfire's sacred hands did not dare to even breathe more than was necessary. The red-haired man stroked his chin and pondered. How could a Dao Palace realm warrior eliminate the demonic servants without harming the possessed? Iyun appeared to have some secrets. What are you hiding from me? The red-haired man's voice suddenly changed. At the same time, Skyfire's sacred hands felt all the blood circulating through his body freeze. He found it difficult to breathe. No, nothing. Skyfire's sacred hands said those words with great difficulty, but then he suddenly felt his dantian rapidly freezing. If this continued on, he would be maimed of his cultivation. It's a flame. He has a type of strange flame. He must have used the flame to burn the evil spirits. Skyfire's sacred hands struggled with all his might to say those words. Finally, he was released by the red-haired man. As he held his neck, Skyfire's sacred hands took in deep gasps. He was nearly crippled of his cultivation just a moment ago. Fire? The red-haired man fell into deep thought. He did not know of any flame that could easily burn the demonic servants without harming the dantian of the possessed. All of this could be ascertained, but only when Iyun was captured. He glanced at Skyfire's sacred hands and said, "You are of no use to me anymore. I'll give you two choices. Dedicate your life soul to me, or you die." Upon hearing the red-haired man's words, Skyfire's sacred hands' face turned pale. He knew that there was no way he could escape today's calamity. As a genius alchemist of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect, he had his own pride, so how could he easily give up his life soul? Do not think that you will be at a loss by succumbing. In several more years, the 12 Empyrean heavens will cease to exist, and it will instead be ruled by my race. My race's power is not something you can imagine. If I weren't so lacking in manpower, I wouldn't bother to give you a chance. I do not want to continue with this nonsense. I'm giving you 30 seconds to consider. If you succumb, you will obtain greater strength, allowing you to kill your enemy. Otherwise, you will die now. The red-haired man said indifferently, causing the corners of Skyfire's sacred hands' mouth to twitch. The 12 Empyrean heavens would no longer exist? What a joke! He looked up at the red-haired man. Although this man currently had him seized by terror, Skyfire's sacred hands sensed that he was only at the supremacy level. There were still divine lords above him, and even mightier existences beyond that. The person in front of him was definitely not capable of wiping out the 12 Empyrean heavens. From what he gathered from the red-haired man's words, the race he belonged to had even more powerful existences. They had been lurking around somewhere without anyone knowing. Where did they come from? Could it be the sinkhole? For some unknown reason, Skyfire's sacred hands suddenly thought of the evil spirits Ian destroyed. The sudden appearance of the evil spirits, the ancient ruins, as well as the red-haired man's inquiry about the evil spirits, caused him to make several connections. Those evil spirits were reared by your race? Skyfire's sacred hands suddenly realized the possibility and asked. You are rather smart. Indeed, the demonic servants are members of our race. However, it doesn't matter if they are destroyed. Although I'm somewhat interested in the Ian you mentioned, I am not worried by him. Our might cannot be obstructed. He is only a special ant to our race. As the red-haired man spoke, he extended his hand. His fingers spewed black gas, as though he was about to suck away Skyfire's sacred hands' soul. Skyfire's sacred hands no longer had a choice. His intuition told him that many of the things the red-haired man said were true. If that was the case, then pledging allegiance to the red-haired man was indeed an opportunity for him to become stronger. Furthermore, with his soaring serpents Skyfire robbed him, suffering a drop in status in the sect, and the mental demons that still plagued him, he had no future as he was now. I succumb. Skyfire's sacred hands said the words heavily. Each word took all his strength. The days and seasons passed by quickly. 20 years had passed since Ian first began his seclusion. The entrance to Ian's seclusion cavern had been covered in layers of sand. Vegetation grew on top of it, and, even if the concealment array had been removed, nothing seemed amiss. 20 years was like a snap of a finger to most warriors. However, it was extremely long for Ian. Before this, Ian had only been in a one-time seclusion for 18 years in the primordial Empyrean heavens trials. Ian left the Tianyuan world in his 30s and spent 20 years with the Luo clan upon arriving in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Later on, he became a disciple of Felicitas Rainlord and spent 4 years manifesting his Tao before heading to the Azurewood Great World, witnessing the battles between the Divine Lord and the Bronze Giant. By the time he came to the Sun Burial Sansi in the Yanggod Empyrean heaven, Ian was about 60. After experiencing growth in the Central State Divine Territory and the Myriad Divine Territory, Ian entered seclusion once again, and his cultivation was nearing 100 years. During the 20 years of seclusion, Ian expended most of the quasi-sage pills and relics he had. The expenditure rate was terrifying. Even a large sect like the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect would keep quasi-sage level pills as the best pills in their treasury. They would have a scant few sage level pills, and those would be considered a cornerstone item of the sect, guarded by the sect master or grand elders. Under such circumstances, a core disciple of the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect enjoying a few quasi-sage level pills or relics by 100 years would be impressive. However, Ian had eaten about 80 pills within 20 years. Now, there were large amounts of medicinal essence within Ian's body that had not been refined. However, he did not mind. He ate another quasi-sage Tao Palace manifestation pill and began refining it. Such a consumption rate would be seen as destroying heaven's treasures to the disciples of other factions. If they obtained a quasi-sage level pill,
they might enter seclusion for a decade or two to absorb it clean, without wasting one bit.
Even if they did want to eat more, they might not even be able to completely digest them. However, Yi-Yun had the Azurewood divine tree in him that needed to grow. The speed at which he expended pills was not something other geniuses could compare to. Now, Yi-Yun's Azurewood divine tree had grown to more than 200 feet. The Azurewood divine tree had already fused with the 9-treasured Dao Palace, so the two grew together. Every 100 feet the Azurewood divine tree grew, Yi-Yun's Dao Palace would increase another floor, which also meant him breaking through a sub-realm of the Dao Palace.
Now, Yi-Yun was already at the 3rd floor Dao Palace and was taking his first steps towards the 4th floor. However, Yi-Yun did not know that during his seclusion, the myriad divine territory and even the entire Yang God Empery in heaven was facing a massive crisis. 3 years ago, City Lord Qin had begun sending out many people to secretly search for Yi-Yun. However, no one knew where Yi-Yun had secluded himself. The myriad divine territory was huge, so searching for one person was like finding a needle in a haystack. There was no way to even begin. Chapter 12:10, Uninvited Guest. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Myriad City, Yun Xin Loft. During Yi-Yun's 20-plus years of seclusion, Yun Xin Loft gradually grew until it became the biggest medicinal clinic in Myriad City. Most of the growth was obviously thanks to the Paradise Chapter, the Guiyuan family, and City Lord Qin's guidance, but it was also partially thanks to Dong Xiuwan's aptitude towards management. Yi-Yun had left Yun Xin Loft to the two girls, Nandong Ruer and Dong Xiuwan. Ruer was indifferent to fame or profit and wasn't great at management, but Dong Xiuwan was rather talented in this aspect. Over the years, Yun Xin Loft had even opened up 2 branch stores, one selling weapons and another talisman charms. Without Yi-Yun, Yun Xin Loft was naturally lacking in amazing pills and medicine. But in the sale of ordinary pills, they were able to ensure quality for a reasonable price. They also had a very good reputation among customers. This was especially true a number of years ago, when many major factions in Myriad City had jointly organized a treasure appraisal meet in which the Yun Xin Loft dazzled and played a huge role. As a result, the 2 female bosses of Yun Xin Loft, Dong Xiuwan and Ruer, became highly respected. At this moment, on the 2nd floor of Yun Xin Loft, there was a middle-aged man who wore a hat. He was guarding a door. His name was Li Zhong, a 6th floor Dao Palace realm expert. Although Dao Palace realm experts were numerous in Myriad City, high-floor Dao Palace realm experts were relatively uncommon. After all, upon becoming a supremacy, one could become an elder of a major faction. However, Li Zhong was only head of the Guardians in Yun Xin Loft. It was a good job, the pay was good and it gave some status. Li Zhong owed Dong Xiuwan for the position. In his youth, he had been Dong Xiaoqing's personal guard and had watched her grow up. Now, Yun Xin Loft was about to close for the day. The noisy hall on the 1st floor also finally fell silent. Li Zhong was standing guard outside a suite. For a head guardian to guard a door naturally meant that the guest inside was extraordinary. Li Zhong already knew that Paradise Chapter's Fairy Yuqin had come. She was discussing various matters with Dong Xiuwan. There was no need to elaborate on Dong Xiuwan's status in Yun Xin Loft. Everyone treated her with respect. As for Fairy Yuqin, she was designated as the successor of the Paradise Chapter. Now, Fairy Yuqin enjoyed an extremely high status which could only be matched by Fairy Wuxia. Xiaowan, I heard that a plague similar to the one that happened 2 decades ago has broken out in the neighboring North Mystic Divine Territory. Many geniuses are unable to cultivate and many of their lives are at stake. Fairy Yuqin looked like she had many worries on her mind. She was in no mood to drink the excellent 5-colored ice heart tea despite holding a cup of it in her hand. Isn't that news from a year or 2 ago? Why are you mentioning it again now? Dong Xiuwan looked up and asked. It is old news, but recently there is talk that the evil spirits within the possessed geniuses have finally matured. Those geniuses have died and turned into sinister beings. Not only has their strength increased several-fold, they also became cold-blooded and ruthless. They are no different from monsters. Fairy Yuqin's words chilled Dong Xiaowan's heart. The thought of a genius being a vessel for the breeding of an evil spirit before turning into a monster sounded terrifying and sinister. It sent a chill down her back. Will this plague break out again in our myriad divine territory? Dong Xiaowan asked with a frown. The North Mystic Divine Territory was also a large divine territory and had forces no weaker than the myriad divine territory. However, against the strange plague, all the mighty figures of the North Mystic Divine Territory were helpless. I heard that people from the North Mystic Divine Territory have already learned of young Master Yi's capabilities from our side. They are now in search of him. Furthermore, the City Lord has clearly become more nervous in the recent days. City Lord Qin has also been secretly searching for young Master Yi, but to no avail. When Fairy Yuqin said that, Dong Xiaowan shook her head gently. Miss Yuqin, I know your intentions. I mentioned before that if young master were to pass me even the slightest bit of information, I will inform you immediately. However, he is in seclusion and it will be a very long one. He said as much before he left. When he comes out of seclusion, he will easily cure the plague, even if it is spread to us. Ever since the Grand Alchemical Comedical meet of 2 decades ago, Yi Yun's prestige was rooted deep in the hearts of many, Dong Xiaowan included. She was absolutely confident when it came to Yi Yun. However, Fairy Yuqin shook her head when she heard Dong Xiaowan. Her instinct told her that the plague wasn't that simple. It seemed like a dark cloud was gradually shrouding the entire myriad divine territory. Let's hope young Master Yi will come out of seclusion as soon as possible and rid us of the plague. Just as Fairy Yuqin was mentioning her wish, she heard an explosive sound. Following that, there were crunching sounds. Fairy Yuqin was alarmed as she stood up from her seat, scanning the region outside with her perception. When she sensed it, her expression immediately changed. Outside Yun Xian loft, there was a hooded man floating like a night owl in midair. Beneath his feet was a shattered plaque. The Yun Xian loft plaque that had been hanging for 2 decades had been smashed by this hooded figure. Who is it? Dong Xiaowan was enraged. All these years, not one person dared to make trouble in Yun Xian loft. Yet now, someone had directly destroyed Yun Xian loft's plaque. Who doesn't want to live any further? At that moment, the guardian Li Zhong had charged out. He brought with him a group of Yun Xian loft guardians. Their jobs were typically rather relaxed and today was the first day they were encountering trouble. However, just as they came into contact with the hovering man, they felt like they had struck an invisible wall of air. Their bodies not only tightened, but they were also rapidly repelled. Bam! 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 The guardians were thrown back into Yun Xian loft like cannons, crashing through many walls and shelves. Some even shot through the entirety of Yun Xian loft and came out the other side. Their bodies were covered in blood. Uncle Li! Dong Xiaowan rushed to Li Zhong's side in a few steps. When she extended her hand out to test for Li Zhong's pulse, her expression turned ugly. That one strike was enough to break nearly all of Li Zhong's bones. Even his meridians had been mostly maimed. Although Li Zhong still had breath in him, he had suffered injuries that were equivalent to maiming half his cultivation level. In the future, his strength would only drop and would never increase. Perhaps he might not have a few hundred years to live. Miss, quick leave. Inform City Lord. City Lord Qin. Li Zhong said those words with great difficulty as blood constantly spewed out of his mouth. He knew that he was nearly crippled, but at that moment his focus was on Dong Xiaowan. In the Jade Wave sect, Dong Xiaowan was the heir apparent. At this moment, Fairy Yuqin had also appeared beside Dong Xiaowan. She had immediately sent a voice transmission to the upper echelons of Paradise Chapter. However, she was acutely aware that the black-cloaked man, with his strength, could absolutely cause irreparable damage before the upper echelons of the Paradise Chapter reached them. Fairy Yuqin did not know if she could withstand him.
Where's Yi Yun? Tell me where he is. The hovering figure issued an extremely jarring voice. Chapter 12:11, The Power of the Evil Spirits. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Faced with the man's interrogation, no one spoke a word. There were many people gathered in the vicinity of Yun Xin loft, watching the sudden turn of events.
Ruer was in the backyard and rushed out when she heard the commotion. However, she was held back by Dong Xiaowan.
Ruer, go back. Don't come out. In terms of strength, Ruer was the weakest. So it's the two of you. I know you.
You are Dong Xiaowan, the principal herb.
You are in charge of the management of Yi Yun's store. And you must be Fairy Yuqin.
You were also involved in the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. The cloaked man's voice was harsh on the ears.
He clearly knew a lot about Yi Yun.
At that moment, Fairy Yuqin's gaze penetrated the shadows of the man's hood and saw half his face.
It was an extremely pale face that suffused blood specks. The blood looked like it had oozed out beneath the man's skin, giving him a gruesome and horrifying appearance. Fairy Yuqin's heart tightened. The face looked somewhat familiar. You are Skyfire's sacred hands.
Although he had changed drastically, the contours of his facial features had not changed much.
He was undoubtedly Skyfire's sacred hands.
Upon hearing Fairy Yuqin's words, the man guffawed.
To think someone still remembers me. Ha ha ha. It feels great being remembered. You are right. It's me. The man removed the hood and his pale, blood-speckled face left people tingling. Was he really Skyfire's sacred hands?
There were many people present that had witnessed the Grand Alchemical Medical meet 2 decades ago.
Back then, Skyfire's sacred hands looked high-spirited. Many of the major factions of Myriad City had to treat him with absolute respect. Later on, Skyfire's sacred hands had faced failure in the form of Yi Yun and was robbed of his Skyfire. However, his status remained lofty and unreachable to ordinary people. Who could have imagined that he would have transformed into such a state after 2 decades? You, cultivated in some heretic technique? Or?
Fairy Yuqin could tell that not only had his aura and appearance changed after 2 decades, Skyfire's sacred hands' strength had also greatly increased. To increase his strength in such a short period of time to such a state was definitely not something accomplishable through orthodox means. Although Yi Yun did rob you of your soaring serpent Skyfire, you did not lose everything. To seek revenge on Yi Yun, you turned yourself into this thing that's neither man nor ghost.
Was it worth it?
Fairy Yuqin questioned him with a forceful tone. She could even sense a cadaveric aura from within Skyfire's sacred hands' body.
Skyfire's sacred hands immediately laughed out loudly. Yi Yun! What a joke! Is he worth my actions? The only thing of worth is unlimited power. I am glad I made this choice years ago. Now that I have finished my seclusion after nearly 2 decades, my lifespan has been extended by 10 times and my strength has increased exponentially. All of this is beyond what you ants can imagine. I only want to kill Yi Yun to rid myself of mental demons. That is all. By the way, the Myriad Divine Territory will be mine. From the moment I came out of seclusion, your destruction was already destined. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he glanced at Yun Xin loft and a sinister smile suffused his lips. This store is such an eyesore. I'll start by demolishing it. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he swiped his hand, causing Yun Xin loft to vibrate vigorously. It looked as though it was about to collapse. You! Dong Xiaowan turned anxious. This was a medicinal clinic that Yi Yun had left her to manage. She had put 20 years of time and effort into making it flourish. It had now become the biggest medicinal clinic of Myriad City. Although Dong Xiaowan did not mention it, deep in her heart, she always remembered what Yi Yun said before leaving.
She knew that Yi-Yun would return to take a look and yearned for that day to come.
She wanted to show him a completely different Yun Xin loft when he returned.
Despite knowing that Yi-Yun was not overly concerned with this estate of his, she wanted to do her job well, satisfying him. But now, her 20 years of hard work was about to be destroyed by a casual strike from Skyfire's sacred hands.
Boom!
Yun Xin loft began collapsing as large pillars began falling, smashing into the shelves. Pill bottles crashed to the ground, shattering upon impact. Upon seeing this scene, Dong Xiaowan felt her heart bleeding. She knew she could not stop any of this. She looked furiously at Skyfire's sacred hands with a stare that seemed to penetrate him.
Lass! I sense immense killing intent from your eyes.
Against my strength, you, a mere Dao manifestation warrior, can actually produce killing intent.
Good, very good. Skyfire's sacred hands grinned hideously when he said that. Since you are Yi-Yun's subordinate and Yi-Yun can remove the plague, I'll plant a new demonic servant in your body. Let's see if Yi-Yun can remove it or not.
As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he struck Dong Xiaowan with his palm. The strike seemed to shroud the entire world. Instantly, dark clouds shrouded the sun as demonic aura surged. People could see an evil spirit howling from Skyfire's sacred hands' palm. It looked like a human face that was squirming in pain as though it wanted to devour everything.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
When the demonic wind passed through her body, the Yun Xin loft behind her exploded completely, blasting apart into endless rubble. People that were close to it were injured by the flying shrapnel.
They collapsed to the ground amid cries. Dong Xiaowan was in the middle of all of this. She received the full brunt of the howling evil spirit. She stood still, not because she didn't want to dodge, but because she knew it was impossible for her to do so.
Phew! The evil spirit entered her body as she grunted painfully. Her body retreated rapidly as the color in her face drained. An evil spirit had entered her body before, so she was very familiar with the feeling. However, the evil spirit in her body now was more than 100 times more powerful than before.
Evil spirit. You can control the evil spirits.
As a disciple of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect, you are actually willing to degenerate yourself, selling your souls to the evil spirits. Fairy Yuqin shouted. She had sensed a familiar aura from Skyfire's sacred hands' body, and now she realized it was the power of the evil spirits.
Sold my soul to the demonic servants? What a joke! Skyfire's sacred hands looked at Fairy Yuqin. You are very interesting. In your Dantian, it seems like there are remnants of a demonic servant. Why? Was Yi-Yun unable to completely remove the demonic servant in your Dantian, or did he deliberately leave some of the demonic servant's strength behind, allowing you to raise your strength by refining it? Well done, very well done.
Since you have such spirit to use the demonic servant as a grinding stone for your strength, let me give you a pleasant surprise. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he struck down at Fairy Yuqin with his palm.
The strike contained the same terrifying demonic powers as before.
It sealed the void, and, even with Fairy Yuqin's strength, she was unable to dodge it. Fairy Yuqin grunted painfully as she took several steps back.
Her brows furrowed as she felt a grinding pain in her Dantian that was absolutely unbearable.
Skyfire's sacred hands had implanted an evil spirit in her that was a lot more powerful than the one she previously had. It was completely incomparable to the one from 2 decades ago.
Enjoy the feeling of being devoured by the demonic servants. Chapter 1212, Having No Qualms. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin.
The demonic servants that Skyfire's sacred hands planted were intrinsic demonic servants he had painstakingly nurtured. Once these demonic servants entered the body, even Fairy Yuqin, who had experience refining the demonic servants, would be unable to withstand it. They were like sitting ducks.
Since Yi-Yun is hiding, I'll plant these demonic servants in you. I wonder if he will stand back and watch all of you die.
Just as Skyfire's sacred hands said that, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed a few mighty powers rushing towards him from 3 directions.
They were the experts of Myriad City. Skyfire's sacred hand sneered and did not panic.
He stood firm in midair and waited for them to arrive. Within moments, an azure-clothed middle-aged man had appeared in front of Skyfire's sacred hands like a wisp of azure-colored smoke. Upon seeing this person, Skyfire's sacred hands suffused a smile.
City Lord Qin, how have you been? Skyfire's sacred hands had met City Lord Qin 2 decades ago.
Back then, he was naturally greatly lacking when compared to City Lord Qin.
Today, however, he was composed and relaxed.
At his present cultivation level, he could clearly see City Lord Qin's realm. He was, in fact, only considered to be at the quasi-divine lord level.
He was still slightly short of the divine lord level, much less having obtained the divine lord royal seal. Following closely behind City Lord Qin were Paradise Chapter's Perfected Qianhua and the Guiyuan family's Guiyuan Padian.
Perfected Qianhua had been in seclusion, but when she received word that her disciple was in trouble, she stopped her seclusion immediately.
Shi Nur.
Perfected Qianhua's face turned as cold as frost when she saw Fairy Yoqin's pale expression.
It's you! Skyfire's sacred hands looked at Perfected Qianhua indifferently. Perfected Qianhua, is it? 20 years ago, you could lord over my life and death, forcing me to flee. 20 years later, here we are, meeting in Myriad Divine territory again. Release Qi Nur or you will lead a life worse than death. Ha ha ha. Skyfire's sacred hands laughed out loud.
His body gradually turned ethereal and became a blurry black shadow. He looked somewhat similar to the demonic servant's true form.
Life worse than death? You can try it. The demonic servants planted in them are intrinsic to me. If I were to die, things won't look good for them. Ha 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 ha. These two are only a warning. Every day that Yi Yun does not appear, more people will be implanted with evil spirits.
Eventually, the entirety of Myriad City will cease to exist. Amid jarring laughter, Skyfire's sacred hands' black figure instantly shot into the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye. As for Perfected Qianhua, City Lord Qin, and the others, their expressions were frozen in an extremely ugly way. They were alarmed by Skyfire's sacred hands' appearance. He was able to transform into such a form? This Skyfire's sacred hands has almost become an evil spirit. He can be anywhere and possesses tremendous speed. Even if we had taken action, it is unlikely we would have been able to retain him. City Lord Qin said with a frown. Now that Skyfire's sacred hands possessed such power, he had no qualms about doing anything. As for them, they moved too carefully, afraid of causing collateral damage. Skyfire's sacred hands had come to Myriad City to embark on an arrogant rampage, but all they could do was watch helplessly as he fled.
Qi Nur. Perfected Qianhua rushed to Fairy Yoqin's side.
She enveloped her with Yuan Qi and probed her dantian. The glint in Perfected Qianhua's eyes darkened the moment she probed. She revealed a pained expression.
Qi Nur, don't worry. I will not watch idly as you get devoured by the evil spirit.
Perfected Qianhua infused a bout of Yuan Qi into Fairy Yoqin's body, but it was like a rock sinking to the bottom of an ocean.
Fairy Yoqin's expression was pale. She shook her head and said, Skyfire's sacred hands' return is most likely connected to the plague in North Mystic Divine territory. I thought that there was someone pulling the strings behind his back. This time, he attacked me and Miss Xiaowan in order to force Yi Yun out. Yi Yun was the only one that could treat the plague the other time. Fairy Yoqin knew that Skyfire's sacred hand's aim was not only revenge, but also to wipe out the only person that could deal with the evil spirits. Under such circumstances, how could she implicate Yi Yun for her own sake?
Dong Xiaowan felt the same, but much stronger. She had feelings for Yi Yun and would rather die than put Yi Yun in any danger. Just as Fairy Yoqin went to say something, the remaining color drained from her face and her body turned limp. With a stumble, she fainted.
Shi Nur.
Perfected Xianhua hurriedly caught Fairy Yuqin in her arms. At the same time, Dong Xiaowan had collapsed too. She was being held up by Ruer.
This. Perfected Xianhua looked anxious. The possession in the past would not result in unconsciousness so quickly. The evil spirits planted by Skyfire Sacred Hands are too overbearing. Dong Xiaowan won't be able to withstand it. As for the evil spirit in Yuqin's body, it's even stronger.
Furthermore, she already had an evil spirit inside her, so the two stimulated each other, making it difficult for her to endure their combined effects.
City Lord Qin said after an immediate probe. The two women had fainted. Yunxian Loft was now a ruin and Ruer was carrying Dong Xiaowan, nearly bursting into tears. What were they to do? Were they going to watch Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin die?
Ruer had followed Yi Yun for quite a period of time.
She believed that this was absolutely not something Yi Yun would want to see. However, how were they to find Yi Yun?
But at this moment, City Lord Qin's expression changed.
He turned his head abruptly and looked in the direction City Lord Manor.
There were dark clouds above City Lord Manor as though a fiendish god had appeared.
No good. City Lord Qin's expression changed.
Ignoring Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin, he transformed into a beam of light and flew for City Lord Manor. Perfected Xianhua clenched her teeth and followed closely behind. The dark clouds were made of dense demonic gases, and were clearly the work of Skyfire's sacred hands.
He had not left but instead made a feint before appearing at City Lord Manor.
City Lord Manor, which had tight security, appeared uninhabited in front of Skyfire's sacred hands.
He wantonly laughed in an ear-piercing manner. Father! Father! Save me! A painful cry sounded. Following that was Skyfire's sacred hands' maniacal voice. Qin Zhengyang, is this your son? This trash that even a demonic servant couldn't be bothered to possess.
Qin Zhengyang rushed there just in time. From afar, he saw the dense demonic gases transform into a thick and large demonic arm. It grabbed at a youth who was none other than his youngest son, Qin Wufeng. In the past, Qin Wufeng had gone to Myriad Immortal Palace to gallivant and was tricked into a fighting gamble by Si Yuxing. He bet his arms and nearly had them amputated. If not for Yi Yun's compromise, Qin Wufeng would have been maimed. From that moment onwards, Qin Wufeng was grounded by Qin Zhengyang for a very long time and forced to reflect on his faults.
However, Qin Wufeng remained prodigal. His cultivation level improved slowly as all he focused on was pleasure and women. Whenever he had the chance, he would secretly visit Heavenly Treasure's Arch. Ha ha ha, since no demonic servant is willing to possess this piece of trash, I'll cripple him. City Lord Qin, consider it me taking out the trash for you. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he struck at Qin Wufeng's dantian. Qin Wufeng cried out in pain as his body plummeted like a kite that had its string cut. Chapter 12-13, Exiting Seclusion. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Wu Feng. Qin Zhengyang was enraged. Although his son had not amounted to much, he was still his son in the end. Through his entire martial career, there was one woman he loved deeply. She had been pursued by Qin Zhengyang's enemies, and died because of her association with him. This matter had become an everlasting point of hurt for Qin Zhengyang. The son she left him might have been a good-for-nothing, but Qin Zhengyang still loved him and accommodated him. Back then, Yi Yun had fought Si Yuxing for the sake of this son of his. He was saved then, but now he had been crippled by Skyfire's sacred hands. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhengyang, Lord Demon Spirit, has left the Myriad Divine Territory in my charge. From this day forth, I will come visit Myriad City occasionally. Wait for me. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, his body shot up into the sky like a blazing arrow. When he got high into the sky, his body transformed into dozens of shadows before dissipating. In a blink of an eye, he had vanished. What sort of escape art was that?
Upon seeing this scene, perfected Shenhua and Guiyuan Padian felt helpless.
Although they were at first confident in their ability to suppress Skyfire's sacred hands, what could they do if they couldn't even catch his shadow?
At that moment, Qin Zhengyang landed beside Qin Wufeng. As he looked at his son's shattered dantian and blood-covered body, Qin Zhengyang felt terrible.
Father! Save me!
Qin Wufeng said with great difficulty. He extended his blood-stained hands as though he was trying to grab onto something. His eyes were filled with hope and indignation.
Qin Zhengyang shook his head. Wufeng's future was certain now. Qin Zhengyang knew his youngest son's character.
If not for Skyfire's sacred hands, he would have still ended up in this state sooner or later. In the future, live peacefully as a mortal. After Qin Zhengyang said that, he shot a pill into Qin Wufeng's mouth. Upon hearing Qin Zhengyang's words, the hope in Qin Wufeng's eyes turned to despair. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and, perhaps being unable to withstand the mental blow, he fainted immediately.
Qin Zhengyang sighed and fell silent. Uncle Qin. Princess White Fox appeared and quietly walked to Qin Zhengyang's side.
During Skyfire's sacred hands' attack, she was still in seclusion while Qin Wufeng was fooling around with his maids. He was naturally the first to be attacked. When Princess White Fox came out after hearing noises, it was already too late. Besides, she would not have been able to save Qin Wufeng either.
Sorry, Princess White Fox said guiltily. It's not your fault. Skyfire's sacred hands is not someone you can stop at all. If there's anyone to blame, it's me.
If he had a portion of your strength, he might have been able to last a little longer under Skyfire's sacred hands' attacks, long enough for me to come to his rescue. Qin Zhengyang had rushed to City Lord Manor immediately, but it was still too late.
Uncle Qin, I wonder who this demon spirit that Skyfire's sacred hands mentioned is. If he is under demon spirit's orders to deal with the myriad divine territory, it appears this disaster is not only limited to the plague. That's right. Perhaps the entire Yang God Emperor in heaven might suffer a calamity. I had been hoping to find Yun, but now I wish that he would not appear. Yun is too young and will not be able to withstand such tumultuous waves. Call your master back. I'll need to trouble her again. As Qin Wufeng spoke, he looked into the distance with his brows furrowed. The power struggle of the myriad divine territory had just been settled, but after a few short years of peace, were they about to enter another bitter struggle? Cultivation knew no time. In the small world Yun secluded himself in, there was still bright sunlight and lush vegetation. Yun sat cross-legged on a stone bed in a chamber. Beside him was a pot of spiritual aqua. Over these years, the spiritual aqua had assisted Yun while he made breakthroughs by providing him the heaven-earth yuan qi he needed. More than half the spiritual aqua had been absorbed by Yun. What started as an immense spiritual aqua spring had now turned into a tiny stream. At this moment, Yun beckoned with his hand at the spiritual aqua. A few drops of aqua the size of beans floated up. Their essence began to condense and formed a hazy patch, allowing themselves to be swallowed by Yun's open mouth. When these water droplets entered Yun's meridians, they slowly infused into Yun's dantian and went deep into the Azure Wood Divine Tree's root network. These days, Yun would refine a tiny amount of aqua directly on a daily basis. The spiritual aqua had unknowingly been transported to beneath the Azure Wood Divine Tree's root network and become the spring that provided for the Azure Wood Divine Tree, nourishing its growth. As for Yun's cultivation level, he had just made a breakthrough to the 4th floor Dao Palace realm not long ago. At that moment, Yun suddenly heard Sierra's voice coming from outside the chamber. Brother Yun, can I come in? I sense a group of people approaching. Oh? Yun was slightly surprised. All these years, he had chosen to seclude himself in an uninhabited place. So far, only tiny animals would approach the lake for water. It was truly rare for a group of people to come so deep into the mountains, Yi Yun opened the door and saw Ling Xier standing by the entrance prettily. Her face exuded a healthy glow and the lifeblood in her was a lot more vibrant. Her body had condensed into a corporeal form and she seemed to be bursting with energy. If he did not know that Ling Xier had an incorporeal body, he would definitely believe that she was a real young girl made of flesh and blood. Speaking of which, ever since Ling Xier began cultivating, the power of her soul increased by leaps and bounds. Her cultivation talent was heaven-defying. Then again, considering that she was an incorporeal body born out of the heretical god fire seed, it wasn't exactly a surprise. As Xier grew in strength, her body also began to mature. She was an inch taller and she looked about 12 years old instead of 10. She remained pure and adorable, but there were hints of a teenage girl's beauty in her. Who are they? They are warriors. They seem to be in a terrible state. A few of them are injured too. Now that Ling Xier's strength had greatly increased, she had the capability to tour outside the pocket world spiritually. Xier had an active nature. As Yi Yun secluded himself for such a long period of time and she was alone, it was rather boring to spend a decade or so in a chamber. She did not dare to venture out alone, afraid of exposing Yi Yun. Thus, she used the method of spiritual traveling to look at the valley's scenery. There, she watched deer drink water or bunnies chew on grass. She wanted to have some fun today but saw a group of people escaping into the woods. They had set up a concealment array and looked like they intended to rest here for a few days. Hence, she decided to inform Yi Yun. They are injured? Yi Yun pondered for a moment before saying, then, let's go out and take a look. Out? Really? Ling Xier felt delighted. She had been trapped in the Sun Burial Sand Sea in the past. It was not easy for her to escape the massive array with Yi Yun, but she had been unconscious. By the time she awoke, she was accompanying Yi Yun in seclusion. All these years, she had never seen the external world with her own eyes. Yeah. It's about time I came out of seclusion. It's been long enough. Yi Yun stretched his body and got off the stone bed. When he cultivated into a trance-like state, time passed without knowing. He himself did not know how many years had passed. In the recent years, Yi Yun sensed that there was a clear decrease in his cultivation speed. He knew that he was beginning to come into contact with a tiny bottleneck. Warriors could not cultivate purely via seclusion. They needed to experience the outside world and battle. At times, by sheer luck, an epiphany could occur that was equivalent to a long seclusion. Yi Yun had received many epiphanies in the past due to the opportunities he encountered. He lacked the time to digest them all. Thus, he had chosen to enter seclusion for a long period of time. He could strengthen his foundations and, now that his goal had been achieved, he could naturally end his seclusion. Let's go. It's time we leave this place. Yi Yun turned back to glance at the pocket world he left behind. He planned on leaving everything in there. He took all the important herbs and left the things that were not of much use to him, such as cultivation jade slips, low-grade pills and relics, and weapons he had obtained. In time to come, when his concealment array was drained of its energy, perhaps a young person would come here and find these things. It would be quite an opportunity for them. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun felt somewhat wistful. Once upon a time, he had relied on the light providence shined on him to enter ruins left behind by the ancients and received opportunities. Yet, unknowingly, he had now become a senior that could leave ruins and opportunities to others. Chapter 1214, Sect Wipeout. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. In the land where Yi Yun secluded himself, there was an azure-blue lake in the middle of an extended mountain range and valley. During windless days, the lake's surface would be calm, without even a single ripple. At night, the lake would reflect the round moon, exuding great beauty. As it was uninhabited, Ling Xier had taken it upon herself to become the lake's owner. She named it Mirror Moon Lake. At that moment, by the bank of Mirror Moon Lake, 4 men and 2 women landed with spectacular speckles of light.
The person leading the group looked like a middle-aged mortal in his 50s. He was severely lacking in lifeblood and there was a wound on his chest. It looked like it was a slash wound. The middle-aged man looked at the surrounding terrain and said, "We have already escaped deep into the mountains, but there are many desolate beasts and fey beasts here. If we venture deeper into the woods, we might encounter danger. I'm injured and can hardly repress the poison in my body. I can't go on further as I need to rest here to recuperate. If we were to continue and enter the woods, I'm afraid we might perish." As he spoke, the middle-aged man was panting. His face had several purplish patches that were obvious signs of poison. "Senior brother, I'll set up a concealment array here. Let's recuperate here," a woman that looked to be in her 30s said. Among this group of people, 3 men and 2 women looked rather old. There was another young man that looked about 14. He had a round face that was still very childlike. His raven-black eyes exuded hints of an unyielding will. When he heard his martial uncle's instructions, the youth began clearing the ground and setting up an area for resting. He was still young and unable to help set up any concealment array. All he could do were some miscellaneous chores. This lake shore is beautiful. It reminds me of our Sex Ice Lake. The only difference is the scenery. As she looked at Mirror Moon Lake, a woman that appeared middle-aged sighed wistfully. It snowed perennially at their Sex Ice Lake, but it never froze in any season. In winter, there would be pink winter plums sprouting by the lakeside, making for a picturesque scene. Another woman in her 30s shook her head and said, "Don't be sad. Although our sect no longer exists, we are still alive. When Linger grows up, we can re-establish Ice Lake Island." As she spoke, the woman ruffled the youth's head. She exuded tender, loving care, for they were the only few left from Ice Lake Island. The youth did not say a word. All he did was secretly turn firm and determined. He was in his teens, but he was already carrying a heavy mission on his shoulders. As the 2 women spoke, they set up the array flags. The concealment array, which was Ice Lake Island's best concealment array, was almost done. With it successfully set up, they would be temporarily safe. The deep mountains were rather cold and desolate, but there was some spiritual energy. They could recuperate for a few days before making a decision on what their future held. The middle-aged man that led them had already consumed some pills and began meditating to treat himself. However, the purplish patches on his face did not rescind. His chest wound also did not seem to recover, and instead flowed more incessantly. One could vaguely make out blackness in his blood. "Martial uncle, are you all right?" The youth was the first to notice the man's odd state. He panicked, for the middle-aged man was the pillar of support among the 6 of them. He was the deputy island lord of Ice Lake Island. They were only able to remain alive and come this far because he had fought so desperately. "Senior brother, didn't you consume the frost cocoon ice heart pill? Why isn't it able to curb the spread of the poison?" The woman in her 30s panicked. She believed that things would be fine once the anti-poison pill was eaten. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly struck his chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. When it landed on the grass, it immediately withered away the green grass, robbing it of its vibrancy. After the middle-aged man forced out the mouthful of poisoned blood, he finally managed to catch his breath. "I won't be dying so soon," he said while gritting his teeth. An unusual redness flashed across his face. The poison was indeed domineering, preventing the frost cocoon ice heart pill from completely expelling it from his body. All the pill could do was repress the poison. He did not know if he would ever get rid of the poison at its root. If he didn't remove it, he probably would not live more than a few years. The middle-aged man was not afraid of death. He was only afraid that his death would result in Linger losing his guidance and protection, and that he wouldn't have the chance to mature. "Senior brother, nothing untoward should happen to you," said a slightly younger man. His face was filled with worry, but, just as he spoke, a rainbow-colored beam of light shot out from the lake in front of him. The light charged into the sky as immensely rich spiritual energy rushed at them.
What? The group was alarmed. Could the scene that was unfolding before them be the birth of a mysterious treasure? No, it's an array formation. The middle-aged leader was more knowledgeable.
The moment he spoke, immense energy rushed over. The concealment array that was halfway set up was dissipated from the surge. The array flags were launched into the sky. That was one of their sect's core array formations. Yet, it had been dissipated by the remnant energies of the array formation that was already located here. At that moment, the group realized that the lake in front of them had shrunk, revealing trees by the bank.
Didn't this mean that what they had been looking at all this time was an illusion?
The group exchanged looks. Two of the women had even scooped water from the lake out of their love for cleanliness. They had used the water to wash their faces, so how could the cool and refreshing lake water be an illusion? It's a concealment array formation, but it's extremely esoteric, far superior than our ice lake islands. I wonder if an expert resides here or if we have accidentally intruded onto a ruin. The middle-aged man wore a solemn expression. Either one of the possibilities were extremely dangerous, especially the former.
Some reclusive experts had odd personalities.
It was now a question of what would happen. At that moment, they saw the space in front of them distort.
A teenager that looked 16 or 17 appeared out of thin air with a young girl that was slightly older than a decade.
The young girl had 2 hair buns and her red face still had a little baby fat. She looked innocent and adorable, like a pixie that resided in the woods. As for the youth, he looked handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. His eyes were deep like the starry sky and appeared unfathomable. His aura was converged, making him resemble a beautiful piece of jade that had been restored to its original simplicity. He made it difficult for others to describe him.
Who were they? The middle-aged man was dumbstruck.
They had deliberately escaped into an uninhabited land but ended up encountering others. Furthermore, they were such peculiar people. Although they looked young, the middle-aged man was certain that they were definitely no ordinary youths.
You mentioned that your sect had been wiped out?
At that moment, the youth spoke. He spoke in a slow tone, but it seemed to ring within their hearts. The youth was none other than Iyun, who had just come out of seclusion. The middle-aged man faltered for a moment before nodding his head slowly.
He was feeling completely flabbergasted.
The youth had heard their conversation, but they had not even noticed the duo's existence.
Ice Lake Island. I have never heard of this sect. Is your sect from around here?
Yes,
but we are only a tiny sect.
Senior, it is only natural that you have never heard of it.
We had escaped here and accidentally disturbed your peaceful cultivation. Please do not blame us for our ignorance.
The middle-aged man had already begun speaking politely. He guessed that the youth was probably an old monster that had eaten youth retention pills. He had been secluding himself here, but they had stupidly trespassed. It was truly a tragedy.
I see. Iyun nodded.
His gaze flitted across the middle-aged man's chest wound. Tell me, how was your sect wiped out? If it was only a typical feud between sects that lead to their destruction, Iyun would not bother about it. In a warrior's world, sects were wiped out all the time. Not only did small sects experience it, even the myriad immortal pavilion had been wiped out. There was no right and wrong in such matters, only victory and defeat.
Iyun would not interfere in such matters. However, Iyun had sensed a familiar aura from the middle-aged man's wound. The aura left him wary. Chapter 12:15 Myriad Divine Territories Changes. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. It's an ancient, evil race. They started by occupying the North Mystic Divine Territory, then they began infiltrating the northern borders of the Myriad Divine Territory. My Ice Lake Island happens to be in the region and was wiped out. Only a few of us managed to escape.
The middle-aged man replied respectfully. He suspected that the youth in front of him had been in seclusion for too long, and wasn't informed of recent happenings.
Ancient evil race? Yi Yun pricked his brows up. What's that?
That's what we call them, but we have no idea what they really are. Rumors say that about 2 decades ago, there was a sect named the Jadewave sect that had dug open an ancient ruin and discovered a type of evil spirit that could possess geniuses, crippling them completely. From that moment forth, things got out of hand. Later on, a godly person known as Yi Yun provided a miraculous cure. He was able to easily dispel the evil spirits, but unfortunately, young Master Yi vanished and the evil spirits spread once again.
In the last few years, many of the possessed geniuses were completely replaced by the evil spirits, turning into monsters.
We call these monsters the ancient evil race.
They have wraith-like auras and are no longer human.
The middle-aged man's face turned purple after saying so much in one breath.
He was heavily poisoned and unable to cleanse it.
Yi Yun was alarmed when he heard that. He had guessed that the demonic servants from Jadewave sect had only just started and that the calamity would eventually happen. After all, for a long period of time, the bronze giants had proliferated the entire 12 Empyrean heavens and had countless servants. They could completely repress the other races. However, the people in front of him were saying that the demonic servants had completed their possessions and completely replaced the geniuses.
They had even taken control of the North Mystic Divine Territory. Yi Yun was alarmed. How could that happen so fast? He flicked his finger and a pill shot into the middle-aged man's mouth.
Before the middle-aged man could even react, the pill had naturally melted in his mouth and turned into a warm stream that infused into his organs. The middle-aged man faltered slightly and was immediately delighted. He sensed that the poison in his body was being greatly repressed by the pill. As long as he spent a certain amount of time digesting it, there was a chance for him to be rid of the poison. Who was this youth? How could a pill he casually produced be so miraculous? However, now wasn't the moment to digest the pill. The middle-aged man could tell that the youth still had other questions to ask him.
What about Myriad City? What happened to it?
Yi Yun was most concerned with Myriad City, specifically City Lord Qin, Princess White Fox, Dong Xiaowan, and company.
Myriad City? I haven't received any news of Myriad City for half a year.
I believe Myriad City is still around since there are so many experts there.
However, Myriad City isn't so peaceful that nothing has happened there.
A few years ago, a person named Skyfire Sacred Hands, who was apparently a mighty figure of the Candle Cauldron Divine Territory and also an alchemist, submitted to the evil fiends and had become one of the ancient evil race. He seems to hate young Master Yi to the bone. As such, he suddenly appeared in Myriad City and destroyed young Master Yi's Yunexian loft and planted the evil spirits in a few ladies. Now that I think of it, that lot are likely doomed. What? Yi Yun felt reverberations through his heart when he heard him.
Skyfire's sacred hands had submitted to the demonic servants.
These demonic servants leached onto geniuses and, once they completely possessed the host, their strength would increase exponentially. And with Skyfire's sacred hand already at the supremacy level, his strength would be unimaginable after he was possessed by a demonic servant.
If Xiaowan and Roar were attacked by Skyfire's sacred hands, could they still survive? How long has it been? Yi Yun asked unsettlingly.
The middle-aged man did not react in time.
He never expected Yi Yun's reaction to be so intense. Are you asking about the ladies? I think it was 4 years ago.
No, they were harmed by Skyfire's sacred hands about 5 years ago. The middle-aged man did a count, and from the first appearance of an evil spirit after the Jadewave sect dug up the ancient ruin, it has been about 26 or 27 years.
5 years. Yi Yun drew a cold gasp. If evil spirits were planted in them for 5 years, could they now be possessed by the evil spirits? Do you know who were the ones harmed?
That.
I'm not sure about that either.
When he looked at Yi Yun's gaze, the middle-aged man felt a little afraid. Could it be that the youth had relationships with those few ladies? At that moment, a youth beside the middle-aged man said, "Over the years, dozens of geniuses have been harmed by Skyfire's sacred hands, one after another. Senior, if you asking about the ladies involved with young Master Yi, I happen to know that it was only Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. Fairy Wuxia had outstanding strength and her master protecting her, so she is fine." When the youth said that, he looked curiously at Yi Yun. He idolized Yi Yun greatly, and so was well informed on matters regarding Yi Yun, therefore, he had paid attention to these stories. Thinking on how the youth had easily treated his martial uncle and his age, while being worried about those women, he suddenly had a flash of brilliance. He asked, "Could you be young Master Yi Yun?" The youth's sudden question left the disciples of Ice Lake Island dumbstruck. Yi Yun? More than 2 decades ago, Yi Yun's name was everywhere. He was practically a legendary figure and was someone that would definitely become an alchemist sage or divine lord. They had managed to encounter Yi Yun? Yi Yun did not even bother answering. He had an ugly expression. Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin had suffered as a result of him. In doing so, Skyfire's sacred hands was no doubt trying to lure him out. Especially when he thought of Dong Xiaowan, Yi Yun's heart was filled with murderous intent. It had been 5 years. Even if he rushed back immediately, it might be too late. He threw a pill bottle at the youth and without saying another word, he held Ling Xier's hands and flew into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Yun and Ling Xier had tunneled through the void and immediately vanished. The disciples of Ice Lake Island were stunned. What sort of techniques allowed them to tunnel into the void in mid-flight? As for the Ice Lake Island youth, he was looking at the pill bottle in a daze. He curiously opened the bottle stopper and a fragrant medicinal aroma effused out. These pills. The youth swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. He did not recognize the pills, but just from sensing the spiritual energy from it, he knew its value. Perhaps, even the best cornerstone pills of Ice Lake Island was not even worth 1/10 of these pills. He never expected that a casual answer would provide him such an opportunity. That person was really Yi Yun. Upon realizing this, the youth felt extremely excited. "Listen, the news of us meeting young Master Yi deep in the forest today is not to be leaked. Skyfire's sacred hands has been searching for young Master Yi in myriad divine territory." The middle-aged man said worriedly. As one of the members of the myriad divine territory, he was naturally worried over its fate. Although Yi Yun was strong, he was unlikely the match of so many evil fiends. He could only hope that Yi Yun would be safe and lead the myriad divine territory out of its peril in the future. Chapter 12:16, Xiaowan and Yuqin. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Myriad City, Guiyuan Family. Ever since the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was destroyed 25 years ago, the Guiyuan family thrived. So the mood at the Guiyin family should have been a joyful one. Unfortunately, over the past few days, the Guiyuan family was being enveloped by a depressive mood. In the Guiyuan family's backyard, there was a room that had black cloth and white lanterns hanging everywhere. In that room was a deeply unconscious youth in a bed. The family patriarch, Guiyuan Padian, looked at the youth with a heavy and silent expression. "Elder Mo is still unwilling to do it?" Guiyuan Padian asked the woman beside him. The woman's eyes were red, and it was clear that she had been weeping. She shook her head and said, "I have already implored Elder Mo countless times, but he remains unmoved. He won't even agree to meet with me anymore." Guiyuan Padian sighed and said, "Every time Elder Mo takes action, he needs an ice silkworm heart. I have scoured the cannons, but can't find any records of it. I have no idea how to obtain it. Since Elder Mo is unwilling to help, that is Lear's fate. At midnight, if there are no signs of improvement, let's euthanize Lear." Guiyuan Padian felt helpless when he said that. Over the past couple of years, many people had been infected by evil spirits. They were killed before they were completely possessed by the evil spirits. Once the evil spirits completed their possession, the vessel that hosted the evil spirit would become a puppet.
Instead of a person, they would become a monster that did not recognize anyone.
All it could do was kill in its bloodlust.
And those that killed these evil spirits would be possessed by new evil spirits, running the risk of becoming a monster. If this continued, Myriad City would be destroyed.
Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as it was determined to be irredeemable, others would bear the pain of killing them.
Once the person died, the evil spirit would lose its protection, making them easy to vanquish.
Over the past few years, Guiyuan Padian had already given the order to kill numerous members of the Guiyuan family.
However, when it came to Guiyuan Li, Guiyuan Padian could not steel his heart to do so.
Guiyuan Li was Guiyuan Poshan's great-grandson, and also one he doted on greatly. When Guiyuan Li was young, Guiyuan Padian had personally guided his martial path.
Guiyuan Padian had a second thought, and said, "Prepare the carriage. I'll be visiting Elder Mo." Elder Mo was a miraculous figure who had suddenly appeared in the Myriad Divine Territory.
Everything about him, such as his sudden appearance to his origins, was mysterious. His cultivation techniques and martial path were completely different from the usual found in the Myriad Divine Territory. 3 years ago, when a Paradise Chapter genius fell seriously ill, Paradise Chapter's chapter master had prepared 2 ancient Fey bones but failed to get Elder Mo to take action.
He was barred from entering for a second visit. Guiyuan Padian did not hold any hopes of being able to entice Elder Mo into taking action. Furthermore, Elder Mo's cultivation realm was unknown and his whereabouts were uncertain. Guiyuan Padian even had a feeling that Elder Mo's strength far exceeded his.
With the carriage readied, Guiyuan Padian planned on setting off when suddenly, a voice transmission charm flared in front of him.
It was a light purple halo that came from City Lord Manor's voice transmission charm.
Furthermore, it was one used personally by Qin Zhengyang.
Oh? Qin Zhengyang has something urgent to tell me?
Guiyuan Padian was puzzled, but when he heard the contents of the voice transmission, he felt trepidations through his entire being.
Yi Yun. He has come out of seclusion. This. Guiyuan Padian was overjoyed.
Yi Yun, who had vanished for 25 years, had appeared once again in Myriad City. In the days with Yi Yun nowhere to be seen, Myriad City had suffered greatly. Only then did Guiyuan Padian realize how lucky Myriad City was to have encountered Yi Yun more than 20 years ago. "Patriarch, the carriage is readied," a steward-looking elder said. Guiyuan Padian immediately waved his hand and said, "There's no need." Guiyuan Padian did not even bother taking the carriage. His body flashed immediately as he charged into the sky. Myriad City banned flying, but, in his anxiousness, Guiyuan Padian ignored the rule. He flew straight for City Lord Manor. "Yi Yun, you are finally back." Upon seeing Yi Yun, Qin Wufeng heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Zhengyang's sons were good-for-nothings, so other than his youngest son, Qin Wufeng, his sons did not suffer any turmoil.
Yet although City Lord Manor was fine, the rest of Myriad City was in chaos.
Qin Zhengyang was utterly exhausted from the work that required him over the past few days.
"City Lord Qin, I want to meet Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yu Qin. Are they still alive?"
The moment Yi Yun saw City Lord Qin, he did not bother with the niceties. He directly asked, but he knew in his heart that the odds were against the 2 women. 5 years was just too long for them. It was impossible for them to have waited it out.
"You even know about it?"
Qin Zhengyang was taken aback. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had learned of the situation of Myriad City after coming out of seclusion.
"You should be the one telling me. Their conditions are rather complicated."
Qin Zhengyang led Yi Yun and passed through a corridor in City Lord Manor. In the backyard, there were 2 Dao Palace realm guards manning a large door.
There was a strange lock hanging on the door.
Yi Yun, there was an elder with the surname of Mo that came to Myriad City a few years ago.
"Do you know him?" "Mo?" Yi Yun thought about it before shaking his head. I do not know him. Oh? That's odd. Qin Zhengyang looked surprised.
I originally thought that Elder Mo was your friend or that he had been sent by you.
Why do you say so? Yi Yun was baffled.
Qin Zhengyang said, after Elder Mo came to Myriad City, he only did one thing.
It had to do with you. Back then, Miss Dong and Fairy Yuqin were almost dead. Then Elder Mo suddenly appeared. Well, see it for yourself. Qin Zhengyang waved his hand at the two guards. Upon receiving the order, they took out a key and inserted it into the lock. With the guards twisting the key, the lock produced a hazy golden light. Runes began flashing out of the void. The runes were ancient and mysterious. Following that, the door opened.
A cold gust of wind that struck deep into the bone rushed out.
Despite cultivating in both yin and yang, Yi Yun, who was proficient in Purine laws, could not help but quiver when he felt the cold wind. What sort of cold wind was this? It was extremely crisp and extreme in nature.
It drilled deep into the bone marrow, but it did not make one feel uncomfortable.
Even if a mortal were to come here and stand amid the cold wind naked, they would not be frozen, much less a being like Yi Yun.
In fact, there was a refreshing feeling for both qi and blood.
The idea that Frostine laws could be cultivated to such a stage left Yi Yun alarmed. And after he entered the room, Yi Yun was even more astounded. In the tiny room, there was an isolated distorted space. Inside were two azure blue blocks of ice. Both blocks of ice were as tall as a human. Two women were sealed inside the ice. They were none other than Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. Although they were sealed in ice, their complexion was ruddy. Their lifeblood was in abundance, and it felt like that they were only sleeping. Across the layer of ice, Yi Yun could clearly sense that they were alive. Furthermore, there were no signs of the soul fire in them weakening at all. This is... Yi Yun was stunned. It's the work of Elder Mo. He fed the two girls ice silkworm heart. Using frost ice laws, he then sealed them into such a state. However, I do not know what ice silkworm heart is. From the moment they were sealed in ice, the evil spirits in the two girls ceased to grow any further. Their lives were temporarily preserved. However, my real question is, why would Elder Mo only do it to the two of them? Chapter 12-17, Elder Mo. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Yi Yun found City Lord Qin's explanation somewhat puzzling. He was certain he did not know a person called Elder Mo. Forgetting the name, he would have remembered a person with such formidable frost ice laws. Regardless, he was grateful towards Elder Mo. If not for him, Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin would probably be long dead. Yi Yun did not continue thinking over the matter. He would know why this was done when he met Elder Mo. He was more worried about Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. He could sense that the evil spirits were still within their bodies but were a lot weaker because they had been sealed by the frost ice. At that moment, Qin Zhengyang said, Elder Mo said that the evil spirits within Miss Dong and Fairy Yuqin are much stronger than typical evil spirits. Therefore, he could only temporarily put them in check. Now that you are back, you can use your pure yang flames to melt the frost ice and cure them of their illnesses. I understand. Yi Yun nodded. He touched the frost ice as blue frost beams flashed across the surface of the ice. This ice. Yi Yun's heart stirred. The ice in front of him wasn't easy to melt. Yi Yun could sense that the laws contained within the two blocks of ice were intricate and complex. Blindly using pure yang flames to burn the ice would not only fail to melt them, but might also hurt the two women in the ice. Yi Yun knew that Elder Mo definitely had the means to melt the ice, but since he had already instructed him to melt it with pure yang laws, he was likely leaving everything to him. Could it be a way of testing him? With this thought in mind, Yi Yun sat down solemnly. He silently sensed the laws within and rationalized each bit he encountered before using pure yang laws to neutralize them.
This was a tedious process, but by using yin and yang to neutralize it, Yi-Yun realized he gained a lot more insight on the frosting Tao that Elder Mo used. The more Yi-Yun tackled the problem of melting the ice, the more astonished he became. He began to feel that Elder Mo was deliberately guiding him, allowing him to learn a lot of things from the ice melting process.
Although Yi-Yun dual cultivated in both yin and yang, his pure yin laws were much weaker than the pure yang laws.
Through this short period of practice, Yi-Yun gained quite a bit of insight.
What sort of person was this Elder Mo? City Lord Qin, is Yi-Yun inside? Guiyuan Padian had rushed to City Lord Manor in a painfully anxious manner.
However, when he learned that Yi-Yun was busy melting the ice, all he could do was continue suffering from anxiety.
He was not what one would consider very familiar with Yi-Yun.
Since he needed a favor from Yi-Yun, he naturally had to wait respectfully.
Yi-Yun was a person who could casually destroy evil spirits.
In the past, Yi-Yun had done it so easily that large numbers of infected geniuses were brought in front of him. With a wave of a hand, he resolved their problems in batches.
It caused the gratefulness towards Yi-Yun to appear not as immense. However, ever since Elder Mo came to Myriad City, he tended to be reclusive and seldom left his residence.
Pleading for him to take action was an impossible task. Furthermore, he did not thoroughly save the infected. All he did was seal them in ice and let them wait for Yi-Yun to finish the healing process. Since Elder Mo rarely took action, it caused the people who came to implore him to become even more respectful. Compared to Yi-Yun, Yi-Yun was a lot more approachable. Therefore, Guiyuan Padian constantly reminded himself to absolutely not treat Yi-Yun as a junior.
This went on late into the night before Yi-Yun finally cracked the layers of frost ice left behind by Elder Mo.
He saw layers of golden runes fly up into the sky from amid the frost ice before dissipating into dots of light and disappearing. At the next moment, the two ice blocks seemed to lose the intermolecular forces binding them and instantly melted. As the cold water flowed across the ground, Yi-Yun waved his hands and beckoned both Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin into his hands. Despite being sealed in ice for nearly 5 years, the two women's vitalities had not decreased at all. Instead, they had been nourished by the frost ice and enjoyed greater vibrancy. However, they remained unconscious.
And at that moment, in what seemed like an ordinary thatched cottage outside of Myriad City, an elder walked out.
He was dressed in azure-colored clothes.
His pupils effused a light purple color as they looked in the direction of Myriad City.
A smile spread across his lips.
6 hours to resolve the frost ice laws I left behind.
You have really surprised me. The elder muttered to himself as he took a step forward. As his footsteps tapped across the void, he walked towards Myriad City. Although I have melted the frost ice, the frost chi runs deep in Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin's limbs and core.
It's still nourishing their bodies. This Elder Mo is truly an impressive figure.
Yi-Yun placed Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin flat in front of him.
He probed their dantians and noticed that the evil spirits entrenched in them were a lot stronger than the ones before.
Despite being weakened by the frost ice laws, they were still energetic. Now that the frost ice had disappeared, they seemed to be gathering strength to make another resurgence.
Skyfire's sacred hand sure is diabolical. If this were 20 years ago, dealing with these evil spirits would be tough, but it's a lot easier now.
The Azurewood divine tree in Yi-Yun's body had grown to a towering 300-foot tree. The divine tree's veins shot out, and with the room he was in as the core, the surrounding vegetation began growing vibrantly in a beautiful and splendid manner.
About 30 seconds later, the evil spirits residing within Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin's bodies were eliminated. They dissipated completely and transformed into energy that was absorbed by the Azurewood divine tree.
At the instant the evil spirits dissipated, more than 50,000 kilometers away, a man with a face covered in dry and pale skin that was spotted with blood patches grunted as a trickle of black blood oozed out the corner of his mouth. This person was none other than Skyfire's sacred hands. The two demonic servants he had left behind had been nourished by him using a portion of his blood essence.
If the two demonic servants successfully completed the possession, they would become his loyal subordinates, which he could easily command. However, if they were eliminated, he would lose that bit of blood essence.
This was naturally an unpleasant outcome for Skyfire's sacred hands.
Skyfire's sacred hands stood up with an ashen expression. After 5 years, his complexion looked even more sickly.
This terrible complexion was the result of giving large amounts of his lifeblood to nourish demonic servants that were intrinsic to him.
Skyfire's sacred hands had already nurtured more than 1,000 intrinsic demonic servants.
Once these intrinsic demonic servants returned to him, the lifeblood that they had devoured would be fed back into him, greatly increasing his strength.
Yi Yun, it appears that you have come out of seclusion. Then, it's finally time for me to rid myself of this mental demon.
After Yi Yun exterminated the evil spirits, Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin woke up one after another about 5 minutes later. They were somewhat lost. They had fallen unconscious for 5 years, and were completely unaware of anything that happened during that time. At that moment in City Lord Manor, all the important figures that should be there were there. Guiyuan Padian, perfected Qianhua, Paradise Chapter's chapter master, the Zhou family's patriarch, every important person was gathered. Now, despite not holding any position in Myriad City or having built up any faction, Yi Yun's status and prestige meant that every word he said carried weight. No one could override him. Young Master Yi, my great-grandson, Guiyuan Li, has been brought here. I wonder if you could. Guiyuan Padian said respectfully. But at that moment, Yi Yun felt something and turned his head. He looked toward City Lord Manor's door as an azure-clothed elder with light purple pupils slowly walked over. He seemed to walk very slowly, but also seemed to come from another dimension. It made Yi Yun's heart palpitate. He was now a lot stronger. He could even vaguely sense the cultivation realms of some mighty figures. He could clearly sense that although the elder's aura was converged, his strength was actually unfathomable. It gave Yi Yun the feeling that he was even stronger than his master, Felicitous Rain Lord. Chapter 12:18, Settling Scores. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Senior, might I ask who you are? Yi Yun cupped his fists and asked respectfully.
My surname is Mo, and my first name is Shun. The elder replied with a smile. Mo Shun. Yi Yun naturally did not recall such a name. He said, "Thank you, Senior Mo, for saving my friends. I wonder if Senior Mo has any directions for me? I would not dare to claim that they are directions. It's just that my master would like to meet you. I live in a cottage on the southern-facing slope of the heaven-bestowing mountain west of the city. After you settle things here, you can look for me whenever you have the time. When that time comes, I'll bring you to meet my master." As for the situation in the Myriad Divine Territory, those are matters for young Mastery to solve. I will not interfere. After Elder Mo said that, he turned and left. Yi Yun drew a cold gasp when he heard that. Master? Elder Mo was only an old servant? What sort of person could make Elder Mo their servant? What level could they be at? Behind Yi Yun, many of the upper echelons of the Myriad Divine Territory's major factions exchanged looks. Such a figure had far exceeded their imaginations. Why does it feel like we are frogs in a well? Qin Zhangyang laughed wryly as he said in a self-deprecating manner. He had always known that the 12 Empyrean heavens were not everything in the universe. Far away in the sinkhole, there were even more unfathomable existences. In addition, there were many unknown pocket worlds with mighty figures hiding in them. However, that was only hearsay. When they truly realized that such figures were paying them attention, and even wanted to meet Yi Yun, they were astounded. Compared to these figures, they were overly puny. Yi Yun, do you plan on? Qin Zhangyang asked. Yi Yun faltered slightly as his perception followed Elder Mo out. Only when Elder Mo exceeded Yi Yun's range did he retract his perception. He said, "Skyfire's sacred hands, and I need to settle the score. The awakening of the demonic servants is not only limited to the myriad divine territory. What I can do is also extremely limited.
I plan on meeting Elder Mo's master. Iyun was unlike City Lord Qin and company. The strongest people City Lord Qin had seen were only divine lords with royal seals. But Iyun had encountered more than a handful of super experts in the Azurewood Great World, the Purple Crystal, and the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Furthermore, among these experts, there were great differences. It was apparent that the true experts in this world were numerous and powerful. As Iyun reflected on this, he walked straight towards Guiyuan Potion's great-grandson Guiyuanli.
With a simple wave of his hand, he vanquished the evil spirit within Guiyuanli's Dantian.
By now, Iyun was proficient at doing such things.
Thank you, young Master Yi. Guiyuan Padian looked as Guiyuanli's Yuan Qi rapidly recovered.
He felt delighted but also somewhat wry. He had suffered because of this matter for a year. He had used all sorts of means and paid an immense price. However, for Iyun, it was nothing worth mentioning. It was as simple as drinking a bowl of water. Young Master Yi, over the years of your seclusion, I happen to have gathered some herbs. There are a few good strains and they would be wasted in my hands. I wish to hand them over to young Master Yi as I believe they will be put to good use, the Zhou family's patriarch Zhou said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Iyun knew immediately that the juniors of the Zhou family had been infected and that his services were being requested.
Iyun did not mind the Zhou family's patriarch. Even if he was a person that veered with the wind, he had decisively crippled Zhou Baifoam. The way he acted was rather refreshing. Bring them all here. I will treat them.
As Iyun said this, his voice suddenly came to a halt.
He looked up as his gaze penetrated City Lord Manor's walls and went out of Myriad City. Hundreds of miles away, on a desolate mountain, a black-cloaked man was standing on the mountaintop. His expression was pale and his face was dotted with red patches, but his facial features were still vaguely familiar. This person was none other than Skyfire's Sacred Hands. After having not seen him for 25 years, Skyfire's Sacred Hands had decayed into such a state.
Furthermore, Iyun saw that not only was Skyfire's Sacred Hands looking even more hideous, his hatred for him was even more intense. Iyun felt that Skyfire's Sacred Hands had already lost himself to his demons. The change in his cultivation technique and aura made him appear even more sinister.
He looked as though he wanted to destroy everything. This demonic state also magnified Skyfire's Sacred Hands' hatred for Iyun's acquisition of his Skyfire.
At that moment, Skyfire's Sacred Hands slowly lifted his hand.
His fingernails were black and sharp, resembling the claws of wild beasts.
The claw was pointed at Iyun from a great distance as though it was clenching Iyun's throat.
Looks like I will not be able to tend to Senior Zhou's juniors at this moment. About that. Patriarch Zhou faltered slightly before sensing something. Skyfire's Sacred Hands. Patriarch Zhou immediately looked in Skyfire's Sacred Hands' direction.
It looks like he knows of Iyun's return.
This demon actually dares to openly appear in Myriad City.
I have long wanted to settle the vendetta of him harming Lear.
Guiyuan Padian was infuriated. If not for Iyun's timely return, Guiyuanli would no doubt have died. Brother Padian, I know you are incensed. However, we have tried this numerous times in the past.
There's no way for us to capture Skyfire's Sacred Hands.
He comes and goes like a ghost. He doesn't stay put for long and is crafty.
It's nearly impossible for us to deal with him.
Skyfire's Sacred Hands' escaping arts were embedded deep in these people's memories. He could transform into countless evil demons and dissipate. Even an array formation could not hold him down.
At that moment, Iyun said, "He is here for me. Since he has informed me of his return, I'll go to him and settle the grudge of the past 20-odd years." Iyun was the type who would never spare Skyfire's Sacred Hands, unless he had no other choice.
As Iyun spoke, he was already on the way out of City Lord Manor. Yi-Yun, since Skyfire's sacred hands is so boldly coming for you, there must be something backing him.
You going to him might be playing right into his hands.
You might end up in his trap. Why don't you wait in City Lord Manor? With us here, Skyfire's sacred hands will not be able to do anything to you. Xin Zhangyang was worried that Yi-Yun would suffer.
He naturally knew that Yi-Yun's strength must have increased greatly over the years, but Skyfire's sacred hands was not to be trifled with either. By submitting himself to the demonic way, his cultivation became unorthodox and his strength increased at an astounding rate. Even if Yi-Yun was considered a genius, he cultivated unorthodox cultivation techniques.
Orthodox cultivation techniques tended to be slower. Yi-Yun said, "City Lord Qin, rest assured. Although I'm leaving the manor, I will not leave the range of your perception. All of you will be able to sense the battlefield at all times." In that case, all right. Xin Zhangyang nodded.
With so many of them around, their perception was constantly locked onto Skyfire's sacred hands.
Should anything go wrong, they could provide assistance in a timely fashion.
The crowd walked out of the city with Yi-Yun leading the group. With all the upper echelons of Myriad City in the procession, it naturally attracted the attention of many. People still were unaware of what was happening.
When they came to the city gates, Xin Zhangyang and company stopped.
They left Yi-Yun to leap into the air as his figure transformed into a long beam of light, shooting straight at Skyfire's sacred hands.
Chapter 12-19, Taking Root. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Outside Myriad City were endless green mountains with lush forests.
There were refreshing springs and intricate rocks, with countless critters shuttling through the woods. It looked like a thriving ecosystem.
However, amid the green mountains, Skyfire's sacred hands stood atop a desolate mountain that had no signs of life.
An azure beam flashed as Yi-Yun arrived in front of the mountain. He gradually landed, coming to a stop with the tip of his foot on the mountain peak.
He faced Skyfire's sacred hands across the void.
Yi-Yun, after 20+ years of being a cowardly turtle, you have finally dared to appear.
Skyfire's sacred hands looked at Yi-Yun as his eyes suffused mockery and killing intent. He was forced to abandon his sect over the past 25 years, losing the status he once enjoyed. It was all thanks to Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun looked at Skyfire's sacred hands coldly.
He could feel an extremely familiar aura from Skyfire's sacred hands' body.
Skyfire's sacred hands was practically half demonic servant.
When I take you down, I'll extract your flame seed and refine it for my use. I will resolve my mental demons and use your blood to forge my new path as a demonic emperor.
Skyfire's sacred hands yelled as he pounced at Yi-Yun. Ever since his downfall, Skyfire's sacred hands had been brewing with disgruntlement.
He had waited for more than 2 decades for this chance. He would relish the experience of torturing Yi-Yun, making him lead an insufferable life so as to ease his own hatred. And if he crippled Yi-Yun and handed him over to the Supreme Lord, he would definitely be handsomely rewarded. Given the Supreme Lord's status, he naturally didn't stick around in the puny Myriad Divine territory for 2 decades. He had left Skyfire's sacred hands in charge of Myriad City. Other than nurturing large numbers of demonic servants in the Myriad Divine territory, he was given the task of helping the red-haired man search for Yi-Yun.
Skyfire's sacred hands abruptly pounced over, moving like a night owl. His black figure swooped down as terrifying power enveloped Yi-Yun's surroundings from afar. At that moment, City Lord Qin and company had arrived about 5 kilometers away.
They happened to see Skyfire's sacred hands turn into a black cloud that enveloped the entire mountaintop.
The sky was dyed black.
As for Skyfire's sacred hands' figure, it had fused with the black clouds. There was no sight of his actual figure. The strange aura left people shuddering from the cold as sharp shrieks seemed to strike straight into their souls. City Lord Qin and company had seen Skyfire's sacred hands turn into a black shadow before, but they never expected his attacks to be so diabolical. Even Skyfire's sacred hands' very figure became darkness, to the point where it could not be seen. As for Yi-Yun, he was in the middle of the legion of black clouds. Yi-Yun slashed out a sword beam while facing the overwhelming black clouds, cleaving through the endless void.
Boom!
The sword hums were thunderous, like an electric snake had split apart the dark clouds. The blue sky appeared once again as Yi-Yun stood hovering in midair. The broken sword in his hand resonated in response. The Yuan Qi he emanated suffused a pale golden color. It was pure and ancient. Following that, Yi-Yun's aura seemed to transform into something faintly discernible. Despite visibly standing there, it felt as though he was only a shadow. This feeling left City Lord Qin and company astonished. The split black clouds rapidly closed the gap as they formed a gargantuan face within them. Its facial features were that of Skyfire's sacred hands. Yi-Yun, you have indeed grown a lot. Everyone says that you will definitely rise to Divine Lord and above. To kill an absolute genius like you is truly a pleasant feeling. Skyfire's sacred hands guffawed loudly. The black clouds were extraordinary, for they were formed by an amalgamation of demonic auras. Ignoring the outcome of ordinary warriors being enveloped by the black clouds, simply touching them would drain all of one's lifeblood. However, Yi-Yun had been able to cleave them apart. Although his first attack failed, it was only the beginning for Skyfire's sacred hands.
Don't you have the means to counter the demonic servants? Shall I let you know what despair is today?
Skyfire's sacred hands roared loudly, causing the desolate mountain beneath him to quake violently. Following that, shrill demonic sounds were heard.
Demonic servant phantoms charged out of the mountain and straight into the sky.
This scene left everyone astonished.
That's no mountain.
They had thought that the desolate mountain seemed out of place.
It was devoid of life and gave off an unsettling feeling. It seemed so obviously a trap, but Yi-Yun had still gone forward. Qin Zhangyang and company turned anxious.
They had planned on watching the battle by casting their perception outside the city, but they couldn't shake their unease, so they decided to follow.
Now, their suspicions were confirmed. This mountain had been specifically prepared by Skyfire's sacred hands.
He had amassed a large amount of demonic servants within the mountain and nurtured them over the past 20+ years. Although Yi-Yun was powerful, charging straight into his opponent's trap was too risky.
He would only suffer.
At that moment, Yi-Yun saw the demonic servants flying into Skyfire's sacred hands' body like phoenixes flying towards the sun.
Skyfire's sacred hands' body was rapidly burgeoning. Let's attack.
Qin Zhangyang originally believed that if he were too close, he would scare Skyfire's sacred hands into retreating.
He was unable to prevent his escape or capture him. It would have been a waste of effort, but now, seeing Skyfire's sacred hands release thousands of demonic servants, he no longer had the luxury of taking his time to weigh options. They would join forces to collectively scare Skyfire's sacred hands into a retreat. Ensuring Yi-Yun's safety was of utmost priority.
Instantly, Qin Zhangyang, Goyuan Padian, and perfected Qianhua flew towards Skyfire's sacred hands.
They instantly traversed a distance of several miles.
Qin Zhangyang held his broadsword and charged ahead.
A black sword beam cleaved apart the lands in an indomitable fashion. Goyuan Padian followed closely behind.
He produced two black fists that would crush Skyfire's sacred hands. But at that moment, they saw that the thousands of demonic servants had gathered together, forming a massive black ball.
Outside the ball, demonic flames were burning fiercely. Such immense power was approaching Yi-Yun at an unbelievable speed. Skyfire's sacred hands was long prepared.
He had laid a trap and began with a formidable strike, leaving no opportunities for Yi-Yun. He believed that even if this strike failed to kill Yi-Yun, he would at least be severely injured. However, at the instant the black energy began converging, Yi-Yun forcefully stamped his foot onto the desolate mountain beneath him.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, an azure-wood divine tree phantom blasted out from behind Yi-Yun.
The thick roots worked their way through the mountain like large azure-colored pythons.
They bored straight into the soil of the desolate mountain.
Who?
The divine tree's roots tunneled erratically through the mountain, with the main root splitting into thousands of tiny root follicles. The thicker ones were as thick as a person's arm, while the thin ones were thinner than a pinky finger. The roots quickly proliferated the entire desolate mountain. Above the root network, there was a dense mist of billowing azure light. It was the natural phenomenon of condensation when the amount of yuan qi reached a maximum. However, despite the roots appearing propitious, they were extremely terrifying. Wherever they passed, demonic servants would issue shrill screams that added to the rustling sounds of demonic servants dispersing into azure-colored smoke.
This scene resembled pouring molten metal onto snowflakes.
The snowflakes would rapidly melt, without any hope of resisting. Yi Yun had naturally noticed the trap within the desolate mountain. In that case, he decided to beat Skyfire's sacred hands at his own game. He made the desolate mountain that was formed by the demonic servants into the soil for his divine tree to take root.
Chapter 1220, End. Translator, Seetulan. Editor, Seetulan. What is that? Skyfire's sacred hands was taken aback. Back when Yi Yun treated the plague, Skyfire's sacred hands did not even notice the existence of the divine tree. He believed that Yi Yun was able to eliminate the evil spirits through the use of his mysterious fire seed. But now that he was half demonic servant, Skyfire's sacred hands could clearly see the towering tree behind Yi Yun. The tree's crown reached straight into the firmaments as though it was a god that stood high and mighty, looking down at him indifferently. An immense sense of repression immediately made Skyfire's sacred hands, who was in the form of a flaming demonic black ball, stagger. It felt as though he had fallen into a mire. And in front of the tree's crown, Yi Yun stood straight with the broken sword in hand. He looked coldly at Skyfire's sacred hands. You thought that after becoming stronger, you would be able to harm me by using a trap. However, in the end, all you did was expose your weakness. Yi Yun's voice stabbed into Skyfire's sacred hands' mind like a sharp needle. The divine tree had taken root in the desolate mountain as numerous demonic servants were constantly being absorbed by the azure wood divine tree amid wails. They transformed into stronger energy for the divine tree. Over the past 25 years, the azurewood divine tree had already grown into a lush and sturdy tree. It was why Yi Yun was so confident. Die! Skyfire's sacred hands roared. How could he be willing to suffer defeat in such a manner? He had nurtured the demonic servants for more than 2 decades. They should have become part of his strength, making Yi Yun face him in despair, unable to match him in any way. Skyfire's sacred hands suddenly let out a long howl as, beyond the massive black ball, demonic flames burned fiercely. Then, like a meteor falling from the heavens, a black bolt of lightning streaked across the void, heading straight for Yi Yun. Boom! 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 The ground, mountains, and rivers beneath were afflicted by the black lightning as they began sinking. After this battle, the geological features here would undoubtedly change. The mountains would be flattened and the rivers would dry and change directions. Skyfire's sacred hands was fighting desperately for his life. He did not hold back at all. Even his intrinsic demon fire was burning. The flames that were burning beyond the black ball now suffused a fiendish redness amid the black. He wanted to burn Yi Yun alive, boiling dry the blood and chi within his body, as well as turn the huge tree phantom behind him to ash. Yi Yun, die! Faced with Skyfire's sacred hands' attack, Yi Yun's eyes began to reveal killing intent. Kill! The sword strike seemed like a dazzling and resplendent galaxy that crossed over distant space. Wherever the sword beam passed, space would shatter and mend itself. It was as though it created a river filled with black vortices. And that river was gushing towards the flaming demonic black ball. One strike to dictate life and death. After Yi Yun cultivated in the 10,000 Fey divine canon, he was able to fuse destruction and creation, as well as time and space, together. The might of his sword became even more devastating and its trajectory was even harder to grasp. Different laws constantly composed themselves as they condensed into different sword beams. Boom!
A terrifying explosion sounded that caused the distant Myriad city to quake violently. At the moment the flaming demonic black ball clashed with the sword beam, it was as though a black sun had exploded in the sky. In the bustling Myriad city, hundreds of miles away, millions of warriors, alchemists, mortals, and even people in a radius of thousands of miles away saw this scene. They were momentarily stunned.
What was happening over there?
They saw a mighty flame light up the sky as many warriors sensed the tumultuous yuan qi fluctuations. It was unknown how far away the terrifying aura was, but it still left their bodies feeling like they were being pricked by needles. Inside Myriad City, Fairy Yuqin and Dong Xiaowan had already awoken.
As they were still feeling weak, they did not follow City Lord Qin and company out of the city.
In fact, they had just learned of the recent happenings from Princess White Fox, who had rushed over to take care of them.
It was young master that saved me,
Dong Xiaowan whispered to herself.
It can only be him, Fairy Yuqin added.
No one but Yi Yun had such abilities.
Just as she said that, the entire City Lord Manor suddenly quaked.
As the rumbling continued incessantly, Fairy Yuqin felt alarmed.
They quickly walked out the building and looked up. The sky appeared to be dyed by the black demonic flames. The land was constantly quaking. Boom!
A dazzling golden beam tore through the black clouds and instantly cleansed the flaring black flames.
The golden light obstreperously emanated an ancient and mysterious aura. This is... Fairy Yuqin was somewhat perplexed. It's Yi Yun.
Amid the powerful aura, Princess White Fox, who was closest to Yi Yun relationship-wise, was the first to sense Yi Yun's aura.
Yi Yun is battling Skyfire's sacred hands.
From the looks of it, he isn't at a total disadvantage. In fact, he holds the upper hand.
Princess White Fox had a mixed expression on her face.
She believed that her strength had increased tremendously after being recruited by her master, allowing her to, at the very least, approach Yi Yun. But now, she realized that she could only watch Yi Yun from afar.
Skyfire's sacred hands was originally a supremacy.
He later cultivated in demonic methods, becoming even stronger, but Yi Yun was able to resist him. Such cultivation techniques and sword techniques were truly terrifying. At that moment, beneath the desolate mountain, the flaming demonic black ball was cracking under Yi Yun's sword beams.
It was reduced to countless black shadows. Yi Yun!
Amid the black shadows thundered numerous voices that belonged to Skyfire's sacred hands. He was still planning on gathering together and burning all his demonic flames and blood essence to kill Yi Yun at the cost of his life.
Yi Yun exhaled. Although it was taxing on him, he was feeling delighted. When he cleaved apart the flaming demonic black ball with his sword beams, he could feel every insight he'd gained over the past 25 years of seclusion refining themselves into those sword beams. Skyfire's sacred hands was a testbed for him. Yi Yun fully understood his own strength.
If Skyfire's sacred hands had cultivated normally to where he was, Yi Yun would not be his match. However, Skyfire's sacred hands had taken the unorthodox path and bred thousands of demonic servants, all of which were perfectly countered by Yi Yun.
It's time to end it. Yi Yun lifted the sword tip.
As the pure yang broken sword trembled gently, the heaven and earth resonated immediately with a dull hum. Golden beams of light surged outwards like a wave, and immediately following that, a sword beam plunged down from a high altitude like a radiant sun. It tore through the layer of clouds, space, and the black shadows that were frenetically trying to gather together.
Instantly, countless holes bored through the black shadows as huge rifts opened up in the ground.
Everyone, including Guiyuan Padian, City Lord Qin, and people from the distant Myriad City, witnessed the scene of fiery rain.
Ah! Skyfire's sacred hands' voice sounded like it escaped from hell. Swish! Swish! Swish!
The tree veins thrust out, dispersing the black figures that were riddled with holes, enveloping and absorbing them. The Azurewood Divine Tree had absorbed large amounts of demonic servants, emanating an even stronger yuan qi fluctuation.
All its leaves seemed to shake like they were dancing. He's dead. Skyfire's sacred hands was killed just like that. It was truly a clean death. City Lord Qin looked wistfully at Yi Yun. After 25 years of not seeing him, Yi Yun had become a lot stronger. At that moment, he could not help but feel envious of Yi Yun. Such talent insinuated that if Yi Yun were to successfully mature, he would be able to make contact with even higher martial paths, seeking the origins of life and the universe. At that moment, Yi Yun was looking at the black shadows that were being absorbed by the Azure Wood Divine Tree. After it absorbed all the demonic servants, it grew taller once again. Its leaves turned lusher as the root network became more developed. However, at that moment, amid the layers of black shadows, an inconspicuous gray dot of light flew out silently. Like a ghost, it flew towards Yi Yun's back. The dot of light concealed all of its aura. Even a divine lord might not be able to detect it. However, Yi Yun possessed the purple crystal. Even after killing Skyfire's sacred hands, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He suddenly felt a sense of unease. Without a second thought, he flew forward. But the gray dot of light behind him was too fast. It ignored his protective Yuan Qi and directly tunneled through it. When the gray dot of light entered his body, Yi Yun suddenly felt an aura of biting coldness and death. It made his heart rapidly palpitate. It was clearly a power that did not belong to Skyfire's sacred hands. Yi Yun's heart leaped. Could the gray dot of light have been left behind by Skyfire's sacred hands' master? And did that mean it had been residing inside Skyfire's sacred hands' body all along? Chapter 1221, Seal. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. When the gray dot of light entered Yi Yun's body, the Yuan Qi within his dantian began to circulate violently. It instinctively tried to purge the gray dot of light, however, it remained like a maggot and rapidly tunneled into Yi Yun's dantian. At that instant, Yi Yun felt a strong sense of danger. And simultaneously, the Azure Wood Divine Tree's root network abruptly uprooted itself from the desolate mountain and rapidly swept back towards Yi Yun's body. The Azure Wood Divine Tree seed had previously sprouted in Yi Yun's dantian, becoming one with him. When it sensed the danger Yi Yun was facing, the Azure Wood Divine Tree automatically returned into Yi Yun's body. In just a split second, the Azure Wood Divine Tree's leaves spread throughout Yi Yun's meridians and finally drew inwards to his dantian, wrapping it under thick layers. Pang! Yi Yun seemed to hear a dull thud from within his body. As he looked within his dantian, he saw that the leaves had formed a cage, and the gray dot of light was slamming about within. Yi Yun immediately circulated all his Yuan Qi to surge towards the cage. He constantly fortified it, while at the same time the Azure Wood Divine Tree's massive vibrant strength inundated the gray dot of light, trapping it completely. The light it emitted also dimmed slightly. The cadaveric aura finally vanished. What the heck is this thing? Yi Yun sensed that the gray dot of light was only sealed and restrained. It seemed to contain a light heartbeat. Through the Azure Wood Divine Tree's leaves, Yi Yun perceived the gray dot of light. From it, he sensed a stranger's aura. The aura was extremely diabolical. Simultaneously, Yi Yun sensed that the gray dot of light contained immense amounts of demonic aura that was of a higher grade than that of the demonic servants. Yi Yun thought about it and came to the conclusion that the demonic aura belonged to Skyfire's sacred hands' master. By planting the gray dot of light within Yi Yun's body, Skyfire's sacred hands' master was able to instantly strike and kill him. From the beginning, Skyfire's sacred hands' master had not trusted him at all. He only saw Skyfire's sacred hands as a tool. However, the gray dot of light had been completely restrained by the Azure Wood Divine Tree. Not a single amount of aura leaked out. As such, the demonic aura could no longer be tracked as well. Not only was it unable to threaten his life, it also prevented Skyfire's sacred hands' master from sensing it. I'll use the Azure Wood Divine Tree to seal it before absorbing it clean. Yi Yun thought to himself. Yi Yun felt unease leaving such a thing in his body even if Skyfire's sacred hands' master could not find him. he needed to refine and digest it.
The demonic aura would provide large amounts of nutrients to the Azure Wood Divine Tree once it was absorbed.
However, absorbing the demonic aura clean was not an easy task. It would probably take a period of time. Yi-Yun, are you alright? City Lord Qin asked after he and company flew over. Yi-Yun shook his head. I'm fine.
City Lord Qin and company had not seen the grey dot of light. All they saw was Yi-Yun suddenly halting. He had a heavy expression and, following that, the surrounding Yuan Qi was pulled into his body. They were puzzled as to what had happened. Now that they knew Yi-Yun was fine, City Lord Qin and company heaved a sigh of relief. They chalked it up to Yi-Yun being a little exhausted. After all, it had been a huge battle. Imagining the scene of the battle that had just ended, the warriors, and even the mortals, that witnessed the scene would speak about it, remembering it deep in their hearts.
Let's return to Myriad City.
I'll purge the plague for those people, said Yi-Yun.
Upon hearing Yi-Yun's offer, the Zhou family's patriarch was naturally the happiest. However, City Lord Qin was taken aback.
Why the rush?
Yi-Yun had just finished a battle and needed rest.
There was no need to hurry.
However, Yi-Yun gave a faint smile. It's fine. Curing the plague for the others did not enervate him in any way.
On the contrary, it replenished his Azure Wood Divine Tree with some energy. Despite having restrained the grey dot of light, Yi-Yun knew that he could not stay in Myriad City for long, or trouble would quickly come knocking. Billions of miles away from Myriad Divine Territory, in a silent and desolate desert, a red-haired man sat quietly amid the yellow sand. Strong winds howled, blowing through his red hair as though a red flame was flickering in the sand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes appeared to be two patches of darkness. They effused an endless chill as though he did not have the emotions that belonged to a living being.
Skyfire's sacred hands is dead.
The red-haired man was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he particularly cared about Skyfire's sacred hands' survival. However, the ancient demonic aura he had planted had entered deep into the person that killed Skyfire's sacred hands. But in the blink of an eye, the demonic aura seemed to be lost in the endless oceans. It vanished without a trace. The red-haired man pricked up his brows and extended his hand, writing down a name on the yellow sand in front of him.
Yi-Yun. Wu. A gust of wind blew. Despite being a name written in sand, it did not get blown away by the wind. It seemed to be engraved in the sand forever.
Interesting. The red-haired man muttered to himself as the corners of his lips suffused a faint smile. What secret does this youth have?
It looks like I have underestimated him. The infected geniuses of Myriad City gathered in front of City Lord Manor were filled with anticipation and excitement.
And aside from the geniuses, there were warriors that rushed to Myriad City after catching wind of the news. All of Myriad City's streets were empty. Nearly everyone in the city had come out of the stores and houses. They swarmed towards City Lord Manor. The turnout for such a grand occasion was even better than that of the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet years ago. When Yi-Yun's figure appeared in front of City Lord Manor's entrance, a cacophonous roar sounded.
Young Master Yi! Young Master Yi! These geniuses and warriors gazed excitedly at Yi-Yun. All of them exuded looks of immense reverence and admiration.
Yi-Yun's present status made it so that no one had even the slightest thought of comparing themselves to him. There was only idolation. Yi-Yun looked at these people and raised his hand. The Azure Wood Divine Tree Phantom appeared behind him as a warm, vibrant energy immediately scattered towards the crowd like rain. Sharp screams that came from the soul cried out. Yi-Yun could hear them clearly, but ordinary people did not hear them at all. The demonic servants that were hiding within the young genius's dantians escaped as they scattered in mid-air, attempting to escape in every direction.
Freeze!
Yi-Yun was already prepared. He extended his finger and immediately, the space above the crowd was sealed.
Golden threads formed a spatial cage. These demonic servants were imprisoned within the space as they were helplessly absorbed by the azure wood divine tree.
In an instant, Yi Yun had treated all the infected geniuses.
Young Master Yi, this is a little token to show my respect to you. Patriarch Zhou was delighted.
The few genius of the younger generation of his Zhou family had been saved.
He immediately produced an interspatial ring. He was not the only one.
The factions behind the geniuses that were saved each delivered all sorts of treasures. Today, the formidable strength that Yi Yun had demonstrated made everyone see Yi Yun's future clearly. As long as he did not perish, his future was limitless.
They did not have lavish hopes of befriending Yi Yun. Simply being slightly acquainted with him brought immense benefits.
Yi Yun did not reject the gifts of gratitude.
He entrusted City Lord Qin to collect all the gifts and left. He wanted to meet Elder Mo. Chapter 1222, Horizon of the Sinkhole. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
Outside of Myriad City, on the southern-facing slope of the heaven-bestowing mountain, there was an ordinary straw cottage. It sat behind a herbal field and looked like any ordinary house from a village of mortals. At this moment, an azure-clothed elder was sitting on a bamboo chair in front of the house, leisurely sampling some tea made of coarse leaves. When Yi Yun arrived in front of the straw cottage, he looked at the elder drinking tea. As he watched, he felt that the tea-drinking elder, the herb field, the straw cottage, and the world around it seemed to be an independent world, yet everything came together so naturally. Every single brick and tile seemed to contain laws to form such an atmosphere. People without a discerning eye would have found the place ordinary.
Elder Mo, may I share a cup of your tea? Yi Yun requested with a faint smile. Elder Mo looked up and glanced at him. His purple pupils seemed to contain limitless power. Of course. Elder Mo extended his hand out, causing the tea to fly out of the kettle and into a coarse porcelain cup, which flew towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun caught it and downed it with the tip of his head. After the warm tea flowed down his throat and into his stomach, he felt a comfortable and refreshing feeling emanate through his limbs. Great tea! Yi Yun marveled carefreely. Yi Yun was well-read thanks to the divine alchemist's notes. He knew spirit tea was made of herbs, but despite his knowledge he could not discern the source of the tea leaves. What tea is this? Asked Yi Yun. This is one of the local products from where I'm from. It's called rootless tea, said Elder Mo. Rootless tea? Tea without roots was an interesting concept. When Yi Yun heard Elder Mo mention where he hailed from, he asked, Elder Mo, might I ask who your master is? Why does your master want to meet me? It is not my place to question my master's intentions. However, rest assured that my master has no intentions of harming you in any way. You will be informed as to why my master wants to meet you when the both of you meet. Elder Mo said with a smile. Yi Yun nodded. He did not believe that Elder Mo's master had any ulterior motives towards him. If that were the case, Elder Mo's strength was sufficient to just attack him openly. There was no need to go through such great trouble. He was curious. Why would Elder Mo's master be interested in him? If I stay any longer in Myriad City, it will only invite trouble. Elder Mo, I might as well go with you to meet your master, said Yi Yun. Is the trouble you mention referring to the mastermind behind Skyfire Sacred Hands? Asked Elder Mo. Yes, Yi Yun replied immediately. Does Elder Mo know who the person is? Yi Yun had already formed a grudge with the mastermind, so he naturally wanted any details on them that he could get. I know a little, but it's best you ask my master, replied Elder Mo. Do you have anyone else you would like to bid farewell to? A few figures appeared in Yi Yun's mind. There are a few. Elder Mo stood up and gently swiped his hand. As though he was swiping across the landscape on a portrait, the straw cottage, herb fields, chair, and the tea vanished, transforming into a forest that merged with the surrounding grass and trees. Let's go. Yi Yun left and returned to Myriad City with Elder Mo.
Upon seeing Yi Yun and Elder Mo's figures simultaneously appear over City Lord Manor, City Lord Qin knew that Yi Yun was leaving. Myriad City was, after all, too small. Furthermore, Yi Yun was destined for greater heights. Myriad City could not hold him back.
Princess White Fox, Fairy Yu Qin, as well as Dong Xiaowan and Ruer were in Myriad City.
At that moment, Yi Yun's voice sounded in their heads.
I am here to bid all of you farewell. Yi Yun was leaving?
The girls rushed over.
Dong Xiaowan looked at him in a longing manner. Ruer could not help but tug at Yi Yun's sleeve.
Sir!
She deeply wished to follow Yi Yun, but she was too weak. She could not help Yi Yun in any way.
Dong Xiaowan was the same.
She held Ruer's hand and said to Yi Yun softly, Young master, Ruer and I will be here. We will continue tending to Yun Xin Loft. It will forever be waiting for you.
Perhaps Yi Yun would never return, but Yun Xin Loft would silently stand in the city forever, handed down in Myriad City just like Yi Yun's legend. Princess White Fox came in front of Yi Yun gingerly. Her long hair blew in the gentle wind as a faint smile seemed to be contained within her star-like eyes.
Yi Yun, I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future.
She had obtained a fortuitous encounter before coming to Myriad City, meeting Yi Yun again. In the future, Yi Yun would head to even more lofty worlds.
Princess White Fox made those worlds her goal as well.
Although she was not as talented as Yi Yun, she would always pursue him on the martial path.
Yi Yun looked into her eyes for a moment. All right. Turning back to take a glance, Yi Yun nodded and said to everyone, I'm leaving.
He flew into the sky where Elder Mo was waiting for him.
Elder Mo extended his hand and tore through space.
Immediately a gigantic spatial rift appeared. Amid the rift were starry cosmos that were constantly in flux and howling storms. It seemed to lead to another world. People with insufficient strength would not be able to step through the spatial rift.
Elder Mo took the first step in before Yi Yun followed closely behind. Wah! Space trembled as the rift closed. In a blink of an eye, the blue skies were restored. It was as though Yi Yun's body was never there. He's gone.
Fairy Yu Qin looked at the sky and as her expression effused melancholy.
Yi Yun and she were on completely different levels. After today's separation, perhaps, the gap would only widen. Meanwhile, on the other end of the spatial rift.
The moment Yi Yun stepped through the spatial rift, he was embroiled in a spatial storm. A pale golden yuan qi suffused the surface of his body, isolating it from the terrifying powers of the storm. Elder Mo's figure was ahead.
He was strolling ahead like he was enjoying a nice breeze. In a blink of an eye, they appeared in an empty cosmic space. Let's continue. It's still very far, said Elder Mo.
Elder Mo ripped with his hand, tearing open another spatial rift. After this continued 8 more times, Yi Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. They had arrived in a space with thin mists. They were no longer in space but in a particular world. Even Yi Yun could not stomach the experience of crossing space 8 times. However, when he entered this world, Yi Yun felt mentally refreshed.
He relaxed instantly. This is... Yi Yun sensed that it was an independent space.
It was a huge pocket world.
From the looks of it, this was the world that Elder Mo's master resided in.
There was no way to guess how many miles they had traversed to arrive in this world. They had long left the Yang God Empyrean heaven.
This is the Mirage Sea realm, said Elder Mo. Which of the 12 Empyrean heavens are we in? Asked Yi Yun. Elder Mo smiled faintly and looked at the endless clouds in front of him. This is not the 12 Empyrean heavens, but the horizon of the sinkhole. Chapter 1223, Portrait. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Horizon of the sinkhole? Yi Yun was taken aback. He knew that the 12 Empyrean heavens were only a portion of the universe.
Yet he was still unsure as to what the horizon of the sinkhole was.
In between the sinkhole and the 12 Empyrean heavens, there exists a chaotic region.
If people from the 12 Empyrean heavens want to venture into the sinkhole, they must cross through this region of chaos.
Therefore, that region is named the horizon of the sinkhole, explained Elder Mo. So that was the reason. Yi-Yun nodded.
The universe was expansive and what he knew was still too limited. There was a sea of clouds wafting in Mirage Sea realm. Across the clouds, there were lush green islands floating above blue and calm oceans. It was like a dream or a mirage. The Mirage Sea realm lived up to its name. The ocean here refused sufficient spiritual energy and the vegetation on the island was luxuriant. It was very refreshing to the body and mind.
Cultivating in such a place would certainly speed up the cultivation process. Yi-Yun was even more curious about Elder Mo's master. To possess such a world, the Mirage Sea realm was bigger than any pocket world he had ever seen. At that moment, figures began flying over from different islands. These figures emanated powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations. Yi-Yun realized that they were Dao Palace realm warriors when he glanced at them. Elder Mo. Elder Mo, you are back. These people greeted Elder Mo.
They also looked curiously at Yi-Yun for he was a fresh face.
I'm bringing him to meet Master, said Elder Mo.
Everyone burst into a flurry of discussion as they watched Yi-Yun and Elder Mo fly far away.
Who is he?
It has been very long since someone new came to our Mirage Sea realm.
He is allowed to meet our Mirage Sea realm's owner? Who is this person?
The warriors present were stunned. Although they lived in Mirage Sea realm, the person that truly taught and managed them was Elder Mo. As for Mirage Sea realm's owner, they were an extremely mysterious figure, someone who they had never met.
As Yi-Yun followed Elder Mo in flight, he could not help but turn back to take a glance. Those are citizens who live on the islands.
Many of them were born in the Mirage Sea realm.
They have never gone to the outside world, explained Elder Mo. Yi-Yun was astonished. This appeared to be another paradise in the world of warriors. It's here. Elder Mo suddenly flew downwards. Yi-Yun looked at the island in front of him and knew that it was where the owner of the Mirage Sea realm resided. The island had a quiet mountain valley, which Elder Mo brought Yi-Yun to. They followed a serene gravel path after landing. The valley was filled with all sorts of spiritual flowers and grass, but, strangely, there was a frost chi that permeated the valley. The frost chi was cold, but it did not deprive one of their vibrancy. It seemed to stem from the same frost chi that had been used to seal Dong Shaowan and Fairy Yuqin. Inside the valley, there was an elegant bamboo lodge. It had a balcony covered in ice flowers that were crystalline and beautiful. They were like the most intricate pieces of art. At that moment, the door to the bamboo lodge was pushed open. A blue-dressed woman slowly walked out. She was tall and slender. Her skin was so fair that the blood vessels beneath her skin could be seen. Yi-Yun was surprised to find that her body did not contain any Yuan Qi fluctuations. She appeared to be immortal. A mortal? Yi-Yun was stunned. Before he could react to the girl's identity, Elder Mo, who was beside him, went forward respectfully. He bowed at her and said, "Miss, your servant has brought young Mastery here." Oh? This was the master that Elder Mo was referring to? Was she also the owner of the Mirage Sea realm?
Yi-Yun originally assumed that Elder Mo's master had used her extraordinary strength to establish a mystical world in the horizon of the sinkhole, forming the Mirage Sea realm. And as Mirage Sea realm and Elder Mo's master, she would naturally be extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even stronger than a divine lord. He never expected Elder Mo's master to be immortal. The blue-dressed girl looked at Yi-Yun. Her eyes were bright and her facial features were intricate like they were carved from beautiful jade. It made the spiritual flowers and crystalline ice around her pale in comparison. Yi-Yun had never seen a mortal girl that possessed such bearing and looks. He first suspected that she was hiding her aura, but Yi Yun had the purple crystal in him. It was extremely sensitive to energy, so he was certain that the girl had no means of concealing her aura. She was of mortal breed through and through. It was unknown how long the Mirage Sea realm had existed. With Elder Mo's cultivation, it would not be a surprise if it had existed for 1,000,000 years.
A mortal girl that looked about 16 was the owner of the Mirage Sea realm? A mortal lived for less than 100 years. Subtracting the childhood and elderly years, one's youth lasted less than 2 decades. The prime of one's youth left one sighing. If the perfect girl in front of him was a warrior, her beauty could exist for extended periods of time. But if she were mortal, her beauty was ephemeral. At that moment, the girl looked up. Using her aqueous eyes, she looked at Yi Yun. "Are you young Master Yi?" "I am," Yi Yun jolted out of his daze and replied. The girl smiled slightly and said, "My name is Huan Qinshui." It must have been tough for young Master Yi to come from so far away. "After hearing of young Master Yi's deeds, I troubled Elder Mo to invite you here." Huan Qinshui's smile seemed to make the surroundings immediately lose their existence.
Only her smile and voice remained in the valley. It was memorable, to say the least.
Yi Yun suppressed the questions on his mind and cupped his fists. He asked, "Miss Huan, might I know why you were looking for me?" Huan Qinshui did not directly answer Yi Yun and instead asked him, "Young Master Yi, what do you think of my Mirage Sea realm?" Yi Yun honestly answered, "Excellent."
The place was quiet and harmonious. There was plenty of spiritual energy and the scenery was alluring. It was naturally a very nice place.
"In that case, why don't you stay here first? The island beside mine is empty."
"Young Master Yi, if you do not mind, you can stay there for as long as you like," Huan Qinshui said. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding.
"I'm honored by Miss Huan's invitation. However, I cannot be at ease until you tell me why you were looking for me." Although his intuition told him that Huan Qinshui had no ill intent towards him, Yi Yun could not completely trust her. He could not think of a reason why she had invited him there. Huan Qinshui nodded gently and said, "There are many reasons why I sought you. It's difficult to put them all into words.
I was planning on inviting you to live here and discussing everything with you in detail, slowly. However, since you can't wait, I'll show you something right now." After Huan Qinshui said that, she took off an interspatial ring from her hand.
She handed it to Elder Mo. Elder Mo gently swiped the interspatial ring in his hand, making a portrait appear.
He then returned it to Huan Qinshui.
Just this scene confirmed Yi Yun's guesses.
Huan Qinshui was truly a mortal girl. If not, just the cultivation of a little Yuan Qi would be able to easily open an interspatial ring.
Why would she need Elder Mo's help? Huan Qinshui gradually unfurled the portrait.
It was half the height of a person and in it, a woman was drawn. She was drawn in a way remarkably true to life.
It made one feel that the person in the portrait was alive.
"Young Master Yi, you should know this person, right?"
Chapter 1224, Woman in the Portrait. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan.
The woman drawn in the portrait was dressed in a white dress. She seemed to stand aloof from the world, transcendent, as though she was a fairy from the 9 heavens that landed in the mortal world. When he first saw the woman, Yi Yun found her somewhat familiar.
However, he was certain he had never seen her before. Who was this woman?
If he had ever seen such a peerless woman, she certainly would have left a lasting impression on him. Yi Yun looked at it carefully for a long time. Although it was a portrait, the woman's bearing and looks far exceeded peerless women like Fairy Yuqin and Princess White Fox.
Suddenly, a flash of brilliance streaked across Yi Yun's mind.
He recalled the image of a person.
Back in the Tian Yuan world, he had once seen Azure Yang Lord's past when he entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm.
Azure Yang Lord had a love of his life named Baiyuan. Although Yi Yun had only seen dreamy visions of Azure Yang Lord's life, Bai Yuan had left a deep impression on him. On careful comparison, she resembled the woman in the portrait. Yi Yun remembered that, tens of millions of years ago, the Central State Divine Territory had an empire that united the area known as the Great Qian Dynasty.
An Azure Yang Lord was a prince of the Great Qian Dynasty.
After he inherited the throne, he encountered an extremely beautiful woman, Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan was exceedingly talented. She was extremely clever, but she came from a tiny sect. Even so, she emitted light like the bright moon. She was a rare gem. Her ordinary background gave her an inexplicable charm and affability. It made Azure Yang Lord fall deeply in love with her. Later, the duo held a wedding and was supported by the Great Qian Dynasty. After having heritage and resources to make up for her disadvantages, Bai Yuan's cultivation improved rapidly.
Before long, she was almost as strong as Azure Yang Lord.
Among their peers, they were invincible. However, they came to suffer certain tribulations.
Once, Azure Yang Lord and Bai Yuan headed to the sinkhole on an expedition. They encountered a perilous zone. Amid the distorted space in the sinkhole, Azure Yang Lord was trapped and his outcome unknown.
Bai Yuan returned alone and ruled the Great Qian Dynasty in his stead, conscientiously and earnestly. She always waited for Azure Yang Lord, believing that he would return. With that, 20 years passed and the outcome Bai Yuan had been wishing for finally happened.
Azure Yang Lord returned.
Not only did he return alive, he returned with his cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds after receiving a huge opportunity in the sinkhole. The Great Qian Dynasty rejoiced and the two were given the titles of Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress.
Azure Yang Lord led an unbridled life.
Bai Yuan was modest and open-minded, a motherly model for the nation. Immediately following that, Azure Yang Lord inherited the position of Great World's Divine Lord.
He became a figure that carried weight in the Yang God Emperor in heaven.
That was the peak of his life. And after the peak was a terrifying nadir. Not long later, a Fey race expert named Sha Hongxue came to the Central State Divine Territory and issued a challenge.
He was an arrogant person with extraordinary strength. However, Azure Yang Lord was extremely confident regarding the battle. The entire Yang God Emperor in heaven was stirred as they rushed to the Central State Divine Territory to witness the battle. Before the great battle, Azure Yang Lord made another breakthrough.
He gained insights into the ethereal state and, just as his cultivation level was about to be increased, Bai Yuan appeared like a ghost at his most critical juncture. She stabbed him in the chest.
At that moment, Azure Yang Lord could not believe what was happening before his very eyes.
He grabbed the ice-cold sword's blade and looked at Bai Yuan. However, on her face, there was nothing but coldness. When the sword was pulled out, it seemed to extract everything in Azure Yang Lord's life. If he were to die, he wanted to know the reason. However, Bai Yuan left without saying a word. At the battle with Sha Hongxue, Azure Yang Lord suffered an abject defeat. Later on, Azure Yang Lord became disillusioned. He lost all meaning in his life. He returned to the sinkhole, the spot where he had been trapped for 2 decades. He wanted to end his life, but instead, he reached the Tian Yuan world. There, he encountered a woman that saved his soul, the ancient Great Empress.
As for the Great Empress mystic realm that Yi Yun would enter, those events happened tens of millions of years later. This was Azure Yang Lord's history.
It had been buried deep in Yi Yun's herd for a long time. Coincidentally, when Yi Yun was transported to the Yang God Emperor in heaven from the Azurewood Great World, he had arrived in the Central State Divine Territory, where the old Great Qian Dynasty once stood. Furthermore, Yi Yun encountered the descendants of Azure Yang Lord in the Central State Divine Territory, Jian Wufeng. Yi Yun also saw how the Clarity Pool Sword sect became a mere shadow of its glorious past after tens of millions of years.
All of this seemed to be destined by karma. I know her. Her name is Bai Yuan. Yi Yun looked at Huan Qinxue. Is Miss Huan related to seniors Bai Yuan and Jian Xingyang?
Huan Qinxue shook her head and said, I do not know Jianqing Yang, but I know of his story. He was a remarkable genius, but he had an unlucky life.
He was quite a pitiful man. Oh? Because of Bai Yuan? Yi Yun was somewhat perplexed. Why would Huan Qinshua have Bai Yuan's portrait? Furthermore, how did she know that he was related to Azure Young Lord? Huan Qinshua rolled up the portrait and said with a sigh, "Do you know why Bai Yuan harmed Jianqing Yang?" Yi Yun shook his head. This was something that left him puzzled as well. He had seen Azure Yang Lord's complete history. Before Bai Yuan betrayed him, her relationship with Azure Yang Lord did not appear disingenuous in any way.
She had been loyal to him for centuries and had waited patiently for him for 20 years after Azure Yang Lord's disappearance. It was indelible and seemed like a love that could never be changed. Later on, when the both of them were conferred the titles of Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress, they were at their lives' peaks. Especially with Azure Yang Lord being so young, he had limitless potential.
Breaking through to the realm above Divine Lord was just a matter of time. They could have soared together and traveled the cosmos. Under such circumstances, why would she harm her husband? Hundreds of years of loyalty were defeated by a day of betrayal. It was inexplicable. Do you know what Bai Yuan took away after harming Jianqing Yang?
Yi Yun recalled for a moment as a chill ran down his back. The item that Bai Yuan took away was a broken sword. To be precise, it was the pure Yang broken sword's sword tip. Yi Yun drew a deep breath as he realized a possibility. Standing before him, Huan Qinshua had likely already known that he possessed the other half of the pure Yang broken sword. This was the reason why she had invited him to the Mirage Sea realm. Yi Yun calmed down and said, "It's half a broken sword." Back then, Azure Yang Lord had countless treasures in his interspatial ring. There were even remnant pages of the Yang God Manual and the Nine Nether Sacred Manual. They were cultivation techniques formed naturally from the nomological great Tao of the 12 Empyrean heavens. Their worth was unimaginable, but Bai Yuan did not take them away. All she took was the half of the broken sword. That's right. It's half a broken sword. As for the remnant pages of the Yang God Manual and the Nine Nether Sacred Manual that you mentioned, Huan Qinshua shook her head when she came to that. They are probably not as valuable as you imagine them to be. They are not cultivation techniques naturally formed by the nomological great Tao of the 12 Empyrean heavens. Over the long rivers of time, many truths are buried in the ashes of history, unknown to people, Huan Qinshua said indifferently. Her voice was calm, matching her long breaths. There was something indescribable about it. A mortal girl was discussing a history that spanned billions of years. Even a legend formed at the beginning of the 12 Empyrean heavens was spoken of casually and calmly. It left Yi Yun somewhat speechless. Was she really a mortal girl? Yi Yun found it unimaginable. However, he also found Huan Qinshua's claim to be very probable. The Yang God Manual and the Nine Nether Sacred Manual remnant pages were not naturally formed from the nomological great Tao of the 12 Empyrean heavens. On careful thought, although Yi Yun had never cultivated in the Yang God Manual and the Nine Nether Sacred Manual in the past, he had remnant pages of the 10,000 Fei Divine Canon that were their equal. These pages were given to him by Felicitas Rainlord before he left the Azure Wood Great World. Yi Yun had secluded himself for 25 years and cultivated in the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fei Divine Canon. If the cultivation technique was said to be ingenious, it was indeed the case. However, if it were to be called a supreme great Tao, there was this nagging feeling that it wasn't that amazing. It was on a completely different level from the 10,000 demon wheel of existence that Yi Yun had cultivated in. Previously, Yi Yun guessed that perhaps the 10,000 Fei Divine Canon he had was incomplete, resulting in its lacking strength. But upon careful thought, over all these years, there were a total of 12 mystic manuals in the 12 Empyrean heavens. They had been obtained by numerous mighty figures, but did none of them ever receive a complete set of the mystic manual? And yet, Yi Yun had never heard of anyone who cultivated the complete mystic manual to become a peerless figure like the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner. There had been numerous people who had obtained the mystic manual, but they were on the level of Felicitous Rainlord or Elder Mo. If the value of the mystic manuals was inestimable, those remnant pages would have long been snatched away by figures above the Divine Lord level. The reason why Baiyuan had abandoned the Yang God Manual and 9 Nether Sacred Manual remnant pages was not because she wanted to leave it for Azure Yang Lord, but because she thought nothing of them. Yet, she had taken away the sword tip. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun's expression turned heavy. He realized that the Pure Yang broken sword's value was far greater than he imagined. But now, the news of him possessing the Pure Yang broken sword had been leaked. The reason for the oversight was that he had underestimated the value of the Pure Yang broken sword. Originally, Yi Yun believed that even if it were the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner's weapon, it was still a broken weapon. Furthermore, there was only half of it. Yi Yun had also underestimated Baiyuan. He thought that she was only a heartless woman from a small sect, filled with ambition and greed. Now, from the looks of it, it was probably not that simple. Since he had been exposed, Yi Yun could only live with fate. He knew Elder Mo's strength. He was far stronger than him. If the girl in front of him had any designs on the Pure Yang broken sword, he had no chance of putting up a struggle. He could only hand it to her. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blue-dressed girl only looked at him. Her bright eyes seemed like spring water. Despite being pure and clean, it appeared unfathomable. Your reaction is a lot calmer than I expected. The girl smiled faintly. Yi Yun shook his head with a wry smile. This mortal girl had seemed to see through him. She knew what he was thinking. Does Miss Huan not have any interest in the broken sword? I wouldn't call it interest. The broken sword is of great importance to me. However, it's completely different from what you are imagining. Chapter 1225, Ancient Godly Monarchs. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Yi Yun was surprised when he heard Huan Qinshue's words. What was different from what he imagined? Could it be that Huan Qinshu actually wasn't interested in the sword? Huan Qinshu could read Yi Yun's apprehensions. She said with a smile, I did not call you here to get anything from you. Instead, it's about the owner of this broken sword. Are you talking about the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner? Huan Qinshu nodded slightly. That's right. Too much time has passed. Of all the people of the present, if we are ignoring the sinkhole, just the 12 Empyrean heavens alone, there's probably none who can remember the 8 godly monarchs of ancient times. 8 godly monarchs? Yi Yun held his breath. Huan Qinshue's words left him in awe. He did not know what sort of figures the 8 godly monarchs were. The Pure Yang Sword Palace owner you just mentioned is one of the 8 godly monarchs. Back then, all sentient beings fought with the ancestor gods, and the 8 godly monarchs fought until they were bathed in blood. Some died in battle, some were heavily injured, and there were others whose outcomes are unknown. However, that history has been wiped away due to all sorts of reasons. Now, it's unknown to most people. It's very normal for you not to know. Huan Qinshu reflected over the matter. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the endless rivers of time, and saw the stunning ancient war at the source of that river. Yi Yun found it unbelievable that a mortal girl could possess such a gaze. He remained silent for a long while before asking, Miss Huan, you said that the history has been wiped away. Then, how does Baiyuan know the value of the sword? And why was she willing to harm her lover that she had been together with for centuries? Does she know the history of the 8 godly monarchs? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Huan Qinshu sighed. Her voice sounded somewhat pained and a little wistful. That's right. She obviously knew about it because she is one of the 8 godly monarchs. What? Yi Yun widened his eyes. He never expected Huan Qinshu to give him such an answer. In Azure Yang Lord's memories, Buyuan was a genius girl that grew up in a small sect. Now, he was being told that Buyuan was a figure equal to the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner. How was it possible? Even if Buyuan was one of the 8 godly monarchs, she could have just killed Jian Qingyang if she wanted the Pyongyang broken sword. There was no need for her to stay by his side for centuries. With the standards of a godly monarch, Jian Qingyang would not matter highly to her even if he was excellent.
It was hard to imagine. Huan Xinxue said, I know what you are perplexed about. In fact, Buyuan is not the complete body of a godly monarch. She is only one incarnation of a godly monarch. One incarnation? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat.
I previously mentioned that there were 8 godly monarchs in ancient times.
After that massive war, some perished and some were heavily injured. There were others that disappeared.
Buyuan was one that was heavily injured. As a last resort, she sealed herself in divine blood crystal and slept for 100 million years. Although this amount of time ensured her survival, it also caused her strength to recede. In order to recover to her past state, she used a mystic technique to reincarnate. She split her soul and reincarnated again and again, so as to nurture the strength of her soul and absorb Yuan Qi.
All these incarnations would slowly fuse back into her body and her strength would gradually recover. The girl that Jian Qingyang met was one of Buyuan's incarnations.
She did not have any memories as a godly monarch. She was herself, as plain as paper.
She met Jian Qingyang and fell in love with him.
She stayed by his side for centuries until one day, when she awakened. She transformed back into the true Buyuan, and from that moment forth, the girl of the past was dead. The person that continued living was only a soul belonging to the godly monarch. Therefore, I said that, from the moment Jian Qingyang met that girl, he was destined to lead a life of tragedy.
Yi Yun was enlightened by Huan Qinshue's explanation. It was no wonder Buyuan's eyes were filled with love when she was by Jian Qingyang's side.
Back then, she was truly in love with him. They could have toured the cosmos and been together to the end of days, but their fates were destined.
With Jian Qingyang's strength, how could he withstand a godly monarch of primordial times? From this point of view, wasn't the reincarnated Buyuan also a tragic figure? Unfortunately, Jian Qingyang did not know why his lover had betrayed him till his death.
Even with the ancient great empress rehabilitating him, it was still regret, indignation, and endless hatred that Jian Qingyang brought with him to his death. Yi Yun gently touched his interspatial ring, and following that a faint dark gold beam flashed.
The Pyongyang broken sword appeared in his hand.
The golden beam was only the effect of the Pyongyang Yuan Qi in Yi Yun's body. The broken sword itself was simple and dull. It had experienced the ruthless baptism of time and was covered in rust. It was hard to imagine that it was a sword that could stir a godly monarch's heart. If this sword is so formidable, why would it break? Huan Xinxue said, the value of this sword is not in its strength, but the secret contained within it.
Secret? What is it? Huan Xinxue shook her head. Too many things happened back in the primordial times. Even the most astounding matters have been buried by history. Furthermore, it was already a secret unknown during the primordial era. After hundreds of millions of years, there is no way anyone would know the truth. Miss Huan, even you do not know? Yi Yun was surprised. He previously felt that there was nothing Huan Xinxue did not know.
Yi Yun continued, Miss Huan, I believe that whatever secret this sword entails, Buyuan will find me regardless, isn't that right? Back when Yi Yun first arrived in the 12 Empyrean heavens, he had hidden all his treasures because he lacked the strength to protect them. Later on, when he gained strength that exceeded ordinary supremacies, and an extremely high amount of status and prestige, Yi Yun felt that treasures like the Pyongyang broken sword and the God Advent Tower did not need to be hidden any longer. Furthermore, no one would recognize the Pyongyang broken sword. But from the looks of it, he had made a mistake. Huan Xinxue said with a smile, you do not need to worry about that. From the last reincarnation of her soul, Baiyin has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years.
She will not be coming out into this world anytime soon.
And none of her followers have ever experienced the war of the primordial times.
Therefore, you are temporarily safe. However, that might not be the case when she awakens. You brought the pure Yang broken sword from the sealed Tian Yuan world into the 12 Empyrean heavens, so, in time to come, Baiyin will find you because the broken sword you have is linked to the part she has. She will find you. Huan Qinshua's words left Yun appalled.
He was thankful that Baiyin was still in seclusion and that Huan Qinshu had found him first.
Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Miss Huan, do you understand Baiyin? Is she good or bad?
Yun knew that in the primordial battle, 100 races, including humans, had fought the bronze giants. As one of the 8 godly monarchs who took part in that battle, Baiyin must have secured great achievements for the human race. But later, in order to obtain the pure Yang Sword Palace owner's broken sword, she ignored the feelings she had for Jin Xingyang in that life. She stabbed him in the chest, stopping at nothing in a ruthless manner.
Huan Qinshu said, whether she's good or bad isn't that easily determined. In that world battle of primordial times, who can judge the goodness or badness of both parties?
Those 100 races had warred against each other without end. They only united to face a stronger enemy because they had no choice.
However, who can truly determine if their hearts were aligned as one when battling the ancestor gods?
Even the 8 godly monarchs, who fought alongside each other, were not extremely close. After hundreds of millions of years passed, it became even more complicated and confusing, with no one capable of distinguishing who did what back then. You asked me who was good or bad. That is something I cannot answer because there was never good or bad to begin with.
There was only foe and friend. Huan Qinshua's voice was fluttery as she smiled and looked at Yun. She countered with a teasing tone, do you think you are good or bad? Good or bad?
If one considered the number of kills, Yun had killed numerous people.
He fell silent for a moment and said, Miss Huan, you are right.
My battles are not fought for good, but for myself. It is all for my own conscience. Upon saying that, Yun cupped his fists.
Miss Huan, thank you for saving my life. Had you not said what you said, I might have ended up dead without even knowing why. Chapter 1226, Sword Bestowing. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. It was not an exaggeration to say that Huan Qinshua's reminder was saving his life. Yun knew very well that if Baiyin was even willing to harm Jin Xingyang, it was absolutely impossible that she would spare him. I have 2 other matters on which I would like to consult Miss Huan. Yun came to the Mirage Sea realm with many questions. After going through so much difficulty to meet Huan Qinshu, he naturally wanted answers for all of them. Young Master Yi, please ask. Huan Qinshu said calmly. I would like to know about the demonic servants that have infiltrated the Yang God Empyrean heaven as evil spirits. What is going on with them? Is some ancient race, such as the sealed bronze giants, controlling all of this? Yun was already aware of the origins of the demonic servants. They were likely remnant servants of an ancient era. They had battled with 100 races in the past. However, for the demonic servants to suddenly awaken after such a long slumber, there was definitely an instigator. Do you think it's the bronze giants? Huan Qinshu shook her head. It's not them. I mentioned that the human race of the time had internal conflicts. They only became stronger because a common enemy appeared and had no choice but to ally. Among humans, there were always a few ambitious ones who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They wanted more and they lacked the strength to claim it, so they would begin taking an unorthodox path. The demonic servants you mention happened to be released by humans. Oh. Yun's heart palpitated. Although he had already vaguely guessed at something when he heard the first half of Huan Qinshua's answer, he was still astounded when he obtained Huan Qinshua's confirmation. The war during ancient times had made humans suffer great losses.
After so much time had passed since the war, history had been sealed under a layer of dust. People had forgotten the pain it brought to the point of awakening the slumbering demonic servants.
Were they mad? Is no one stopping them before they can engage in such acts? Does no one consider the consequences?
Of course, but the people orchestrating all of this are not people of average pedigree.
They work in the shadows, so how can it be easy to stop them?
Furthermore, there are many complicated problems mixed into this larger problem. If we are talking about consequences, the people that released the demonic servants have definitely made more holistic considerations than you have.
Do you think that chaos in the world, with human lives plunging into the depths of misery and suffering, is a result of negative karma?
Perhaps there are some people in this world that are happy to see such a thing happen. The world has been at peace for too long. After the struggles between major powers settle down, it becomes harder to vie for newer interests. However, if the rules are broken, it's possible to gain even more. Many people look forward to destruction before establishment, and from that gain great benefits.
More than 20 years ago, didn't you ally with the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter to destroy the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? Huan Qinshu countered with a question, leaving Yi Yun speechless.
Indeed, his reasons for destroying the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had nothing to do with removing the ills of society. He had done so for revenge and self-preservation. He had done it to ensure that his body and mind was at ease.
The ancient races have been destroyed. Those that open Pandora's box naturally think they can control all the evil spirits.
Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they fail to control them, the level of the calamity would not exceed that of the 100 race war of ancient times.
Chaos in the world leads to the suffering of all life, but it is something some people are willing to see. Heroes are born in difficult times.
There were 8 godly monarchs in ancient times, and many other influential figures throughout history. Any one of them were horrifyingly strong, but to attain that kind of cultivation level in this age of peace is exceedingly difficult.
Perhaps some people are waiting to make breakthroughs amid the chaos. Huan Qinshua's words left Yi Yun somewhat at a loss. He originally thought that the revival of the demonic servants meant that ancient races were making a return, yet, he never imagined that humans were the ones that instigated the awakening of the demonic servants. Humans were warlike, to begin with. It was common among humans to fight unceasingly for their interests.
Furthermore, there were some perverse people who wanted revenge on the world.
Such people were even more dangerous. There was no limit to what they would do. Chapter 1227, Mirage Snow. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Yi Yun did not understand the meaning behind Elder Mo's words.
However, seeing as Huan Qinshu was determined to give him the sword, he accepted it. As he slowly took hold of the sword's hilt, he unsheathed it gently.
Hum.
The sword let out a clear sword hum, inundating him with a suppressive frost chi. Yi Yun unsheathed the sword completely.
The sword's blade was like its scabbard, ice blue in color.
There were 7 runes engraved on it, each the size of a baby's palm. They were arranged in a row from the sword's tip to its base.
Upon seeing these runes, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. He had seen such runes before.
Out of the 7 runes, 5 of them were faintly lit.
They sparkled with a brilliant luster while the remaining 2 were unlit.
Yi Yun sensed immense power from the 5 lit runes. However, the remaining 2 runes appeared like a black hole for Yuan Qi. Not only did they not emit any energy fluctuations, they sucked in any perceptive probes Yi Yun sent into them.
No information could be obtained from them at all.
Yi Yun looked at the 7 runes for a long time before finally recalling where he had seen them before. He sheathed the sword and said, "Miss Huan, I have some memory of these runes.
I once entered a small sect known as the Clarity Pool Sword Sect.
They had a cornerstone treasure named the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword.
There were 7 runes on its blade as well.
It was somewhat resemblant of this sword, however, the level of profoundness was far inferior.
Yi Yun had once used the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. It possessed a sentient spirituality.
Those that were not acknowledged by the sword would only feel like they were holding a hard piece of matter. But when held by one that had gained its acknowledgement, it was a peerless divine sword.
It could render the skies asunder and be nearly omnipotent.
Back when Yi Yun was sparring with the sect, Jian Wufeng had lent the sword to Yi Yun. Back then, he felt that the sword had once suffered heavy damage. But even so, Yi Yun managed to activate the 7 runes on the sword, displaying its formidable power. Yi Yun had used that sword to defeat Jin Bai, the Grand Elder of Clarity Pool Sword Sect, who had repressed his cultivation level.
Huan Qinshuo seemed unsurprised as she said, "This ancient sword was once a divine weapon of the extreme Tao."
In ancient times, refinement masters replicated this sword, so it's likely that the replicas were left behind in the world for others to discover.
So that was the case. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect was Azure Yang Lord's descendants, while Azure Yang Lord and Baiyu were somewhat related.
It was understandable that the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had managed to obtain a replica of that sword by chance. However, it was a replica that had endured long periods of time and damage. Yet, it still possessed such power.
That sword was way too astounding. "Miss Huan, this sword is too precious. I cannot accept it."
Yi Yun felt that he did not deserve the gift.
This was his first time meeting Huan Qinshuo, so how could he accept such a gift?
Furthermore, Huan Qinshuo had no reason to give him such an important gift.
At that moment, Elder Mo sighed and said, "Since she has given it to you, just accept it." Yi Yun looked at Elder Mo with an odd glance.
Moments ago, it was Elder Mo that had turned anxious, yet, now it was the same Elder Mo who was urging him to accept the sword.
What was going on? "Follow me.
I'll bring you to your residence so you can rest."
As Elder Mo spoke, he did not give any further explanations to Yi Yun.
He turned and bade Huan Qinshuo farewell and left. As for Huan Qinshuo, she smiled faintly at Yi Yun before returning to the bamboo lodge. Yi Yun did not find it appropriate to follow Huan Qinshuo into the bamboo lodge, so his only option was to follow Elder Mo. With the divine weapon in hand, Yi Yun could not help but ask,
"What meaning lies behind this sword? Might Elder Mo tell me?"
Elder Mo simply kept walking in front of him and did not turn back or reply. From the side, Yi Yun could see the corners of Elder Mo's eye. It seemed to be effusing sadness.
It was as though Huan Qinshuo's bestowing of the sword had made Elder Mo recall something.
The result was him having such an expression. The duo walked quietly for a long while until Elder Mo brought Yi Yun to stop before an exquisite courtyard.
The courtyard was no different from the yard of an ordinary villager's house.
From the looks of it, it had an aged wooden door with white walls and red tiles. There was a fenced-off flower garden in front of the door. Beside the garden, a watering jug and an elegant flower hoe were placed neatly. Yi Yun felt that he had not seen such tools, the kind that mortals used, for a very long time.
Warriors seldom grew flowers, instead they typically planted herbs.
Furthermore, in such plantations, they would use their powers to water the soil.
There was no need to use a hoe.
This garden was tended to by Miss in the past. "Why don't you stay here?" Elder Mo said lightly. He discovered that Yi Yun was still looking at the sword in his hand. He shook his head and said, "Regarding the sword, Miss instructed me to bring you here to rest after she gave it to you."
"It means she isn't willing to explain it to you. Since she doesn't want to talk about it, as her old servant, I naturally can't talk about it." After saying that, Elder Mo turned away, in preparation to leave.
However, he could not help but turn his head after taking a few steps. He sighed and said, "Young Master Yi, Miss is a person with a hard life. That sword in your hand determines her fate.
If there comes a day when you manage to unlock the 7 sealed runes on the sword, my wish is that you are able to help her."
Sigh, I'm being overly talkative after all.
"Young Master Yi, have a good rest."
After Elder Mo said that, he rushed away, leaving Yi Yun somewhat in a daze.
Unlock the 7 seals to help Huan Qinshuo?
The 7 seals must have been referring to the 7 runes on the sword's body. 5 of the 7 runes were already lit. Did it mean that they were already unlocked or had previously been unlocked? Only the last 2 runes were not lit up. Back when Yi Yun wielded the Clarity Pool ancestral sword from the Clarity Pool sword sect, there were 7 runes as well. He gained insight into the heart of the sword, unlocking them all at one go. However, that sword was only a replica. It was a day and night difference from the real deal. Elder Mo wished for him to unlock the 7 seals on the sword. Although he did not know of Huan Qinshua's past or what she had experienced, he believed that the truth would be revealed once he unlocked the 7 seals. Yi Yun had an inexplicable feeling towards Huan Qinshui. If he could help her, he would naturally do his best to help her. As he clenched the sword in his hand, Yi Yun realized that he had not asked the sword's name. Such an ancient divine weapon might have been given more than one name in its long history. However, that was unimportant. Since Huan Qinshui bestowed it upon him and refused to speak further, Yi Yun decided to name the sword himself. Let's call you Mirage Snow. Yi Yun unsheathed the sword once again as its blade reflected his face. Yi Yun had named the sword for its previous owner, Huan Qinshui. It was crystalline, pure and frosty in nature, as though it were a freshly fallen snowflake. Just like the Shui character from her name. Yi Yun could also sense that eternal time was sealed in the blade in a way that resembled a jade or ice sculpture. This illusory sense of eternity made the blade a sharpened mirage, the Huan. Thus, it was Mirage Snow. At that moment, Elder Mo had returned to Huan Qinshua's bamboo lodge after taking Yi Yun away. He waited quietly for her instruction. Elder Mo. You ended up mentioning something about the past, didn't you? An ethereal voice transmitted from inside the bamboo lodge. Elder Mo lowered his head and ashamedly said, I could not help it. I only mentioned an inkling of it. Miss, I cannot believe that you have given such a sword away. Can that young man really unlock the seals of God? Chapter 1228, Essence Soul. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Unlocking the 7 divine seals was easier said than done. Especially the last 2 seals, their difficulties far exceeded Elder Mo's imagination. He did not believe Yi Yun could unlock them. At that moment, the door to the bamboo lodge opened as Huan Qinshui walked out. There was a perplexed look on her beautiful face. Miss, that is your family clan's ancestral sword. To give it away, it's really family clan. Huan Qinshui shook her head gently and said, the population of that family clan has been reduced to a bare number by my generation. Let's not even talk about protecting the sword, there are enough problems continuing the bloodline. The Fey God sword has ascension spirituality to it. In order to unlock it, one needs to first gain its approval. Even geniuses might not accomplish that, much less I, who has a curse on my bloodline. Despite having a divine body, I can't cultivate and so am unable to unlock the sword's seals. If Yi Yun were to unlock the seals, it would be his good fortune too. As Huan Qinshui spoke, Elder Mo frowned slightly. Miss, if Yi Yun does unlock the divine seals, then the powers sealed within the Fey God sword would belong to him. But you would need the powers of the illumination flames to act as the catalyst for your rebirth. Are you? Elder Mo stopped speaking when he reached that point. The sword that Huan Qinshui gave Yi Yun was named the Fey God sword. The sword's exterior looked crystal clear and beautiful, but in fact, sealed within the sword was one of the 12 Fey gods, a wisp of extreme yang illumination soul essence. Among the 12 Fey gods, extreme yang illumination, extreme nether glow, Empress Earth Dao Tree, and the rest extreme yang illumination was ranked first. It was the beginning of the 12 Fey gods, first to be born after chaos transformed into yin and yang. It was also the apex of pure yang, and could be considered as chaos pure yang. This wisp of soul essence was sealed within a frost ice sword. This secret was something very few people outside of Huan Qinshui's family line knew.
Using the illumination's flames to be reborn was the only way Huan Qinshuo could escape her curse.
However, Huan Qinshuo had given the sword to Yi Yun. It was the same as handing over the extreme yang illumination soul essence to him. The power belonged to the person who unsealed it.
And for one to unlock the divine seal, they needed perceptivity and immense talent to resolve the bloodline curse. Although Huan Qinshuo possessed an ancient divine body, she was unable to cultivate due to the bloodline curse. This resulted in a vicious cycle. Now, only Yi Yun could break that vicious cycle. Huan Qinshuo sighed and said, "Elder Mo, the Fei God Sword has been handed down the family for an unknown period of time. Despite a reincarnation every 10 million years, no one has been able to break the curse. Instead of being content with the status quo, why don't I take a risk? The family clan has always been looking for the fated one, but perhaps the fated one was never meant to come from the family." Huan Qinshuo's voice was calm, leaving Elder Mo filled with mixed emotions. He had lived for millions of years and had witnessed Huan Qinshuo's growth. He knew very well that by giving him the sword, Huan Qinshuo was handing everything to Yi Yun, including the fate of the family clan itself. "Miss, why don't you tell young Master Yi all of this?
I have this nagging worry that even if he were to refine the extreme yang illumination's soul essence, he might not help you. Furthermore, the chance of him even obtaining that power is just too low."
Elder Mo felt worried.
He now knew that when Huan Qinshuo first sent him to find Yi Yun in the myriad divine territory, she had already made up her mind to hand everything over to Yi Yun.
What would happen if I did tell him?
If he thinks of this as a form of grace, then I'm only adding to his burdens. If he thinks nothing of it, he will only care about the benefits this will bring him and ignore whatever I tell him.
However,
I believe that my read of his character is right.
I'll leave everything to fate."
After saying this, Huan Qinshuo returned to the bamboo lodge. At that moment, Yi Yun had already settled down in the tiny compound Elder Mo had arranged for him.
He naturally wasn't aware of the conversation between Huan Qinshuo and Elder Mo.
There were a total of 4 rooms in the compound. In the middle of a yard was a stone table, and beside it was a white lunar tree. It was not a rare breed, but one that could be commonly seen in the mortal world. There were all sorts of facilities in the rooms, and it was kept simple, tidy, and elegant.
From the layout of the area, it looked like it was a house a girl used to live in.
However, overly feminine features such as silk curtains had been removed.
Could this be where Huan Qinshuo used to live?
Yi Yun could not help but have such a thought. The yard was not very far from where Huan Qinshuo lived. And the only person who could have stayed there was Huan Qinshuo, because the people who lived in Mirage Sea Realm had never been there in all their lives. They had mentioned that they had never once seen the owner of Mirage Sea Realm.
Yi Yun did not think on it further.
He sat on the bed but did not instantly bother with Mirage Snow. Instead, he took out the envelope Huan Qinshuo gave him. When he asked her for any information regarding the mastermind behind Skyfire Sacred Hands, Huan Qinshuo had given him this envelope.
Inside the envelope was a place Huan Qinshuo recommended him for cultivation.
The red-haired man had planted a seal within Yi Yun's body. Although it was being contained by the Azure Wood Divine Tree, it would be quite difficult to completely refine it away. As such, he would have to face the red-haired man sooner or later.
Besides, Yi Yun had a feeling that there would come a day when he might even face Bai Yuan.
If he found dealing with the red-haired man to be excessively strenuous, how was he to face Bai Yuan? Yi Yun opened the envelope, finding a piece of paper and a thin jade slip inside. When he infused his perception into the jade slip, he saw that the jade slip contained a map. It indicated several spatial nodes, as well as detailed information on how to traverse these spatial nodes. As for the piece of paper, it was a letter. On it was text that Yi Yun had never seen before.
The font was beautiful and elegant.
He figured that it was possibly written by Huan Qinshuo. Despite being very well read, Yi Yun had never seen such a language in books. This was clearly not a letter for him. Perhaps he needed to hand it to someone when he reached the cultivation grounds.
This was what Yi Yun thought. The jade slip did not elaborate on the cultivation ground. He would naturally know once he went there.
There were time restrictions on the opening of the spatial nodes. The spatial nodes were closed at the moment, so Ian put the letter into his interspatial ring and settled down peacefully in the house. He meditated in cultivation every day, taking out mirage snow for cogitation. However, no matter how much he tried, only 5 seals lit up. The remaining 2 were still dim.
Perhaps it needs an impetus.
It cannot be rushed. Yi Yun gradually calmed his flustered feelings.
Chapter 1229, Sword Discussion. Translator, Seetulan. Editor, Seetulan.
Yi Yun continuously cogitated over the sword or cultivated, but when a bottleneck appeared, it meant that his cultivation would stagnate and no longer advance. Yi Yun pushed the door open and stepped outside.
Following that, he admired the flowers and grass. Although they were mortal vegetation that did not exude spiritual energies, they still exuded a simplistic beauty. Despite being surrounded by spiritual vegetation, these ordinary flowers and grass bloomed without restraint.
They were splendid and colorful. This scene was like Huan Xinxue.
Despite being immortal, she was flawless and perfect.
Yi Yun walked slowly as he felt mixed emotions. Unknowingly, he walked out of his compound and strolled on the island.
At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly looked up. He saw Huan Xinxue standing in front of him amid flowers. She was facing the calm blue sea and playing a jade flute. The fine and drawn-out flute tunes were sent towards the sea's surface by the winds.
As Yi Yun observed the back of Huan Xinxue's spotless white clothes, he saw her ink-like hair and sleeves fluttering gently in the wind. Her slender fingers seemed to be dancing over the white jade flute. He stood in his spot and felt that the scenery and music seemed to fuse with what he had been pondering over the past few days. As his heart stirred, Yi Yun drew his sword and casually engaged in swordplay. His sword beams flashed without any rules or technique. They were just spontaneous sword flashes. However, amid the unrestrained sword beams, Yi Yun felt contented.
Yi Yun only stopped when the flute tunes vanished. He looked over and saw that Huan Xinxue had turned around and was silently watching him. "I thought you would be in seclusion for a few days.
Since you are out, why don't you assist me in planting some flowers?" asked Huan Xinxue. Only then did Yi Yun notice that she had flower seeds and a tiny spade by her feet. She had come here to plant flowers. She had only stopped for a rest after becoming a little exhausted, playing the flute in the meantime. Unknowingly, Yi Yun had been attracted by the flute tunes and brandished his sword in high spirits. In a way, he had disturbed Huan Xinxue. "After being graced with Miss Huan's melodious tunes, it's only natural I help you," replied Yi Yun. Just as he walked over, Huan Xinxue handed a hoe to him. "These are ordinary flowers and grass, so there's no need to use your powers. On a similar note, since you have taken up residence, it's not appropriate for me to tend to the gardens in the house where you're staying. Now that you're outside, I'll tend to them today." Upon saying this, Huan Xinxue stopped and had a thought before shaking her head.
She said, "It's not likely that I can finish today." "No worries.
Miss Huan, just come to the garden tomorrow."
It was Huan Xinxue's garden, so how could Yi Yun forbid her from tending to it?
In fact, he should aid her.
As she watched Yi Yun use the hoe proficiently, Huan Xinxue asked curiously, "You know how to do such things?" Yi Yun nodded.
He had done such things back in the Cloud Wilderness. Huan Xinxue attentively listened to Yi Yun narrate his experiences in the Tian Yuan world's Cloud Wilderness. From time to time, she would nod and a faint smile would appear on her stunning face.
"I watched your swordplay just now. Have you attained the heart of the sword?"
Huan Xinxue asked this suddenly.
Yi Yun was taken aback. Despite being immortal, Huan Xinxue was able to tell that he had attained the heart of the sword?
He said, "About 30 years ago, I happened to attain it during a sparring session with a senior."
"I see. Huan Qinshue nodded.
When I was young, there was a senior who recited to me insights on Sword Dao. Although I have never cultivated, I do understand some things.
Orally recited insights on Sword Dao? Chapter 1230, Boundless Mountain. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
Despite the flow of time, everything in Mirage Sea Realm maintained a sense of tranquility.
Huan Qinshue enjoyed playing the flute, and she had a perfect sense of music. The music she played on the flute was not augmented by any yuan qi, yet it was able to calm a person's mind in an inexplicable manner. And whenever she played, Yun would have the irresistible urge to cultivate his sword Dao amid the music. With Huan Qinshue as his mirror, his sword arts improved rapidly. When he wasn't in cultivation, Huan Qinshue would frequently tend to her flowers. Yun would also help her most of the time, plowing the land, watering the ground, planting the flower saplings. The duo would enjoy strolls on the cloud-covered Mirage Sea cliff. They would watch the endless and calm sea. Above them were blue skies and white clouds. The scenery left Yun completely calm. Although Huan Qinshue was immortal, she seemed aware of all that had taken place from before to now. She had a mysterious disposition, and she was definitely of extraordinary birth. However, Yun would also feel that she was an ordinary, if beautiful, woman when he planted flowers with her. She would let out a light laughter when he said something funny or knit her brows slightly when the flowers she planted withered. Unknowingly, several years passed. On that tiny island in Mirage Sea Realm, Yun spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. Every day, he would take breaks to have a stroll or have a chat with Huan Qinshue. They would also plant flowers and trees, seemingly leading a life where men tilled the farm and women weaved. The spiritual energy was abundant, allowing Yun's foundations to constantly turn more robust. His cultivation level was also increasing at a stable pace. Now, he was already beginning to aim for the 5th floor Dao Palace realm. In the 100 years of Yun's growth, he was either embroiled in battles or risking his life in mystic realms. When he wasn't doing those things, he would be secluding himself in chambers, having walls as companions while experiencing long-lasting loneliness. He did not know how long it had been since he could calm his heart down in such a manner, leading a calm and peaceful life. This was something Yun had never experienced in the past. At times, Yun would also leave his residence and observe how the ordinary warriors of the Mirage Sea Realm lived. Here, people did not cut at each other's throats, and there was a more honest and unsophisticated air. It seemed like a paradise. Yun's mind calmed down greatly in such an environment. In fact, when most warriors were in cultivation, they only spent a tiny portion of their time going out for experiential training, opportunity seeking, and combat. They spent most of their lives leading ordinary days in their sects. Yun lacked such experiences, so now, having savored it in detail, he managed to have a new comprehension of the martial way. With Huan Qinshue pointing out the imperfections in his sword Dao, Yun unknowingly seemed to touch the ethereal sword soul realm. Finally, the day for the spatial nodes to open approached. That meant it was time for Yun to leave. Yun found his trip to the Mirage Sea Realm reminiscent of a dream. Huan Qinshue was a woman that would only appear in dreams. She was mysterious and bizarre. When I gave you Mirage Snow, it was no longer in its ancient form. You can rest assured in using it that there's no need to worry that others will recognize it. Besides, even if Mirage Snow was in its original form, the number of people that can recognize it is a bare handful. As for the letter I gave you, find a person known as Old Snake when you reach Boundless Mountain and hand him the letter. During Yun's departure, Huan Qinshue, accompanied by Elder Mo, had come to send him off. Old Snake? Yun was taken aback. The name was truly somewhat special. Miss Huan, I wonder, where does the map you gave me lead? The final destination is. Huan Qinshue exhaled lightly before speaking slowly. You would call it the sinkhole, but it's not the deepest depths of the sinkhole. You will naturally know once you are there. Sinkhole? Yun's brows pricked up.
Although he had his suspicions, Yun still felt jolted when he heard Huan Chinxue actually say it. He was finally exploring this place that he had heard of so many a time.
Yun knew that many of the 12 Empyrean Heavens' experts were in the sinkhole.
And the sinkhole was mysterious and dangerous. There were many chaotic spaces and ancient ruins.
Thank you, Miss Huan.
I have benefited greatly over the past few years.
You have answered many of my questions.
When Yun left that island, he felt a sense of longing. He felt a little reluctant to leave the calm lifestyle he had enjoyed for the past few years.
Elder Mo watched Yun, who was about to embark on his journey.
He had a complicated expression, for he knew that Yun possessed extraordinary talent, but there was always uncertainty in the world.
It was unknown what lay ahead of the youth. Yun bade Huan Chinxue and Elder Mo farewell once again.
Following that, he stepped out of the Mirage Sea realm with determination and, with guidance from the map, he found the first spatial node. He opened it with his spatial dimension laws. A black spatial rift opened and Yun's figure seemed to be devoured by the chaotic void as he vanished instantly.
Yun, Huan Chinxue looked up into the sky and whispered, "I hope that everything will go smoothly for you." A sinkhole's original definition is the bottomless nadir of the sea.
Legends said that the sinkhole was there even before the 12 Empyrean Heavens formed. The sinkhole existed before the Empyrean Heavens. In the records of the earliest 12 Empyrean Heavens canons, billions of miles away from the east of the Divine Sea, there lay a ravine named the Sinkhole, which was as good as bottomless. Beneath the sinkhole were spiritual lands to which everything converged.
The sinkhole had been determined to be the endless extension of the universe. Perhaps no one knew where the end of the sinkhole lay.
The place Yun was heading to was the boundary of the sinkhole.
The region was named the Calm Sea.
The Calm Sea was expansive and there was a continent in its middle and countless islands. They lay amid a gray sea. The sea's surface remained a waveless calm, like a still well, no matter what sort of storms inundated it. People marveled at its unmoving calm, and hence gave it its name. Yun took nearly half a year to go from the Mirage Sea realm to the sinkhole. During this period, he would traverse countless spatial nodes and experience numerous spatial storms. If he had lacked the necessary strength, it would have been impossible for him to travel through such a vast and chaotic space. According to the map, Yun had already reached the Calm Sea. He was looking for Calm Sea's boundless mountain.
Logically speaking, it was supposed to be in the vicinity.
However, Yun failed to find any traces of the mountain. In fact, the map that Huan Chinxue gave him was dated. Yun was unsure if the local name of Boundless Mountain had changed after such a long period of time. He reached South Village, an extremely ordinarily named place. This was engraved on a stone monument that was erected in a slanted manner in front of a desolate village. The stone monument was rather old and had been eroded by the vestiges of time. The words had turned blurry. When Yun landed in this village, he was somewhat astonished. He never expected the sinkhole to have such a rundown place. The village only had a dozen or so mud houses scattered within it. The fields were barren and the malnourished soil did not seem like it could grow anything. At that moment, Yun saw a girl dressed in coarse clothing walking over from the fields. The girl was carrying a basket as though she had returned from plucking some wild fruits. Her black hair cascaded down across her shoulders and lightly patted her hips as she walked.
She looked about 17, young and vibrant.
She held her leggings up and had nimble and agile footsteps.
Momentarily, Yun fell into a daze. The scene before him reminded him of his transmigration almost 100 years ago.
Back in the Cloud Wilderness, he had seen his elder sister, Jiang Sharo, walking just like that in the fields. The girl kept to herself as she walked, as though she did not notice Yun.
"Excuse me, Mississippi." Yun suddenly blurted out. "Would you happen to know of a place named Boundless Mountain?"
The girl halted and sized Yun up with her clear aqueous eyes. She said crisply, "Are you a foreigner?"
This poor village is dilapidated, so have you gotten lost?
I do not know of any boundless mountain. The girl's voice was very sweet, like the trickling sounds of spring water in the mountains.
Oh. Upon hearing this reply, Yi Yun had a strange impression of the girl.
His brows moved a little as though he was deep in thought.
Hey, old lad, it's getting dark soon. Why don't you rest your legs in the village?
There are more than a few fey beasts lurking around here. Having said that, the girl smiled sweetly and ignored Yi Yun.
She walked towards a dilapidated wooden house.
Yi Yun did not need to rest his feet, but he was curious about the place, so he followed the girl into the house. Inside the house, there was simple furniture which all looked to be in terrible condition. At that moment, the girl used a coarse porcelain bowl to scoop a bowl of well water from a water vat. She handed it to Yi Yun and said with a smile, "Have some water." The water that had just been drawn from a well seemed to suffuse a cool fragrance. When Yi Yun took the bowl of water, it felt like sandpaper in his hands. He examined the coarse porcelain bowl in a way that made it impossible to guess what his thoughts were.
Miss, it's fine if you do not know about Boundless Mountain. Are there any mountains in the area? Perhaps the mountain I'm looking for has changed its name. How can there be any mountain? Just go out and you will see it's an endless desolate plain with fey beasts scattered everywhere. Even the trees will eat people. Old lad, I urge you to not walk outside without good reason. You might not be able to return if you venture too far out. The girl spoke as she stood up to start a fire in the fireplace. She dexterously added a few slabs of timber. Soon, the flame burned fiercely. The bedroom in the house was filled with a heat that effused mortal vibes. Warriors had strong bodies, so there was naturally no need to use fire to resist the cold. Well, Yi Yun nodded. Miss, what you say makes sense. Then, I'll bid you farewell. Yi Yun stood up as he spoke. He placed the bowl down and turned to leave. The girl glanced at Yi Yun oddly as her porcelain white hand picked up a bamboo basket beside her. Old lad, why are you in a rush to leave? Aren't you resting your legs here? Although my place is a little rundown, it can shelter you from the elements. I have even started a fire. There's no need. You mentioned that there are fey beasts everywhere here. Even the trees eat people. I think it's safer I spend the night elsewhere. Ha ha ha. The girl suddenly let out a sweet laughter. You do not seem to be an ordinary old lad. What gave it away? It was still the same crisp spring-like voice, but the bamboo basket in the girl's hands had transformed into a coiled venomous snake. The snake was twined around the girl's arm, sticking its tongue out at Yi Yun. As for the porcelain bowl beside Yi Yun's hand, it had also transformed. The refreshing well water had turned into poison. There was even a tiny red snake swimming within.